Chapter 2101, The Fractured Dimensions. 3. Do you know why there are only 2 Mikados here today? They are guarding the pylon of ascension as usual, but today they are also preparing a welcoming ceremony. Words that even caused the smile on the Empress to fade were uttered as everything became exceedingly silent. Only the raging aura potency of multiple rulers reigned supreme as the verdant hairs on the ancient prana dimensional ruler that had been vocal this entire time rose in waves. He was known as Albus. One of the first generations of trees to sprout in the prana dimension, he was an existence full of experience and wonder as his power could be veiled in ways others could not even imagine. Charlemagne had spoken to him directly as they knew each other when they were very young, and very few could say they truly knew his power as he was among the rulers that were simply unfathomable. But even he turned somber when he heard Charlemagne's words, "The ancestors are so intent on letting everything end that they would even send others to descend?" To become tainted by the natural laws and decreta once more, Albus couldn't help but ask. Charlemagne retained his calm gaze as he replied, "It is a heavy task for the ancestors to descend. It is why I want you all to realize the gravity of this situation for them. It is why I want to tell you all not to fight against an unstoppable force. Those coming are existences that may have been true emperors of a past age, their colleagues, or even more frighteningly, a first-generation ancestor. Even I do not know. What I do know is that all resistance is futile. What I know is that once they descend, this age of quintessence will become more tumultuous and cataclysmic than even the age of chaos, or any other destructive ages past. A true emperor of a past age, any variation of an ancestor. It was a terrifying thought, as even the hearts of the strongest rulers would feel strained at this, so much so that BZZZT. Auras blazed in the designated thrones of the Apollyon dimension. Among those behind Lilith, multiple rulers suddenly flew out and went towards the side of the quantum dimension as a Nibelheim dimensional ruler with flaming eyes and a skull turned around and spoke with a somber tone. "You told us before that you would never ask us to lay down our lives for you. We do not wish to lay them down now, as we shall follow the will of the ancestors. We cannot stand against them if they are truly descending." Deserters began to appear. It was a development that was to be expected in the face of immense power, as existences that had integrated with the very fabric of nature and reached such a height of power. Would they truly sacrifice it all just for their dimension and the countless lives within? It required a sense of great duty or personal belief to be able to stand against certain death to fight for what one believed. Charlemagne said nothing at the rulers changing sides as his focus was on Lilith and the Dream and Avalon dimensional rulers. "Will you open your souls the easy way, or shall we do it the hard way?" A bold question that caused Lilith to burn with even more hatred, so much hatred that she was about to bellow out when crack. An extremely heavy and explosive sound rang out as the rotating multicolored rings of light that encircled this domain and everyone in it, a portion of them ripped and ruptured. It was an action so out of line that even the Mikado and Charlemagne looked up with sharp lights in their eyes. That showed even they didn't expect this. After all, they were locked away from space and time, as even rulers of Lilith's caliber would need some time to break through. As for others locating this domain deep in the quantum dimension, this was even more of an impossibility, as even though the space they were in was vast, it was currently contained in a single speck of dust smaller than an atom that was floating in the multicolored hazy space of the quantum dimension. Yet now, what a lively cluster of food this is! Hung from the ruptured ring of light, a claw came in and tore everything open and even wider as the bestial head of a dragon came on soon after. A dragon whose scales from head to toe crackled with equal concentrations of absolute fundamental authorities of entropy and mana dynamics as 10 pairs of wings radially lined up behind its back, its visage stepping into this space as its aura potency was shockingly at the same level as Lilith, the Mikado, and even Charlemagne. It was a new entrant that caused all rulers to gaze with a sense of incredulity, as in an already chaotic conclave that had too many participating parties. Another one was seemingly making an entrance now, and shockingly, the aura was that of an ender of reality, a primordial beast. Its eyes blazed with authority as it gazed at the masses of sealers and apostates. Sealers, those who chose to oppress and seal the very home that nurtured them. Apostates, those who chose to shatter its consciousness into countless pieces. But they did not know that reality had been steadily strengthening itself, even with its will fractured, even with its will spread out across the countless blooming realities. It still grew in power. The primordial beasts came to be as they stemmed from the power of reality itself, being born from the primordial seas and seas of ruination within the very fabric of reality. Even then, primordial beasts were looked down upon. They couldn't rise in power as much as those who had been living in anchors this whole time, not from the end of one age to another, but reality was still successful in attaining multiple nature integration enders, as it could easily integrate natural laws into beasts that could handle it. But then, not too long ago, anchors began to lose their power, and even more recently, an anchor had fully lost its function as the power that reality gained. Was not fathomable even in the mind of the sealers and apostates. After lying dormant and collecting its power this whole time, this new explosive burst of strength caused reality to make moves in ways not even possible before. Like learning about the meeting of sealers in one place. After all, they schemed and plotted within the bounds of reality, within the fabric of reality. How could they escape the eyes of reality itself? And so it had waited at the designated location with the others. They had to strike at the perfect time, as even though one anchor had lost its function, the power of reality was still greatly restricted. But then moments ago, another anchor was lifted off its function. Even in its half-slumbering state, reality had managed to gaze upon the being responsible for this. He was veiled uniquely, but even he moved within the bounds of reality, as even he could not escape its gaze. And with the seal of another anchor being lifted, the power that reality could release was that much more immense, as they did not need to wait for a perfect moment any longer. So now, the first ender of entropy and mana pushed its claws across the rings of essence as its draconic eyes gazed upon the masses, at the sealers and apostates. And as the rest of its brethren tore open this domain ever wider and began to appear beside him, as the second, third, and fourth enders of entropy and mana appeared, as the first to the 10th enders of gravitation lined up further behind them, as the first ender of providence watched in the back, as many enders of nature appeared, the first ender of entropy and mana echoed out as its body began to overflow with power and its jaws opened to release a dragon's breath that could erase nature itself. Reality sends its regards. Chapter 2102, The Cruel Reality. A lineage that didn't quite get their footing in the desolate mausoleum in 9 dimensions, even though they were constructs born from the very fabric of reality. Their sole purpose was to return reality to how it was as they moved with autonomy before, but now reality itself was taking a great deal of control over one of its weapons, as with the recent rounds of unsealing, terrifying enders of nature were born, a distinction that was now relevant not just to enders of reality who had attained nature integration, with a shocking difference now being the augmentation of a specific natural law to birth enders of nature. Thus, the enders of entropy and mana were born, then the enders of providence, relativity. Many variations of enders rose as now their grandeur was being put on full display as they launched an unexpected siege against the most powerful existences within all dimensions and even those currently overseeing the main reality. It was an unexpected phenomenon that nobody truly expected, but once it occurred. Lilith laughed madly from her position as her body overflowed and exploded with power. Charlemagne's figure released a resonant light as the Mikados around him also moved, the many quantum dimensional rulers exploding out with power as multicolored grandeur overflowed. The Empress and the tribunal rulers. Their party was even more pristine as all around them, legions of robust and glistening dark gray abominations began to appear en masse. Their stature and power seemed to be much greater than any other abominations, as the aura potency of 4 in particular was utterly dreadful. They all blazed with authority as their power and claws came to be pointed towards the enders of nature that continued to pour into the massive rapture from above. This was the shocking scene blooming out, as even at this juncture, some still had the roles of observers, as while trying to see how he could best reap benefits from this event and location, Noah was exposed to the power of rulers firsthand to allow him to quantify just what power they had all reached. This was because whatever quadrillions they could dish out in damage values just a day ago, they could now have an output much greater after the elevation of the laws of reality. So this was a perfect opportunity to learn as he himself prepared. He also didn't have a long period of time as he gazed at everything quickly, and what he came to find, the terrifying waves of a few quadrillion damage values were minimal. Most rulers on an average scale currently showed a quantified value above 10 quadrillion as those at the stage of Lilith, Charlemagne, and the enders of entropy and mana. Their power was scaled much greater than this value as their means were grand. As for the enders of nature, the ender of providence continued to remain outside of the rapture as shockingly, more and more enders than previously seen continued to pour in, enders of polarity, enders of strong nuclear force, enders of relativity. The visage of the ender of providence was singular and veiled as it seemed to watch everything occurring and only directed all, as with the number of enders they sent here today, they truly came to hold a grand massacre. The most powerful and ridiculously buffed enders of entropy and mana that held the 2 most offensive fundamental natural laws. Their bodies released values reaching tens of quadrillions as even the fabric of reality was erased before their grandeur. And yet even amidst all this, Noah did not receive the prompt of his two clones here entering the point of death and rebirth. Why was this? When creatures as terrifying if not more terrifying than the most powerful rulers appeared to target everyone here, why were his clones not put in danger? His own power had increased immensely after his base values exploded due to the formation of the fifth and sixth dimensional layers, and they exploded further when integrating with the source of dreams by receiving a ridiculous boost of 5,000% augmentation. His output also exceeded average nature integration realm existences currently, as he could easily dish out over 10 quadrillion with his skills. He had grown far in a period of a day, as even this that he knew was still not enough to withstand the terrors before him, so his Avalon dimensional chassis rose while grasping the sword of Avalon while his dream dimensional chassis stood up with the rulers around it. He wanted to make gains from this event while understanding the many mysteries that covered it as far, far away from here. His main body was still forging ahead. The gormandizing dimensional reality underwent yet another round of robust elevation in a short period of time, as above the massive planar layer of dreams, another equally massive and radiant purple layer of Avalon was forged. Incandescent purple cosmos could be seen spinning with seas of purple essence around them. Idyllic floating landmasses stretched throughout this vast plane as uniquely, the most radiant idyllic floating landmass was not present within this reformed Avalon dimension. Insula Avalonis was actually found in a different location, as suzerain Avalonis beasts currently gazed around in shock at the depths of the dimensional Holy Land. The domain that currently had even greater concentrations of natural laws, as truly swirling particles of the essence of these laws were surging in a maddening fashion, as one could very easily mistake this place for an emperor domain of nature. Within Insula Avalonis, Lancelot was among the very few beings present who gazed at everything in disbelief as he questioned just who the being he had walked into the Avalon dimension days ago was. He brought him towards his father since his intuition had told him this was the being who would aid them. He just didn't expect the extent to be this much and for it to occur in such a short period of time. He wanted to seek for him and approach him in this location, but the concentration of essences was currently so dense and heavy that even he couldn't move freely. Part of the reason for this was the dimensional Holy Land. Another reason was the billowing aura budding at the center of the dream dimension far below the Holy Land, where at this juncture, Noah was already in the process of integrating the source of Avalon as he wasted no time. The figure of Eon was off to the side, stabilizing her completely reformed haven as she breathed out in shock. Where even she remained still while watching Noah's figure that was surrounded by surging absolute authorities while he achieved improbable things. His stellar humanoid visage pulsed with 6 vibrant dimensional layers as his aspects of existence pulled upon a source through the gormandizing dimensional reality. This fantastical construct of his that at this juncture, Master, interrupted Noah in this extremely crucial moment. And it had to do so. We have been discovered, Hong. Noah's eyes of the tripupilled Kainos Emperor opened with grandiosity and power as he heard the words of the gormandizing dimensional reality, his will already connected to it as his senses extended to match this construct when he saw 4 shockingly austere figures of enders of nature floating outside the foldings of space that the gormandizing dimensional reality was moving in. All 4 shone with golden grandeur as they were all enders of providence. Noah could hide from the gaze of many, many beings. But he still moved within the bounds of reality. And nobody could hide from reality itself. Chapter 2103, The Cruel Reality. 2. For enders of nature shockingly gazed at the moving gormandizing dimensional reality in a progression of events that even Noah did not calculate. After all, even Charlemagne, Lilith, and all others in the dimensional conclave did not predict the siege of reality to arrive. They were all proficient in destiny and providence. They all knew to ponder fate, as some even delved into the parallel paths similar to Noah to gaze upon the countless possibilities, but nobody caught on to the moves of reality whose constructs currently moved with such precision and ferocity that apart from sending enders of nature into the quantum dimension, there now stood 4 enders of providence outside Noah's gormandizing dimensional reality, each one shone with power that no average nature integration realm existence could match, as any enders of nature that were augmented by fundamental natural laws were not to be taken lightly. Hell, there was even a single ender of providence floating silently in the back of the ruptured space of the location of the dimensional conclave that discovered everything, seemingly ready to send commands to adapt to the other enders at any moment. And now, 4 of such creatures shining with utmost glory and power floated outside Noah's home. Providence surged with grandeur as within a cosmos of the gormandizing dimensional reality. Hyperion awoke as his eyes released blinding blue light, his draconic elephantine face gazing upwards. Little Henry, Kazuhiko, Halcyon, and many others were also remaining in this region as their eyes also turned up. Those with enough power could see across the folds of space and cosmos to gaze upon many things as little Henry and a few others became somber at seeing the hazy phantoms of four enders buzzing with power that they had yet to see, or even know as upgrades and increase in aura that they constantly come across. This was the first they felt this type of aura potency, and it came from four separate existences as they realized they were facing an utterly unprecedented event. The figure of Hyperion released a blinding light as space around him fluctuated, his body forming into a beam of light that began to surge upwards. An ordeal had begun as at this juncture, nobody fully knew how it would play out. The second ender of Providence gazed at the hidden construct before that was giving off the allure of three sources. Two it recognized very well as these sources had been suppressing reality for the past ages, and another was a weak but budding force that it also felt a sense of familiarity with. This was the domain that the will of reality had been observing ever since it rose on its radar. The importance granted to this endeavor today was just as great if not greater than the many other areas enders of nature were deployed, with the being in question, SHA, appearing at this juncture in a stellar fashion. The folds of space opened to reveal an incandescent being whose body glimmered with waves of light, but this meant nothing to the four enders of Providence. Here is what they focused on was this being's aspects of existence. They affirmed what reality had seen from its recent observations, that this being had truly bound the source of dreams that was placed by the sealers so long ago. And he had now done the same thing to the source of Avalon as he was binding it to himself as well. These sets of actions were extremely unique as in a sense, this being had aided greatly in the empowerment and freedom that reality had right now, but reality itself could not leave him be. The unique power he had to do what he did was too great, its repercussions too grand. And he was taking while binding it to himself as in the end, he would attain a great power, a power that might be more than sufficient for him to do whatever he wanted in the desolate mausoleum, and to the desolate mausoleum, reality could not have this. After all, the very beings that moved within it countless eons ago they had absconded after using its own power to seal it. To oppress it in unimaginable ways as from this, reality learned it could not trust those it could not control. Years after its suppression, it once more faced an unprecedented event where it was split into countless fragments, an action that doomed it to damnation as this time. It was those that resided in its depths, apostates, sealers, and apostates all born from the same branch. So now, even though this existence had aided and even conducted a recent action that continued to aid and free it from its binds, reality was unconvinced. It could not trust what it could not control. It was shown this time and time again, their actions had turned reality cautious. Their actions had turned reality calculative. Their continued actions had made reality cruel, so the second, third, and fourth enders of Providence was here. They were here for no other purpose than judgment. The four enders of Providence spoke at the same time as the fabric of reality trembled. From the foldings of space, a figure wrapped in light broke through as it was a reclamation of another one of the constructs of reality. It was the visage of Hyperion. The eyes of the irregularity flashed at this moment as a radiant zistant appeared in his hands, his eyes wild and unfettered as if he could even stand against the four enders of Providence without multiple of his clones perishing. The third ender of Providence moved to receive Hyperion as it was a creature in the form of a nine-headed phoenix. Its many eyes sharp and shining with ingenuity as its flaming claws grabbed onto Hyperion, whose body was struggling all this time, but paused and became still soon after as a resonance of lineage shone from him, and the third ender of Providence whose eyes showed scenes dating back the past years. The 9 pairs of eyes on this incandescent gold phoenix then shone as its voice filled with authority thundered out. Irregularity Noah Osmont, seed control of the gourmandizing dimensional reality, boom, chapter 2104 control. Irregularity Noah Osmont, seed control of the gourmandizing dimensional reality. The enders of Providence began a line of communication as it was a truly heavy sentence. It wasn't truly a communication with the enders of nature as much as it was a communication with reality. The eyes of the enders releasing radiant white-blue light as an extremely powerful will coagulated here. It saw many things. It was how even at this moment, radiant phantom golden lines erupted from the irregularity before it as the authoritative voice continued, this time from another ender of Providence that had the form of an emerald 10-winged providential tigress. Whether on the main path or parallel paths, the result is all the same as reality pervades all paths. Reality thanks you for your actions thus far and seeks control of the construct you are bound to. Extremely cold words echoed out as reality truly could not have things repeat themselves again. Time and time again over countless eons, it had failed. This time, it sought control over the things that would affect it the most. The only issue was that it had tried to reclaim the parts of reality in the construct below. It could not do it as there was too much of a bond. The issue was the being in question, the being whose eyes shone with the same grandiosity and tyranny it remembered from the sealers eons ago, the being that it had seen in other paths say the same thing with utmost tyranny. At this juncture, it knew that it was about to hear the same thing again, but it had planned for too many possibilities as even then. It knew what had to be done. Noah felt himself facing an unprecedented situation that he had actually brought upon himself in his search for power. Had he not freed the dream and Avalon dimensions to bind them to himself, he wouldn't have made reality regain so much of its power that now its power seemed like a ridiculously strong contender for everything. This was because one must understand only two of its seals had been lifted, only the dream and Avalon anchors had lost their functions. As the mere full understanding of natural laws had their boosts moved from 1000% to now 3000% in augmentations. For every single natural law, those who understood and then integrated natural laws gained greatly in power. As for reality itself that was made by these very laws, it had grown capable of producing enders of nature that could match beings at the level of Lilith currently, at only the freeing of two seals. If Noah continued on his path for power and assimilated another dimension or two into his gormandizing dimensional reality, just how terrible would the power that reality can wield become? An even more stupendous question was the strength of natural laws. Each one would gain an equivalent augmentation of 10,000% after the remaining 7 dimensions were removed. With such a power in terms of natural laws and the height of glory of the fabric of reality, how had the ancestors managed to seal it with the 9 anchors? There were too many gaps to fill, there were too many questions, but one thing remained abundantly clear: reality was an extremely difficult enemy as one could not escape it. So when its forces came knocking and sought control of the construct that made so many things possible for him, what move was the best for Noah to make? Suring, even after hearing the enders of Providence utter out that the parallel paths did not matter, Noah still perused what he could while utilizing I am the main character, and in every possible path destiny and providence turned tumultuous as the future was unknown, but the light of tyranny began to burn bright in his eyes, as he finished connecting with a second source and his aspects of existence pulsed with an even greater change. An epiphany bloomed in his mind. Why was the will of reality acting like this? When he had aided and freed it of its bonds, why did it seek to take the tools he utilized to do it? Noah's mind was robust and powerful as he didn't have to think for too long for things to become clear. His mind traversed to the events of the ancestors eons ago and then the actions of Oppenheimer in the last age. These events had twisted reality into gaining a shocking sense of hate and distrust, so the way to deal with this, the path before him gradually cleared as he realized exactly how to deal with reality itself. What seemed like the most direct and clear answer of fighting was incorrect, so instead, he voiced out grandly while staring at the celestial bestial visage of 4 enders of providence: the gormandizing dimensional reality I forged this whole time, it lives and dies with me, without a speck of authority. The quintessential Kainos Emperor addressed the will of the barren lands. Out of the many possible paths, the one with least resistance was taken. The gormandizing dimensional reality lives and dies with me. It was a very clear answer that stated no matter what this construct would remain bound to him until the end of his life. He did not have to pull every card he had out and begin a deadly fight against reality, so he instead threatened it with the very thing it sought by bringing 4 enders of nature here. But reality truly had turned cruel, as in the next instant, you would not be capable of choosing the path of mutual destruction. I have seen you. I have seen those you hold dear within the gormandizing dimensional reality. Even though you may be binding sources of nature, you are bound even more by the same emotions that bound sealers and apostates. You would not choose a path that will lead to the destruction of all things in this construct. You have not reached the stage to ascend and overcome such karmic bonds. Chapter 2105 Control. 2. You have not reached the stage to ascend and overcome such karmic bonds. The pairs of eyes of the foremost ender glanced down with a burning gaze as Noah returned with calm eyes, putting away the dimensional Ziston entirely as he replied, I have faced many enemies and allies in my short life. I've gone against what were believed to be insurmountable enemies and come out on top. I can make reality my enemy, but what I wish to do is too connected to reality for me to do that. I have goals, I have ideals. Noah's dazzling hair whipped around with tyranny as he continued, all these goals and ideals are dependent on the gormandizing dimensional reality. On this home I have made. It truly cannot be given away, as even if I have to take the most drastic action that would hurt me the most, it would hurt you a great deal more, as reality would continue towards cataclysm. Dimensions would continue towards cataclysm. But with my means, I can stop this. With my means, I can continue to unseal all anchors as we both win. Why can things not be done this way? Waves of destiny and providence rose as they were quickly ground down to dust by the four enders of providence. Why could it not allow Noah to continue holding this terrifying tool in his hands? Why did it want him to cede control of the capability to free it that he had been utilizing this whole time? The answer was something reality understood the most, as it did not relent, pulling out one last card before everything fell apart. Do you wish to attain the seat of the true emperor of this age? Even that is a construct connected to the source of reality. It is not an impossibility to bend what was forged long ago and focus this authority on you. Just leave the gormandizing dimensional reality behind. And I can pull the strings to make you the true emperor of this age. Reality's greatest weapon was unveiled, rulership, true emperor. Everything turned silent, but soon after, Noah's vibrant eyes released vibrant splendor as he replied calmly, "No, WA." His main body was radiant as his Kainos authority and title fully blared and released themselves. The words quintessential dimensional emperor shining brightly above him. I do not need the allure of rulership as in this age. Nobody but me shall attain the seat of the true emperor. That is not guaranteed. There are others exceeding you in aspects of quintessence as they receive aid from outside these lands. I can guarantee it for you. An abrupt reply came as towards this, Noah only shook his head. The surroundings churned with essence as the dominant auras of four enders of nature cascaded down, things becoming extremely tense and oppressive at this juncture. Why could the irregularity not be left alone as he continued to remove the anchors? This was a question that this irregularity had posed, as the answer was simply that he would achieve a power that would be capable of greatly affecting reality if he really came to bind all 9 anchors, when that time came. What was to prevent what occurred in the past from repeating again? From the actions of sealers and apostates, how about this? You cannot deny my nature is from Hyperion. You have seen why I do the things that I do. It is fine if you do not trust me. In fact, it is understandable after all the events that have occurred throughout history. So why don't you watch me in what I continue to do? As I continue to unseal the anchors and grant you a level of freedom you haven't had in eons, the enders of providence gazed at Noah coldly as they did not reply. Gaze upon the countless parallel paths and see out what actions do I take time and time again. Dense silence descended once more as a second later. The deep voice of reality bellowed out slowly and with solemnity, irregularity. You are not truly within any of the parallel paths. BOM. Providence surged as a shocking statement was uttered from the mouth of the third ender of providence as it transmitted the will of reality. What you see when you gaze upon the myriad paths and what I saw were mere reflections of yourself that exist only when focusing on the you that is here in your probabilities. When ignoring you and focusing on others, Noah Osmond is not prevalent in any parallel paths. His actions are not heard of. His accomplishments are non-existent. The gormandizing dimensional reality does not exist in any other parallel paths. Otherwise I would have simply attained it from countless possibilities. Irregularity. You were such a being as you seem to only be moving on this main path. Noah's origin shuddered as the integration with the source of Avalon was nearly affected. The words released were too unbelievable as reality itself asserted that he was not present in the myriad parallel paths. When he gazed at himself through, I am the main character. Or when being like Guinevere gazed back at his parallel self in the Avalon dimension, it was only a reflection of himself. If he was not focused on by those from this main path, nobody would be able to locate a Noah Osmond in the myriad of parallel paths. It was a set of information that caused many questions to rise as even Noah's mind was computing millions of thoughts at this juncture. His eyes retained their bright light of tyranny as after a few short seconds of solemnity, he shook his head while gazing back at the enders of nature sharply. It matters not. I've removed only 2 anchors as you have regained such a level of power that can likely overwhelm me if you so choose. When I remove a 3rd or 4th anchor. Won't you become even more powerful and reclaim a stupendous amount of authority? When all 9 anchors are released, can anyone in these barren lands even stand against you? Something with your grandiosity. Do you truly need to fear someone like me? If it is a matter of trust, have these enders remain here to watch and ascertain. My answer to you is that I will not cede control of what I have worked so hard to achieve, but you are always welcome to observe as I continue to aid you and stop the coming cataclysm. WAA, the quintessential Kainos Emperor remains standing on his radiant ground even in the face of the will of the barren lands, no matter what treasures and authority were dangled before his eyes. No matter what explosive knowledge or truth came out, the quintessential Kainos emperor did not waver. Chapter 2106 Extinction of Nature. You've had many enemies across eons. The voice of the quintessential Kainos emperor was resonant as he spoke fearlessly towards the four enders of providence. The atmosphere was tense without a proper pathway set to occur as Noah continued. Those within the main reality are your enemies, those outside of it in the dimensions are your enemies, and even those outside these barren lands are your enemies, with some of them even set to descend in the future to come. You are the very fabric of reality, and yet nobody is standing by your side. Why make yet another enemy when you could possibly have someone fighting for you after all these eons? You do not fight for the sake of reality. You did not remove the two anchors for anybody other than yourself, yes. But it still stands that it benefited you. It still stands that when I remove another anchor, you will once more regain greater levels of power. Even though it is for myself, it is also reality in the end that benefits. The will of the quintessential Kainos emperor was unshaken as at this moment, his vibrant body actually turned around and gazed at the hidden boundary of the gormandizing dimensional reality below him as his figure actually began to descend into it. Attack me in the gormandizing dimensional reality if you wish, or watch and observe as I remove anchors and you continue to elevate to greater heights. We have better things to do than go back and forth when in actuality, the goals we seek are the same. Shockingly, Noah turned his back and returned to the gormandizing dimensional reality as he left behind words that could be heard with astounding clarity for the endeds of nature. The gormandizing dimensional reality is open to you. Just know that the rulers of the sources I have bound are extended the banner of allies, as even though they were past rulers of anchors that bound you, they are now under me and will only be utilized to further achieve my aims, against an unprecedented nexus event and possible threat against the very fabric of reality. The quintessential Kainos emperor said what he had to say as he promptly returned back to his abode. The four enders gazed at this sight with sharp eyes as the fabric of space around them trembled. The folds of space became twisted and torn as soon after it ripped apart to reveal multiple more terrifying auras of enders of nature as at their forefront. An ender that looked to be an ancient species of beast from the Age of Power could be seen. Its body looked like a chimera of a draconian Chilean phoenix as it swirled with three absolute fundamental authorities of entropy, manodynamics, and relativity. Its body shone with radiant blue, black, and purple fur and scales as 10 pairs of flaming aurora of wings burned on its back. It had pupils that looked like clusters of realities that flashed with power at this moment as it voiced out. Go! Cover it on all sides and keep watch. Behind it, 5 enders of relativity flew out and went towards the boundary of the gormandizing dimensional reality, another 5 enders of manodynamics and 5 of entropy also flying out as they seamlessly passed through the boundary. At the same time, the figure of Hyperion was released as his eyes regained their countenance, looking around with solemnity as his gaze came to land on the draconian Chilean phoenix that looked at him coldly and flicked his figure into the unique construct below them. You also keep watch, and remember the source you stemmed from. A terrifying development occurred as the will of reality had not even shown most of its terrific force. Or if Noah truly had chosen the path of fighting and mutual destruction, it would be hard to predict what would have unfolded. But now, 15 powerful enders of nature entered the bounds of the gormandizing dimensional reality as for the will of the barren lands. This location was more important than anything else currently. It could not rely on the irregularity alone if it could not gain control of the construct, and it had to guard it to make sure it wasn't destroyed. After all, it was one of a kind across the many parallel paths. The draconian Chilean phoenix that spoke coldly as its eyes filled with clusters of reality shone with pure white light as it commanded the 4 enders of providence before it. Cover its 4 directions as it traverses across the boundary between realities. Veil it with providence and prevent any apostates or sealers from discovering it. Keep an eye on the irregularity and any new authorities he attains. An austere development bloomed as a very hidden and fortified land was gradually becoming an impenetrable fortress. The auras hidden within it would be enough to cause some particularly powerful existences to turn somber. The draconian Chilean phoenix watched all this occur with coldness as being the first ender of nature to be reforged with 3 fundamental natural laws. Its power was mighty as its authority and responsibility were even more so, after achieving one of the possible results here, albeit one it didn't truly like. Its gaze turned towards a certain direction as it pierced across the veils of space. It stared towards the direction of none other than the main reality. Parallel paths, the sum of all probabilities that stemmed from major nexus events in the main path. The myriad of parallel paths are constantly transposed on each other, and at the same time there not as very few existences could gain access to them to view their parallel selves. Nor could they do anything more complex than viewing the parallel paths were different versions of probable realities that did not occur in the main path, existing alongside it, as with them others could extrapolate possible futures or try to better grasp possibilities with fate, destiny, or providence, and others. Well, they did much, much more. Chapter 2107, Extinction of Nature. 2. In the quantum dimension, in a region of a multicolored sea of quantum essence that stretched out endlessly, terrifying waves of power were felt within this sea as an object smaller than even a grain of sand held some of the most terrifying contenders of the current age within this circular domain. Being the location of the dimensional conclave is currently, an ender of providence was outside a pulsing rupture of space watching the chaos within, a chaos that held enders, dimensional rulers, tribunal rulers, and even bodies of the irregularity. The ender of providence watched all this as in her mind. Countless commands were sent out to the enders of entropy and mana, relativity, gravitation. Multiple enders of natural laws and fundamental natural laws weaved in. As many were directed towards Lilith and the rows of rulers behind her, towards the Empress and the tribunal rulers around her surrounded by legions of abominations, but even more were directed towards the quantum dimensional rulers. The reason for this was not the Mikado of old or the Mikado of strength, they were powerful to be the one of the two that guarded the pylon of ascension, but they still weren't the reason why two of the enders of entropy and mana surged towards them along with over a dozen other enders in tow. It was for none other than the visage of the insurmountable dimensional emperor, the being who had taken the lead in the dimensional conclave. Just what was his power? As he faced this unexpected situation, his calmness had already returned as his body released a wave of unique power, and a moment later, shirring, golden doorways began to open around him as from them, figures that looked exactly like him in form but had variations in their adornments appeared. Their eyes shone with the same triangular pupils as they held great power and purpose within them, their bodies lighting up with absolute quantum authority and multiple fundamental natural laws. As 10 of such figures shot out towards the ancient bestial bodies of enders of nature. They were not clones, they were existences that seemed exactly like Charlemagne but at the same time not, as these were his parallel selves that he had called out from parallel paths. It was a unique capability that someone in the Age of Destiny had expressed as a major part of his power that very few could replicate. It was something most rulers knew well because of the legends of this being, as when it was seen by all, Lilith was the one to erupt with unbound rage while bellowing out, "You dare, BOM!" Her figure ignored the enders of nature around her as she instantly turned onto a streak of light towards none other than Charlemagne. Charlemagne, who was currently not just using an ability similar to the existence that was hatred but exactly the same one without an ounce of fear. But this wasn't all. The body of Charlemagne that had called out his parallel selves breathed in as his chest expanded, his hand folding into a fist that he threw out to the space below him, a fist that seemed to be moving slowly, but as it moved across space, an incandescent glow of gray light began to build around this fist with great concentration. It was the light of nullity, BZZZT. Crack. It felt so immensely dense and concentrated, even more than the nullity beasts surrounding the tribunal rulers that also gazed over this direction with surprise and solemnity, their eyes and the eyes of all here only being able to catch his fist smashing onto the fabric of reality as soon after. Circular waves of nullity began to spread out with his fist at the center, waves of nullity that instantly erased all the surging authorities from all being in this space emanated out as the only authorities still raging were from mana dynamics, and before the shocking dust could even settle to allow others to react, the interminable gaze of Charlemagne released splendorous light as his fist unfolded and turned into a palm. A palm that he brought to cover the left side of his chest as his body began to illuminate with an indescribable light, a light that formed into rays of terrifying lights as with his figure at the center, countless rays of obsidian green essence that very few were familiar with emanated from him and targeted all those labeled as enemies by him. It was a shocking show of power, a power that seemed to far exceed the upper tier of beings as fearlessly. Charlemagne targeted all enemies here himself, parallel selves, nullity, and the absolute authority of poison that was utilized by the true emperor of the Age of Terror. Charlemagne felt all of these coursing within his body as he released it all without a delay, his eyes cold and calculating, as even if reality itself stood before him he would not falter. But of course, reality was still a fortress to tackle, as he didn't need to expend all his strength on it now. So while the innumerable rays of absolute authority of poison emanated from him and all nearby enemy rulers tried to defend, he called out once more, "Age of Haven, HUUM." Abstruse and immense power from a past age filled him once again, his body swirling with four foreign essences as his figure turned into particles of pure light, particles of light that were so fast that he instantly appeared behind Lilith's enraged figure, his hands pulsing with nullity as they slashed down with great killing intent. bzzzt. Time was moving extremely slowly as shockingly, Lilith did not even turn around as her butterfly-like wings that had bloomed behind her fluttered with a spatial light, her figure instantly becoming displaced as in her place an incredulous and confused Nibelheim dimensional ruler appeared, before he could even ascertain what was happening. The hand of Charlemagne pulsing with nullity smashed down as the aspects of existence of this dimensional ruler trembled. It was a wraith-lich emperor whose incorporated body wheezed with fear at this moment as it felt its multiple lines of integration to Nibelheim, gravity, polarity, and weak nuclear force all become shredded in desegregation in a mere instant. The hand of Charlemagne then seemingly enlarged to cover everything about this ruler as it crushed down upon everything it enveloped. A life being snuffed out right after, an existence that had been integration with nature. Had fallen so easily as he had received tens of quadrillions of damage values that emptied his barrier vitality, and an instant desegregation of all integrated sources as nature was extinguished soon after. A dying light illuminated as a ruler fell. Charlemagne's figure being seen in this location as Lilith's displaced figure gazed forward with eyes of utter madness, a bellow rising from the depths of her soul as her forehead split open to reveal a terrifying crimson demonic eye. An eye that pulsed with wonder as an instant later, 3 crimson portals opened to reveal the figures of undead Emperor Foam and other fantastical amalgamations of undead that had the auras of rulers. It was a breathtaking scene to see amidst the dimensional conclave that had become one of utmost chaos. Dimensional rulers began to fall as nature itself was extinguished. Too many beings were involved in moving as amidst all of this, very few were paying attention to the forces of Dream and Avalon that had also begun to move at this moment. Chapter 2108 Extinction of Nature. 3. The current battlefield was filled with monsters, genuine and increasingly terrifying monsters that at the very peak, one of them was casually releasing attacks that could evaporate average nature integration realm existences within an instant, their integrated laws being desegregated and their bodies destroyed soon after. And while this being did this, his parallel selves were also moving against other rulers and enders as they stood toe-to-toe with them or even overpowered them in aura. Then, there was a demoness that was currently enraged while 3 undead nature integration existences surged beside her, to even dare to use his legacy? You are not worthy, her body resonated with undead Emperor Fong and the other 2 undead emperors beside her, drawing upon their authority as it surged into the crimson eye on her forehead and kept her on the same level as her attacker Charlemagne, the existence that would not be denied what he wished for. He attained shocking speed that only the fastest true emperor from the Age of Haven was famous for, his figure constantly staying at Lilith's tail as his parallel selves focused on the other parties he needed to scrutinize. At this juncture in this increasingly chaotic battlefield, one of his parallel selves gazed towards the Dream and Avalon dimensional rulers, and his eyes became ever sharper as these beings were being wrapped in a silvery spatial light while surging towards the only exit that was the ruptured space amidst the quantum rings, the only exit that had enders of reality blocking in and continuing to pour more of their forces through. Charlemagne looked at the scene and snorted as one of his parallel selves began to surge towards the 2 parties. He expected them to be held back greatly by the enders of nature as thereafter, he wanted to focus on capturing a few beings in particular. One of them was the newly crowned Imperius Avalonis whom all the Avalonian dimensional rulers listened to, the other one was the newly appearing Dream dimensional ruler that also fell under suspicion, Charlemagne wishing to put all these suspicions to rest as he surged towards them with purpose. That was until moments later. His eyes shone with incredulity and surprise as the interference he expected from the enders of nature along with the chaotic battle where they fought for their lives. While trying to escape did not occur, he instead saw the Avalon and Dream dimensional rulers with confidence completely wrapping their authority around enhancing their speed in spatial waves of light as they actually passed the enders of nature as if they did not exist. The terrifying enders of nature with their vibrant bestial forms also didn't pay any heed to them as they continued surging inwards towards the abominations and tribunal rulers as well as Charlemagne's forces. It was a shocking scene as even some of the Dream and Avalon and dimensional rulers seemed surprised that things were playing out in this manner. With the one wielding the sword of Avalon at the forefront as one by one they disappeared into the ruptured ring of light as the ender of Providence that stood at the very center of it only spared them a cold glance while continuing to watch the chaotic battle unfolding within. This unbelievable scene was caught by the eyes of many. The most important ones being Lilith, Charlemagne, and the tribunal rulers, the latter groups instantly becoming somber as in their minds, the act of the enders of nature utterly ignoring the 2 groups of dimensional rulers that had their anchors lifted from the desolate mausoleum meant only a single thing. That these beings had defected under the banner of reality is somehow it was reality itself that had gained enough power to begin lifting the anchors with the aid of these rulers. The genuine possibility that the very fabric of reality was the dimensional animicus rose in their hearts at this moment, although in the mind of Lilith, who was convinced of the identity of the dimensional animicus, she only gained a greater level of shock as she attached even more importance to the irregular that she knew much more than others here. At this juncture, the figure of Charlemagne released a dazzling wave of power as while chasing Lilith, his main visage bellowed out, "The will of reality is behind the disappearance of the two anchors. Find the Dream and Avalon dimensional rulers and you shall find the two anchors." Entropy surged as in a chaotic battle with combatants that could easily wipe out average nature integration realm existences. Noah had conducted a single move that changed many things. One of the major changes was the most powerful enemies had now placed the target of the dimensional animicus on none other than reality. Their already valid suspicions of the Dream and Avalon dimensional rulers were also affirmed. As Charlemagne was not given the chance to search any souls, Noah had taken this option away as he instead took his Avalon and the Dream dimensional chassis to safety. As the moment this was accomplished, another change occurred in the rapture that the Ender of Providence guarded. The aura of a true sanguine clone appeared, as even though Noah couldn't jeopardize the Avalon and the Dream dimensional chassis as they were too important, he also could not miss out on such an enormous Nexus event that had large clusters of loot along with its intense dangers. So a true sanguine clone was sent forth, and at this moment, time slowed and nearly came to a stop in his eyes. Time slowed as he did something he had done a few times before. He stopped an instant, and he stretched it out as much as possible with the time dilation effect of the dimensional Holy Land in his own mind that could compute countless thoughts within a moment. The events of the dimensional conclave and the abundantly powerful existences within it seemingly came to a stop as his perspective entirely shifted to his main body. Chapter 2109, A Moment in Time. Noah's eyes were turned upwards as he gazed at the wonders he had contributed to. He breathed out calmly as he reflected on the precipice he stood on right now, where a large portion of his actions were always done with the ideology of only moving forward. Yet he had truly arrived at a grand point in time, as even if it wasn't normally registered in his mind after it had been warped from him dreaming for millions of years and everything else he went through. He had arrived at a place others could not even imagine. This was exemplified greatly by the scene that he currently looked at. Across the folds of space from the dimensional Holy Land his main body had relocated to, he could see the outline of an Ender of Nature stationed inside the gormandizing dimensional reality, albeit near its boundary. As it spread its aura out and gazed both afar and within, there were multiple Enders like it spread out across the boundary of the gormandizing dimensional reality, as there were even 4 Enders of Providence in all 4 directions, actively releasing an imperceptible golden veil over this whole construct. This was the precipice he had arrived at, where someone within less than 2 years, from a life of normalcy on a blue planet, he was now communicating and tangling with the very fabric of reality. It was surreal to see, as even for him who rarely looked back and only continued to forge forward, he was brought to a stop. But even this reflection could not last long, because as much as he could look at where he was then and the place he had arrived now, the present was always ever changing, as all of these accomplishments, they could all be taken away if he was not careful enough. So his path had to be clear in his mind, as he stared out into the expanse of the gormandizing dimensional reality and felt the successful binding of the source of Avalon to him and the grand changes it caused as his body erupted into incandescent waves of light. He affirmed many plans and possibilities. The most important thing he sought was power. But on the side of binding sources of Decreta, he had to bring it to a halt after Avalon, as too many uncertainties were arising with his actions. He was strengthening his enemies at a greater pace than himself every time he pulled out an anchor, as even reality itself was strengthened to an alarming degree. The rulers that had lived for billions and trillions of years had too strong of a foundation and had already bound multiple natural laws. The foundation of reality didn't even need to be mentioned, as it showed its prowess in the recent day. But what about him? He had only bound 2 sources of nature and no natural laws as his foundation. Even though it was robust, it was still much lesser than the strongest beings, and this was only logical and natural, as ridiculously, it had only been around a week since Noah jumped from the firmaments of ascendancy and into the stage of nature integration. Even his refinement of emperor bones, organs, and musculature was only coming to completion now, as it was propelled upwards with the constant boosts in power his aspects of existence experienced. But he needed a more robust foundation. He needed to integrate with natural laws so he could truly enjoy the boosts of the removal of anchors just like everyone else, because the power of beings like Charlemagne and Lilith was reaching destructive and unimaginable levels, and they would only continue to rise as time passed. And when it came to binding the sources of reality, there should be enough of an accumulated source for 3 natural laws or possibly one fundamental natural law. Currently, Master, the voice of the gourmandizing dimensional reality rang out in his mind as the pathway to binding natural laws was already laid out. He had to simply bind these sources of nature that were pervasive across the fabric of reality. And he had swallowed enough of reality to slowly build up a source that the enders of nature themselves saw when they first appeared. They had seen the sources of Avalon and Dream within the gourmandizing dimensional reality, as well as a budding source of this unique construct itself. A source that had only continued to grow in power as for Noah to bind more and more natural laws. He only needed to devour more of the fabric of reality. It wasn't just the realities in the desolate mausoleum, even the dimensions were part of reality as natural laws affected them as well. And the source of the gourmandizing dimensional reality had been greatly strengthened when Dream and Avalon dimensions were assimilated into it, and Noah had attained enough of a source of reality, even if it was a minuscule portion of it, to bind some laws to himself. This would be a part of his strength as to survive on a battlefield where beings like the Empress, Lilith, and Charlemagne moved in. Noah would need even greater sources of power, enough to withstand tens of quadrillions of damage values safely while dishing out something similar. So in this instant that was stretched out into an extended period of time for him, a lot had to be done for him to begin the design of the next form of the quintessential Emperor's annihilation techniques, empower everything that can be empowered. Fuse all ascendant edicts into the stanchions. Space began to vibrate with splendor as his origin began to move, his origin that along with his body and soul were currently undergoing their own unfinished changes brought by the integration of the source of dreams in Avalon. As for the natural law to bind. You mentioned the word probably when talking about fundamental natural laws. Yes, Master. You would not be able to attain true and full integration as fundamental natural laws are too pervasively connected to the fabric of reality and cannot have their entire source contained within me. I might only be able to give you a semblance of control, but it will not be as profound as the sources of dimensions. Things would never be made so easy for him as his eyes shone with brightness at these words, his will ringing out again. No matter, we shall see what comes of it. Begin with the integration of mana dynamics. His body was already surrounded by surging waves of radiant light. But they seemed to always increase in concentration and grandeur as Noah sought to boost himself in order to survive against some of the strongest beings within the barren lands. Chapter 21:10 A moment in time. 2. Every single one of his actions came with purpose as they all went towards making him progressively more powerful as he accumulated grander and grander levels of authority. As Noah finished putting together ascendant edicts into his stanchions and began the process of integrating with the fundamental natural law of mana dynamics, he looked at the result of the grand action of integrating with the source of Avalon that came with its own wonders. The source of Avalon has been opened. The source of Avalon has been bound by the quintessential Kainos Emperor. Another quintessential action has been taken. Your authority as an emperor of this age quintessentially increases. Your authority as an emperor of this age quintessentially increases. Boundlessly radiant prompts had come down over the past few seconds as the gourmandizing dimensional reality had taken the task of bearing the weight of yet another source for him while he bound it to himself. With this source as well. Noah's will instantly connected to it as he saw the dozens of rulers integrated with it, once more choosing those that Providence did not warn him about as the targets for neural encroachment. You have integrated your will into another nature as you gaze upon the profundity of Avalon. You can freely utilize absolute Avalon authority to the extent that your soul can bear. The augmentation from the source of Avalon has been greatly elevated. You have gained an unprecedented level of control over the source of Avalon and those it is bound to. Similar prompts to when he bound the source of dreams arose as when he focused on the details of the decretum itself. He saw the augmentations of 5000% augmentation to true damage values, true defense values, and true vitality values, along with the 75% nullification whenever he received attacks containing either the essence of Avalon or the absolute Avalon authority. But the decretum of Avalon carried something extra similar to how the decretum of dreams had its own uniqueness of the dream of the oniric. It was a particularly dazzling excerpt from the description of Avalon, decretum of Avalon, : With absolute Avalon authority, you can form the absolute Avalon clone that can negate all incoming true dimensional Avalon damage values, or you can utilize absolute Avalon authority to wrap around you in a protective shield that can also negate all incoming true dimensional Avalon damage values. Every decretum had its perks. Avalon's perk was complete dominance, as Noah knew this to be uniquely applicable to him, with those who did not bind the source like him only enjoying 90% nullification. If they enact an absolute Avalon clone or spend large reserves of absolute Avalon authority that he could now use endlessly to the extent his soul could bear. All these were just part of the major gains from Avalon. What was even greater was something that Noah had come across when he first bound the source of dreams as well, only this time quantifiable results were shown as his body began to glitter with a pure milky white gold light. Due to the integration with the source of dreams in Avalon, your aspects of existence have accelerated their transformation to reach a higher stage. The light was profound and full of roaring calm, tearing across his body this whole time, as its presence was enough to cause a domino effect on many things. All of your bones, organs, and musculature have attained the emperor state. An austere symphony of revelation and transformation played as his stellar main body changed his very surroundings to cause a sea of multicolored essences to bloom around him. His fair skin twinkled with the cosmic light of reality as it turned translucent sometimes, where one could occasionally see shining golden bones underneath the skin, along with musculature that was taut with the allure of crimson gold light. Thump. The beat of his heart caused crimson, gold, and blue glimmering blood of mana and power to surge across every part of him as his organs were suffused with rainbow-colored resplendence, his pupils spinning like cosmos in his eyes as his whole body seemed an ancient celestial treasure undergoing forging. Your constitution can now more easily integrate with nature. You have exceeded the mythical paragon's emperor foundation and attained a foundation in the upper ranks in this age. You are the third to attain the distinction of a type of a quintessential emperor foundation. Your authority as an emperor of this age significantly decreases. Noah's luminous eyes flashed with a tyrannical authority at this last prompt as he continued on. Regardless, your robust foundation has greatly affected your physique, with each cycle of the quintessential natural-born infinite mana physique now granting 3000 base true damage and defense values, 150 million units to the maximum. Essence reserves the essence of all established dimensions, and the capability to withstand 12 quintessential dimensional infinite reality passages. His body had become tough and robust as his life force. It was so dense. The vitality ecritures are now produced from your emperor bones, musculature, and organs at a pace 1,000 times faster than the usage of the essence of reality. The total number of vitality ecritures after the recent transformation is 15,000. Weaved at the very depths of his blood cells, vibrant green ecritures of vitality glimmered with glory as they elevated his life force to even greater levels. But this wasn't the extent of the transformation brought about through the integration of the sources of dreams in Avalon. The transformation to his aspects of existence was something much greater that granted him. Your existence has been elevated. The authority accessible to the true emperor of an age is becoming quantified under your gaze. Utilization of it is possible when the distinction of your existence elevates even further. The authority accessible to the true emperor of an age, for the age of quintessence it was quintessential kainos authority that Noah had been reading over and over again on it being greatly increased, significantly increased, or quintessentially increased. It was the crown and throne above him that was still forming even now. This authority could also be utilized. Chapter 21:11 A moment in time. 3. In a raging multicolored sea of essence, Noah's will focused on the crown and throne above him as the surging grandeur and authority of these constructs he had looked at many times. They seemed to be getting more clear under his gaze, an authority that could be molded by true emperors. How infinitely close was Noah to this stage that he could now quantify this authority? There were many questions about it, but its quantification was just beginning as Noah would have to wait before he could even see how it could be utilized. As he marveled at this, the transformation hastened other changes within his body as the multicolored pillars of light that connected his dimensional layers began to suffuse with light. The ascendancy stanchions were next to release grand light as Noah was successful in filling each one with ascendant taboo edicts, their comprehensive boosts becoming ever greater as the augmentations it granted Noah rose higher. For every 10 ascendancy stanchions resonated within your origin to achieve the strongest quintessential true form, the base and additional multiplier of 30,000 total is granted for your damage and defense values, from 15,000 augmentation per 10 ascendancy stanchions. The number was doubled as Noah continued to scale upwards with his power. At this moment in time, he was also doing one of the most important things yet, the integration of a fundamental natural law. His body was already covered with countless radiant rays of colors, but the allure of blue never left him as his gourmandizing dimensional reality had already begun the process of integrating with mana dynamics. The source being utilized was the source accumulated in the gourmandizing dimensional reality itself. So this process was actually much easier than even the integration with the source of dreams in Avalon, even if Noah couldn't achieve the same complete integration. Glorious symphony played as his heart of mana began to radiate glory. as his very vessels glimmered cerulean blue while the space around him was forcefully altered as all multicolored essences transformed and because painted with a gorgeous cerulean radiance. An incandescent color of blue that showed accumulating absolute mana authority and represented something grand, far away from Noah's position, within the main reality. A massive and dense swirling mass of the essence of natural laws formed into a pillar of light stretching out for an unknown number of light years. It was the main emperor domain of nature that sat at the very center of the main reality. Within it, terrifying auras of the strongest primordials dwelled as the true bodies of multiple tribunal rulers would even occasionally be in this location. The current number of tribunal rulers within was unknown, with the vast area calm with the swirling waves of essence that only continued to increase in density due to another anchor being removed. At such a time, near the outskirts of this central domain of nature, BZZT, a spatial crack silently formed as the distinguished visage of a draconian Chilean phoenix emerged while emanating absolutely no waves of power. Blue, black, and golden flames covered its glorious body as its scales and feathers couldn't be clearly seen, its vibrant pupils arriving at this domain but turning around soon after to gaze opposite to it, towards a faraway construct that it had left multiple enders of nature to watch and protect. Her gaze was piercing across the layers of space and gazing at the gourmandizing dimensional reality as it felt a shocking change. He has begun. Brilliance shone within its eyes as they shone with utmost coldness. Her gaze returning to the emperor domain of nature before her as she placed her claws on its swirling outer layer. The appearance of the ender of nature here was only natural as she was born from the very source of mana dynamics, entropy, and providence that swirled with most concentration in this domain of nature, and now, with the aid of reality, HONG. The massive and vast stretch of the emerald domain of nature trembled as its swirling mass of essence momentarily came to a halt. Reality was always there pervasively, and it simply needed a conduit to conduct grand actions. A halt of the biggest domain of nature. Was a terrifying phenomenon as this was a location of dense essence that held a significant amount of the source of reality at its absolute center. And yet it came to a halt at this moment as at this moment, multiple tribunal rulers remaining in this space burst out with their shocking wills that emanated great power, but the enemy this time was reality, and reality never moved unless it was absolutely certain of its actions. CRACK, like a piece of a puzzle breaking, the vast stretches of the domain of nature broke away from the main reality. Within its frozen space, multiple different essences of natural laws and fundamental natural laws lit up like bright fireworks as the fabric of space very quickly became twisted, a massive spatial singularity forming with the draconian Chilean phoenix at the center as this singularity began to shrink and fade. Before anyone could react, before the tribunal rulers training within could even make a move, a piece of reality was torn away as in an extremely short period of time, it disappeared. It was an unbelievable action and occurrence as the extent was too massive. There was a vibrant emerald domain of nature in one moment as in another. The void of the boundary between realities appeared at the very center of the main reality, for shockingly resonant auras of tribunal rulers were within this space. As they locked onto the only other lifeform near them, their gazes only barely catching the draconian Chilean phoenix as it stared at them all with coldness before disappearing, reality had made its move today across many locations as at this moment in time. It actually acted against the main reality itself to remove a critical piece that made it. As for where this piece went, SHING, the fabric of reality trembled across the spacetime continuum as utilizing means other entities could not even fathom. A vast torn piece of reality was shuttled extremely vast distances to reach a single location. A location where one renowned personage was trying to bind a fundamental natural law unto himself, Hung, the gourmandizing dimensional reality began to tremble as a singularity holding something utterly massive began to bloom at its very center. It was a long-planned attack of reality in a way that other creatures could not even understand. Chapter 21:12 A Moment in Time. 4. A long-planned attack of reality in a way that other creatures could not even understand, an attack. But who truly was its target? The primordials had just lost a crucial piece of their power as a part of the fabric of the main reality was torn away, one that granted them a great edge over others across the eons. They were among the casualties on the path of war. But the tribunal rulers and the primordials. Were only that. They weren't the main target of this action. The gourmandizing dimensional reality trembled in a never-before-seen fashion as outside of it, the four enders of providence that had a golden film of light surrounding this construct had suddenly glimmered with grandeur. The thin golden layer they had spread out seemed to actually act as a conduit for a massive traversing singularity, a singularity that was taken across the spacetime continuum and directed into the center of the gourmandizing dimensional reality they were supposed to be shielding, and at the very center, it bloomed, within the dimensional Holy Land, It bloomed and covered everything with a maddening concentration of the essence of a myriad of natural laws and fundamental natural laws. Was this reality fully aligning with Noah and supporting him with such a grand gesture? The answer was shockingly in the opposite direction. Boom, a terrifying will spread out along with the blooming singularity that contained the main emperor domain of nature of the desolate mausoleum. The voice of the gourmandizing dimensional reality had rung out briefly before it was drowned in the raging swirls of the essence of natural laws. This emperor domain of nature was a crucial part of reality that held an extremely dense concentration of the will of reality, but even more so, it held dense concentrations of natural laws. But nothing was more concentrated and dense than two fundamental natural laws, in particular manodynamics and entropy, and in the dimensional Holy Land, Noah had been surrounded by the cerulean light of absolute mana authority as he integrated with the fundamental natural law of manodynamics through the gourmandizing dimensional reality. And when the singularity of the emperor domain of nature exploded, he was at its very center as an immense influx of the essence of manodynamics flooded into him and his connection with the gourmandizing dimensional reality. It was only natural, after all, it was exactly the natural law he was fusing with. But the only issue was that an extremely dense will had attached itself with shocking concentrations into the influx of the essence of manodynamics surging through Noah and his connection with the gourmandizing dimensional reality. It was the will of reality. It was the will that was still seeking control of this stupendous construct. It had plotted and planned as it acted at an absolutely opportune time, where the moment Noah began integrating with any natural laws, reality would have acted. It had tried to re-assimilate its source of nature from the gourmandizing dimensional reality and unto itself many times before, but the connection and binding this construct had with Noah was too dense as it could not re-assimilate anything. But if reality happened to gain access to this connection, if somehow its will could penetrate this connection at a crucial time with the permission of the being that bound this construct, an unbelievable symphony rose and played grandly. As this was exactly what had occurred, the fundamental natural law was too closely connected with reality, and reality used this to its advantage as at this juncture an unprecedented blade was pointed towards Noah and the gourmandizing dimensional reality. It was a blade that was infusing the will of reality through the line of connection between Noah and the gourmandizing dimensional reality while the source of manodynamics was trying to be bound. It was the perfect attack at a perfect time. At the center of it all, Noah's body that had been calm this entire time became the center of a storm as the instant all of this happened. His visage trembled as his eyes and mouth bellowed out in shock. He felt the shockingly ancient and unimaginably strong will of reality enter through with the very natural law he was trying to bind. This line of connection expanded greatly to the extent that if it was a thin thread before, it had become a massive pillar of a connection now. And in this expanded connection, the will of reality utilized it to surge into the very source of the gourmandizing dimensional reality that was binding manodynamics. It was a sure kill move. It was the most threatening move to Noah's hegemony as he didn't even have time to think, only acting on instinct as he bellowed out, "Oh!" A grand and bellowing cry that reverberated all around and caused the souls of all beings in the gourmandizing dimensional reality to tremble, a bellow that buzzed in the ears of the cold-faced enders of nature surrounding the gourmandizing dimensional reality, as well as the visage of the draconian Chilan phoenix that had appeared within the gourmandizing dimensional reality as well. It was a bellow that came from his very soul as the first instinct he had was to stop the process of integration to manodynamics. But the instant he was about to undertake that action, a source of reality has been bound by the quintessential Kainos Emperor. The source of manodynamics has been partially integrated into the source of the gourmandizing dimensional reality and the soul of the quintessential Kainos Emperor. A stupendously quintessential action has been taken. Your authority as an emperor of this age quintessentially increases. Your authority as an emperor of this age quintessentially increases. Your authority as an emperor of this age quintessentially increases. Grand prompts came down as their golden luster shone with an almost mocking grandiosity. Boom, a refulgence of grandeur exploded out as shockingly. The influx of the essence of manodynamics from none other than the main emperor domain of nature of the main reality was enough to instantly cause the integration Noah was seeking to complete, but this was a death sentence. Because all of this essence was painted with the will of reality that forcefully infused itself into the source of the gourmandizing dimensional reality and now fought a battle for supremacy. The will of reality moved to entirely control the construct that could allow for great changes in this age. And the quintessential Kainos Emperor turned absolutely livid as when one instinctual move didn't work he instantly tried another as the source of dreams and Avalon instantly surged under his command as absolute dream and Avalon authority began to senselessly leak out of him. Chapter 21:13 A Moment in Time. Under his command, the units of the Absolute Dream and Avalon Authority that he could utilize as much as he wanted to the extent that his soul could bear. Countless of such units erupted out as they carried Noah's will and the will of the gormandizing dimensional reality, Noah directing it all towards the source of the gormandizing dimensional reality where two wills were battling for supremacy. It was two wills, but frankly, the more ancient one and the one that had lived across countless eons was rapidly devouring the one that barely came to fruition recently. It was an extremely perilous juncture as a high-paced symphony rang out with haste. The influx of two new sources caused a brief and extremely momentary pause as sparks of singularities bloomed, Noah's livid figure barely being able to catch the communication of the gormandizing dimensional reality after it had been cut off before. Master, the will of reality is too potent. I need more of the source of reality to hold it at bay and push it out. More of the source of reality. What Noah and the gormandizing dimensional reality had been accumulating so far by swallowing realities in two dimensions. At these words, Noah's raging will acted on instinct once more as Absolute Dream Authority flourished. He wanted to do something, but would he really be left the chance to do it? When reality had planned so extensively and with such purpose, just as he began to move, the dazzling visage of the draconian Chilan Phoenix appeared in the dimensional Holy Land as its radiant figure shot out towards Noah's incandescent visage like a beam of judgment, and it was at this same moment that Noah bellowed out, infinite dream. When he had utilized this before, he had been able to segment his soul into a few hundred and then a few thousand portions into realities to dominate them and assimilate them into the gormandizing dimensional reality. But when he utilized it on this day, his figure radiated power and grandeur as hundreds of thousands of streaks of light shot out. Portions of his soul that would each seek a reality as in an instant, this number exploded past 1 million, and even more portions of souls still came out as each one was bathed with large reserves of Absolute Dream Authority. An authority that Noah put in place to make from dream and into reality only a single thing: speed. The quickest speed to have his portions of souls instantly release his will to dominate the beings and the loose consciousnesses of the emerging and prime realities he entered as they would be assimilated right after. The light of providence surged as from the dream dimension. Eowyn's figure that had been consolidating her power this whole time felt the shocking changes through her bond to Noah. Her figure rising up while erupting with Absolute Dream Authority as she surged towards the draconian Chilan Phoenix that was moving towards Noah, but the enemy this time was utterly terrifying. Her golden figure was instantly blindsided as a visage smashed into her like a meteor of light, a celestial titan shining with the aura of entropy appearing as it was one of the enders of entropy placed on the gormandizing dimensional reality to watch. Roar, it bellowed out towards Eowyn's figure that trembled at this moment as arcs of entropy crackled over her body, blood leaking from her mouth as her strength alone had not risen enough to match an ender like this, but she grit her teeth as Absolute Dream Authority bubbled forth around her. Her heart trembled with providence as even she knew a crucial time had come, where many things would be decided in the seconds to come. And even though she didn't have the strength, her golden hair whipped around madly as she surged forward to get past this ender with vibrant authority. Others like it and even more enders surged and surrounded the raging Holy Land that was now swirling with countless essences of natural laws. The emperal domain of nature fully bloomed at this moment as the concentration of essence in the gormandizing dimensional reality was reaching an utterly alarming level, and at this time, rivers of incandescent realities began to appear above the boundary of the gormandizing dimensional reality. They were wrapped with Absolute Dream Authority that was senselessly leaking from Noah's portion of soul, making an impossible feat of speed a possibility as these realities very quickly began to stack around the boundary of the gormandizing dimensional reality as their cosmos began to shoot down with grandeur. It was a shocking scene that was backed up by the authority of the quintessential Kainos Emperor as he sought to rapidly increase the accumulation of the source of reality for his construct. His soul cried out with glory as it bore the weight of utilizing an unknown number of units of Absolute Dream Authority, thousands of realities soon beginning to appear above the gormandizing dimensional reality as they disappeared into it silently. Their cosmos falling down like stars as for every new reality assimilated, the concentration of the source of reality under the gormandizing dimensional reality strengthened. A radiant light of splendor suffused the surroundings of the gormandizing dimensional reality as this process began, but it would not be left alone so simply. A draconian Chilan Phoenix neared the center of the dimensional Holy Land at this moment, the terrifying draconian Chilan Phoenix that could no doubt stand her ground against beings like Charlemagne neared Noah as her massive draconic claws burning with the golden flames of providence surged forward, their purpose not being to destroy as they were meant to contain. After all, the one who was still bound to the source of the gormandizing dimensional reality could not perish. The claws of the draconian Chilan phoenix were within grasp of Noah's visage when at this juncture, his livid eyes burning with pure plasma of mana turned towards it as the eyelids were shut firm since he had gone into slumber, yet his will was robust as even while slumbering in his infinite dream. He spoke out with tyranny, absolute authority, the newest feature of the gormandizing dimensional reality that allowed him to reject entry to all those he had bound the source of, and just now that he had bound one of the sources of reality, mana dynamics. It wasn't a complete binding, but it was binding nonetheless as the ender whose body was forged in three fundamental natural laws including mana dynamics. Its astounding visage came to a stop an inch away from Noah's figure that was bathed in quintessential light. Chapter 21:14 A Moment in Time. 6. The claws of the draconian Chilan phoenix were an inch away from Noah's blazing and livid visage as even in a slumber, his eyes burned with rage, his will gazed it into the cold eyes of this ender of nature as if he was gazing at the will of reality itself as his authority emanated out. You have disappointed me. Noah spoke out with eyes of wrath as even though he understood the stance of the main reality he could not agree and sympathize with it. No matter if it didn't trust and had been betrayed by its own people time and time again, for it to wage war against him, he understood history, he knew that for reality, it was only logical for it to seek control of the one thing that could change its fate as it knew its reliance on beings had failed time and time again. He knew that even though he understood himself in his heart and what he was doing was the best for reality, the will of reality was naturally not him as fully leaving its fate into the hands of another being was not ideal. He knew all this. Yes, he was still livid at its actions today as if he couldn't let his will be known peacefully, he would make it known tyrannically. He rejected the mana dynamics dwelling within the draconian Chilan phoenix through the feature of absolute authority as its body began to move backwards. Only a third of it was made up of an essence Noah could reject, but it was still a major part of its aspects of existence as its whole body was rejected from the gormandizing dimensional reality. Along with it, 5 enders of mana that were within the gormandizing dimensional reality were pushed out, only leaving behind enders from other sources that Noah could not yet reject, enders that neared the dimensional Holy Land and became bathed in its swirling waves of essence as they looked coldly towards Noah's slumbering figure that seemed more awake than ever. 5 enders of entropy came the closest at Noah as they didn't attack, with the only reason being the fact that reality knew this attack did not pan out with the best possible result for it. This was because at this juncture, tens of thousands of realities were stacking themselves atop the gormandizing dimensional reality as their cosmos shot down like starry stars. More and more fractions of the source of reality reinforcing the will of the gormandizing dimensional reality as the fight between it and the budding source had reached an impasse where it could not proceed. Instead, it even began to be pushed back as with the partially bound source of mana dynamics and the ever-increasing strength of the will of the gormandizing dimensional reality. This stupendous attack actually ended in a failure. Your disappointment means nothing to me. I only seek the best possible result and method to prevent cataclysm. Putting control in my hands naturally guarantees the best possible results as there is no reliance on the will of another entity. WAA, the will of reality emanated from the closest 5 enders of entropy as Noah's ancient slumbering visage replied coldly, I have tried the path of peace. I have told you that I do not wish for a war with the very same thing I am trying to save. Do you truly wish for destruction? The wrath in his voice was clear as reality replied right after, control has always been the only thing I seek. If I can gain it, this is the best possible result. If I cannot and the only pathway between destruction is through you continuing your path with the gormandizing dimensional reality, then so be it. Take this emperor domain of nature as a gift to further aid you in the gormandizing dimensional reality. But make no mistake, when you release another anchor and I recover more power. Or when any other opportunity presents itself for me to bid for control of this construct, I will take it. Past mistakes shall not be repeated again. Providence surged as reality made a promise. It would not stop vying for control as it wanted to rely on itself, the actions of the ancestors and primordials having truly warped reality as it solely wanted to rely on itself. But it was a logical construct. If it could not gain control, it would protect and aid the tool that would continue to unseal and elevate it, until the next time came that a chance presented itself. Foolish, BZZT, Noah's will bellowed out as the consequences of the emperor domain of nature settling in the dimensional Holy Land were just now unfolding. His boundless will of tyranny whipped around with glory as hundreds of thousands of points of light that were cosmos joined his reality. Every second, his voice emanating out with utmost coldness, let this serve as a warning as well as another look into my character. I shall gladly take this emperor domain of nature and devour your will in recompense. If and when you do try this again and ultimately fail, the price will be much higher. For now that your enders are no longer welcome in the gourmandizing dimensional reality, his crown and backbone of a throne shown as his quintessential kainos authority seemed palpable and ready to almost move under his beckoning. He didn't yet have the authority under absolute authority to kick them out, but this card had now been revealed to reality as it was partly the reason for its loss, with the claws of the draconian Chilan Phoenix not being able to reach him and disrupt his infinite dream. Due to this, now, he made his will known to reality as this unique will flashed in the eyes of the enders of entropy and other enders of nature. Their figures becoming warped in a spatial light as they disappeared and rematerialized outside of the boundary of the gourmandizing dimensional reality. It was a fantastical scene to witness at this moment in time as from afar, Eowyn's figure breathed a sigh of incredulity as she finally reached the dimensional Holy Land. Chapter 21:15 A moment in time. 7. Noah's slumbering will gazed at this coldly at the enders of nature outside the boundary of the gourmandizing dimensional reality as his wrath subsided. The actions of reality were logical and illogical at the same time. The desolate mausoleum and the 9 anchors. All of it had been warped over the years as the actions they followed could at times be unfathomable. But the action done today was enough to be considered a nexus event by itself. The main emperor domain of nature had been taken from the main reality and placed into Noah's home as the primordials had suffered a terrifying setback. It was an action that no doubt caused other branching parallel paths to form that involved all the possibilities of how things could have played out. But since the one involved was in existence who wasn't truly present in parallel paths, how exactly would these versions of realities look like? It was a question with no answer, as apart from primordials losing, there was Noah gaining a whole lot from this whole ordeal. This is unprecedented. The voice of Eowyn rang out as she wiped away the crimson gold blood on her lips while coming to stand by Noah's slumbering main body. This single action today had too many consequences, as even now, tens of thousands of realities were being assimilated as a certain source was being strengthened greatly, as the gourmandizing dimensional reality overpowered and assimilated the will of reality in its source. Its voice finally rang out again with clarity, Master. Enough fractions of the source of reality will have been attained to support the integration of 2 more fundamental natural laws or 6 natural laws by the end of the day. One of the boons revealed itself as the even bigger boons of partial binding of the fundamental natural law of mana dynamics had yet to fully reveal themselves, their prompts continuing as Noah's slumbering will gazed at them coldly. The integration of mana dynamics is causing a fundamental change in the heart of mana. The quintessential kainos mana circulation vessels are being elevated. With the elevation of the quintessential kainos mana circulation vessels as the framework, the quintessential natural-born infinite mana physique has undergone a fundamental elevation. Each cycle of the quintessential natural-born infinite mana physique now grants 6,000 base true damage and defense values, 300 million units to. The maximum essence reserves the essence of all established dimensions, the capability to withstand 18 quintessential dimensional infinite reality passages, and the capability of evolution as more cycles pass is retained. The quintessential natural-born infinite mana physique experienced yet another robust round of empowerment as it brought Noah to even greater levels, his damage values now after all the augmentations approaching tens of quadrillions, close to the numbers he saw from the terrifying beings within the dimensional conclave. As for the exact value, this could only be quantified when he tested it after all boosts settled. As for now, they still continued. This time, it was his heart, thump, the glorious heart of mana that redefined how Noah cast his abilities, shone with a starry blue luminosity as it pumped pure absolute mana authority through Noah's vessels, the heart of mana that could pay for any ability in full so long as its cost was less than 5 billion units of the essence of reality or 10 units of absolute authority. Or 50 billion units of dimensional essence or the essence of natural laws. It was an absolute connate reality engine that fundamentally changed Noah's fighting style and continued to allow him to spam shocking abilities freely, and now, its radiance was utterly blinding as it was elevated even further. The heart of mana, born from a mutation of the quintessential Kainos Emperor and his authority as an infinite conduit, it was brought to fruition by mana dynamics and bathed in its fundamental absolute authority to bring about something unique. It has been further strengthened by the integration of the fundamental natural law of mana dynamics into the quintessential Kainos Emperor. This integration allowing for even greater levels of reality alterations to arise, especially on the aspect of mana. At its current stage, the heart of mana shall pay all the resource costs of skills requiring less than 30 units of absolute decreta and natural law authority, 20 billion units of the essence of reality, 200 billion units of the essence of decreta and natural laws, and grant an alteration of an unlimited usage of the essence for concepts below natural laws. When exceeding the set numerical boundaries, the heart of mana shall pay 75% of the cost of the castability. As with this absolute connate reality engine, resources are bound to not be a problem for you. It has resonated with your vessels as the efficiency of essence has been optimized to greater levels, increasing your true reality cast and attack speed values by 50,000%. Its numerical boundaries can be exceeded and changed depending on your own power as the heart of mana is nearing its final form, grandiosity. In the midst of swirling essences of natural laws, the color blue greatly won in denseness and concentration as Noah's body became even more quintessential. This was just part of the boons brought by reality's actions and allowing Noah to have the instant integration with mana dynamics. The details for integrating this source itself were yet to be quantified due to Noah's soul being in a slumber and stretched out into millions of portions where he wasn't able to fully feel the source of mana dynamics within the source of the gourmandizing dimensional reality, as its percentage augmentations were bound to be astonishing. But among the many changes, the placement of the main emperor domain of nature into the center of his dimensional reality now meant he could begin comprehending and understand all natural laws from now on, and the assimilation of even more concentrations of the fabric of reality meant only one thing. The features of the gourmandizing dimensional reality are also undergoing elevation with the continued accumulation of the source of reality. The dimensional Holy Land is currently morphing into the dimensional emperor domain that contains an abundant amount of essence of multiple natural laws and decreta. The dimensional reality system is undergoing elevation. Chapter 21:16 A Moment in Time. 8. The moment stretched out in time had many unexpected things occur as it neared its end. This was because Noah knew he was reaching a sufficient level to survive the shocking battles unfolding, and this was affirmed by nothing else than the boons he had set out to attain when he first began this moment in time, as well as the unexpected boons that came due to the actions of reality. The dimensional Holy Land was transforming into the dimensional emperor domain of nature that contained multiple natural laws and decreta, this making many things possible as the influx of new natural laws was now an inevitability, as well as the continual increase in understanding of the current laws Noah held. The other dot was the all-around elevation of the gourmandizing dimensional reality as its source of reality was being increased rapidly, more and more realities still coming down at this moment as Noah continued his infinite dream. When hundreds of thousands of portions of his soul returned, he didn't accept them back into his body as he sent them out again for the same task. It was a terrifying direction he chose to take, as this would soon put a strain on his soul with how much absolute authority he was spending, but he still felt okay at this juncture, so he continued, which caused the gourmandizing dimensional reality to grow in wonders, which caused the dimensional reality system to reach another stage. Its first stage could dish out 1 quadrillion, as in its description, it was stated that future increases in its output would increase exponentially. It wouldn't just be a doubling of 1 quadrillion to 2, as Noah's tyrannical will gazed upon its grandeur at this juncture. Dimensional reality system, a weaponized form of the gourmandizing dimensional reality in the shape of a spear. It holds the weight of the accumulated realities and dimensions within the gourmandizing dimensional reality, as it has transcended any augmentations from outside sources, with a single swing from it being able to currently release an output of 25 quadrillion quintessential damage values. Wielding it for the quintessential Kainos Emperor is akin to an extension of his will, as no resource requirement is required. 25 quadrillion quintessential damage values with every swing, no resource cost. This was what the weight of the gourmandizing dimensional reality could do at its early stages. But what Noah truly looked forward to was him swinging the equivalent weight of all dimensions and all of the fabric of reality. Now that would be truly grand, as his enemies could only despair. But apart from the Ziston and other features of the gourmandizing dimensional reality elevating, there was still the crucial integration of mana dynamics that had granted transformations to the heart of mana, among others. But what exactly was its boon after the partial integration with Noah? Fundamental natural law, mana dynamics, a ruling authority that governs the absolute workings of reality. Understanding it to completion means comprehending this aspect of reality, as you can easily influence it in an unimaginable manner. After the partial binding of the source of mana dynamics, the current boosts are elevated to 15,000% augmentation to all essence reserves, essence exchange value, true damage values, true defense values, and true vitality values. With the partial binding of this source, you have come closer to understanding the undefined authority as you have unlocked quintessential nature resonance. The more keys of reality you bind to yourself, the greater your quintessential natural resonance value becomes and the closer you come to the understanding and utilization of the undefined absolute authority. The cerulean sea of essence around Noah surged as his soul reacted to the ridiculous wonders. As well as something new, quintessential nature resonance. Noah's will focused on this new construct right away as new details arose. Quintessential nature resonance, you have begun integrating with nature as the sources bound to you resonate at the depths of your soul to grant a resonance value. This resonance value will augment your defense, damage, vitality, resource. All values under you after all other augmentations have been accounted for. The greater the resonance value, the greater power you can exert through nature. Current resonance value 0.15, Dream 0.025, Avalon. 0.25, Mana Dynamics 0.1, a new form of a multiplicative augmentation to Noah's already impressive roster. To fully understand just what this seemingly small value actually signified, we have to look at Noah's current damage value, which had been elevated by tens of quadrillions. His base values came from his 6 fully saturated dimensional realities in his origin, the values from his quintessential natural-born infinite mana physique, and a few other smaller sources, and then all these values were multiplied by the augmentations from his throne of quintessential tyranny, the ascendancy stanchions, and lastly the decreta and natural laws. The above-mentioned augmentations were 3 multipliers. When multiplying his base values and these multipliers, Noah's damage value output exceeded 50 quadrillion and was in fact teetering at a value of 52 quadrillion. Now, a 4th multiplier apart from the throne of quintessential tyranny, the ascendancy stanchions, and the augmentations from decreta and natural laws came. It was the quintessential nature resonance value of 0.15. After all the prior augmentations, Noah's damage value of 52 quadrillion was elevated even further by the resonance value of 0.15 as his true output now became 59.8 quadrillion, and this resonance was just coming from the integration to Mana Dynamics, Dream, and Avalon. When he added more decreta and laws in the future, the resonance value would continue rising as his power would also elevate even higher. His will calmed after being disrupted by reality's actions as he gazed at everything. The assimilation of hundreds of thousands of realities continued as his gourmandizing dimensional reality continued to strengthen. He could bind 2 more fundamental natural laws or 6 natural laws as with the words of reality that it would always continue seeking control. Noah had to be careful whenever he bound new sources of nature, but as he finished his preparations now, his slumbering will still in the middle of an infinite dream bellowed out authoritatively, begin the integration of providence. He forged forward fearlessly as he would like to see reality try something similar while the source of the gourmandizing dimensional reality was continuing to get strengthened. Author's notes, breakdown of Noah damage value, courtesy of Banra. Breakdowns of defense, vitality, and other values can also be located in the privileged spoiler channel of our Discord, __base damage __. 6 saturated paramount Kainos dimensional realities equals 6,080,000 TDV. Quintessential natural-born mana physique equals 170 completed physique refinement cycles. 6,000 TDV per completed physique refinement cycle equals 1,020,000 TDV. Eyes of the tripupilled Kainos Emperor equals 5,000 TDV. Taboo Lethes, Oblivion equals 100 TDV. Quasi-taboo relics equals 25 TDV. Total base damage calculation 6,080,000 TDV, 1,020,000 TDV, 5,000 TDV, 100 TDV, 25 TDV equals 7,105,125 TDV. Multipliers Throne of quintessential tyranny equals 5x. Ascendant quintessential Kainos Emperor true form equals 4, 507, 500x. Fundamental natural laws, Decreta equals 0.177x from gravitation, 0.165x from polarity, 150x from mana dynamics, 3x from entropy, 30x from providence, 60x from dream, 5x from prana, 60x from Avalon, 5x from mirror, 5x from Apollyon, 5x from Nibelheim, 1x equals 324.342x. Total multiplier calculation 5x 4, 507, 500x 324. 342x equals 7309, 857, 825x, total TDV calculation, 6,080,000 TDV, 1,020,000 TDV, 5,000 TDV, 100 TDV, 25 TDV, equals 7,105,125 TdV7 309, 857, 825 x equals 51,937,453,578,853,125 true dimensional damage values. Chapter 21:17 A moment in time. 9. Reality had stated that it would always bid for control whenever another chance arose, so just the integration of another natural law where Noah was prepared might not be an event that reality considered an opportunity. It would try to hit Noah when he least expected it, just like the initial try with the transportation of the main temporal domain of nature. This was why he forged forward without fear as he finished his preparations. He was ready to have his true sanguine clone make a move in the quantum dimension as the last piece of the puzzle before he fully participated in this battle was the formation of an ability, the fifth form of the quintessential Emperor's annihilation technique. The third and fourth forms were respectively the magistracy of the apocalyptic blitzkrieg and the beacon of thorny consecration as the fifth form that was being designed this whole time. It was at its completion. Its design had to be even more special than the prior abilities, and the mixture of skills did not disappoint as a wondrous ability was born. Quintessential Emperor's annihilation technique fifth form, an amalgamation of 6 abilities of the Assassin Emperor of Severance, the Saintess of Fiery Damnation, Domain of Apocalypse, Bloodfiend, Incarnation of Fire, and Ashes to Ashes, Dust to Dust. It has brought to fruition the ability of quintessential singularity ignition that releases a manifestation of your blood and will into raging flames around your body, flames that are made up of miniaturized modified engines of the magistracy of the apocalyptic blitzkriegs that will latch and burn upon contact. When active, your body becomes a singularity of flames as you can affect the laws of the spacetime continuum around you, being able to release a barrage of enemies on enemies from afar or gravitate your enemies towards you to burn even closer. When receiving damage from any source while this ability is active, there is a 50% chance to release a burst of quintessential retribution that releases damage values equivalent to 50% of your maximum possible damage value output. All enemies that are damaged through this skill will be affected by the Bleeding Flames reality-altering affix, where the target will bleed quintessential flames that can spread around their bodies to deal 50% of the maximum damage output of the skill every microsecond until the flames are extinguished. When an enemy dies to quintessential singularity ignition, their corpse will automatically explode to deal 200% of the skill's initial damage output. The final output damage value of this ability is set to a minimum of 10 quadrillion true dimensional damage values after accounting for your base boosts and multipliers. The minimum damage can change and fluctuate in the future depending on your own base damage values and multipliers. Cost to cast: 10 billion units of the essence of reality and 10,000 trillion mana. Cost to keep active past 5 microseconds: 1 billion million units of the essence of reality every microsecond. A grand ability, an ability that loosely allowed him to turn his body into a singularity of flames after he incorporated the Saintess of Fiery Damnation and Incarnation of Fire that stemmed from a long untouched skill tree of the Herald of Fire. These two abilities, along with the prior ones utilized to make the magistracy of the apocalyptic blitzkrieg, allowed for Noah to birth quintessential singularity ignition as flames made up of countless miniaturized magistracy of the apocalyptic blitzkriegs were born. Quintessential singularity ignition that came with multiple reality-altering concepts that would cause great headaches to Noah's enemies. This was the fifth form of the quintessential Emperor's annihilation techniques, and it didn't mean Noah had to use it alone. He was keeping the beacon of thorny consecration active as the heart of mana paid the price for it. He could also call down the massive blue domain of the magistracy of the apocalyptic blitzkrieg whenever he wished. He could then call down the quintessential singularity ignition as his enemies. Oh, they were in for a surprise. With this, he left ready. He was now ready to go as he finished off all preparations by giving one last gaze of his will over the dimensional emperor domain of nature. Other boons from the actions of reality had yet to show their true effect, as when the main emperor domain of nature exploded in the dimensional Holy Land, the forging process for the elevation of ruination and the primordial disk was still ongoing. The sudden surge of the essence of a myriad of natural laws had been drawn into the blacksmith's forge and tainted the process of forging with a dense infusion of natural laws and fundamental natural laws to the extent that Noah himself could not fathom what changes this would bring. He would only know with time, as alone with the integration with Providence, Noah left behind some more commands as the moment in time was about to end, absorb the essences of foreign natural laws and fundamental natural laws. Focus on increasing understanding of gravity and polarity. And let us bring entropy to completion. He had many cards up his sleeves. He had enough quintessential Kainos natural decretum seeds. he had loot from nullity beasts that would be getting utilized, and he was about to gain even more of such loot in the quantum dimension. He had many things that he was simultaneously doing while he revealed himself in the quantum dimension. In his mind, the flow of time began to change, even while in slumber with his main body. His perspective switched to the true sanguine clone in the opening rift of the quantum rings, while in the gormandizing dimensional reality, the bodies of the Avalon and Dream dimensional rulers that had escaped from this location were just now arriving. They would get to view the battle occurring here through the eyes of Noah's dimensional chassis. As for now, essence began to vibrate around Noah's true sanguine clone as many gazes of rulers were on him as he floated beside the Ender of Providence. He even turned to give this Ender a cold gaze to serve as a reminder and warning before his figure floated into the deadly battlefield. The visage of Charlemagne was prominent as he and his parallel selves controlled a portion of the battlefield, which was the dimensional conclave. Then there was Lilith and her forces, lone dimensional rulers, and then the tribunal rulers that were all paying attention to his arriving figure as the winds of destiny and providence weaved madly. Chapter 21:18 Singularity, Ignition and Retribution. Vibrant multicolored rings surrounded everything as the only exit had enders of nature surrounding it. This whole domain where the dimensional conclave took place floating in the midst of a vibrant multicolored sea within the quantum dimension. The powerhouses within were abundant as they ranged from all dimensions but Dream and Avalon, as these rulers had taken the path of veering away from this bloody conflict. In the midst of all this, the visage of Noah's true sanguine clone gazed coldly at the Ender of nature before floating into this deadly domain. His gaze was pertinent to the eyes of many as those that had seen him before. He held the same face as the Avalon dimensional chassis to them, as Charlemagne's words of the dimensional animicus being reality with Avalon and Dream siding with it resonated brightly. If they could capture this being, the whereabouts of Avalon and Dream could be unveiled. This issue was important to a few specific parties at this juncture. One of them was the tribunal rulers and the other was the quantum dimension. But the former weren't the first to make a move at Noah's appearance, as the gaze of the Empress and the rest of the tribunal rulers changed soon after. This was because they had gotten word of the disappearance of the main emperor domain of nature and the image of an Ender that was captured at its moment of disappearance. This caused the gazes of Aegon and Althea to turn bright with wrath, as among the 5 tribunal rulers, the 2 of them exploded out with power as their massive nullity replics appeared within their hands, their eyes targeting none other than the Enders. This left behind the quantum dimension as the party with the most interest to find the location of Avalon and Dream dimensions, as it was their people that moved towards Noah. More accurately, Charlemagne watched on coldly, as it wasn't even him who made the move this time. He was one of the most powerful beings here, but he wasn't the only one. There were the Mikado of old and strength who guarded the pylon of ascension. Their power was mighty as they could not be discredited. At this juncture, the Mikado of old was the nearest to Noah's visage apart from Charlemagne as she made the first move. Her figure was no longer in a human form, as she had taken the form of her racial lineage of the royal quantum Lightwalker. Lightwalker, a unique race of existences that were few in number, as their bloodline was venerable at the start, and as they grew more powerful and refined Zenith was not out of the picture. As the name implied, they were made of a unique form of light at their core, as the Mikado of old had the star-like form of a regal multicolored creature with 4 pointed edges, a singular pristine eye present on the frontal surface of its face, as its 4 edges were its strongest weapons. They pulsed with a deadly light of fundamental natural laws and absolute quantum authority. As part of the reason for the terror of the royal quantum Lightwalker was their speed. At birth, they could exceed the speed of light. At their height of power, not even a microsecond was required as the massive visage of a 4-pointed star appeared behind him. The truly powerful rulers were the only ones who could follow this shocking speed, as among those paying attention, Lilith was the very first. She sought to understand the extent that this being could pose a threat to others, as this was part of the reason she didn't reveal his identity. But when she saw that he couldn't even react against the speed of the Mikado of old, she was disappointed. Noah's visage could be seen still floating silently under their sharp eyes, as he didn't react in any way to the danger that had appeared behind him, as if he didn't even know it was there. This caused Lilith to be disappointed, as even though he had whatever unique capability he had to affect anchors, he needed the power to back it. If a clone of his could so easily be dominated or killed, he wouldn't be able to play a major part in the events to come. The result of what would happen next could easily be discerned, or so they thought. A child jumping in bzzt. The words of the Mikado of old resounded just as its sharp star-like edge filled with multiple absolute authorities reached inches of the back of Noah's head, its goal being clear desegregation and destruction, as the memories of this being could be read thereafter. But before this sharp stellar edge could reach his head, the fair hands of its intended target reached out. Without even turning around, as if he didn't even need to turn around, his bare hands reached out as his fingers grasped onto the stellar edge of the Mikado of old filled with absolute authorities, the fabric of reality pulsing and beginning to shatter at the contact point as his ringers clamped down as if they were made of quintessential metal. This dot was the interception of tens of quadrillions of damage values, and he did it so easily as. How could he not? His beacon of thorny consecration alone exceeded 60 quadrillion defense values. His celestial lich's armament of devotion, which was also always active, also exceeded 60 quadrillion defense values. This was already over 120 quadrillion in defense values, as his innate dimensional barrier was not even yet brought into the picture. The defense values he had set up encapsulated the extent of the damage that a Mikado had released. A Mikado, one of the four existences that guarded the pylon of ascension, it was preposterous to see as from afar. Lilith's gaze turned utterly bright as a dazzling smile erupted from her face. From afar, Charlemagne's gaze turned extremely cold along with a few other existences who could follow this speed. They all realized that this being had not bothered to even turn around when a Mikado was attacking, not because his eyes and will could not even keep up. It was simply that he didn't even feel the need to turn around. At this juncture, their eyes and wills were moving in the time scale of nanoseconds as they all saw the eyes of Noah seemingly come to life as his gaze and will landed on each of them. As he gazed upon all of them while holding back an attack of a Mikado, waves of haki emanated out of his will as he spoke with authority. Dredges of the past and inconsequential rulers, it is time for you all to step aside. Boundless tyranny began to dance wildly as a booming symphony of battle glory began to resound in the surroundings. Chapter 21:19 Singularity, Ignition and Retribution. 2. Tyranny. The quintessential Kainos Emperor spoke out in the face of exceedingly powerful existences within domineering grandeur as his words caused the minds of all rulers to be roused. And while his bare hands grasped the sharp-pointed star end of a royal quantum lightwalker, Noah uttered forth coldly, "On fifth form, quintessential singularity ignition," was called out. A stellar blue light then dazzling erupted from Noah as it bloomed into cataclysmic cerulean flames that instantly wrapped around his whole body, flames that pulsed with grandiosity as they seemed to be made up of countless miniaturized cerulean blitzkriegs of lights. These raging flames seemingly had a tyrannical will as they engulfed the resplendent form of the Mikado of old and caused a massive explosive force akin to the birth of a singularity. And it truly was the birth of a singularity as the visage of the Mikado of old was knocked backwards at an unprecedented speed as over 60 quadrillions quintessential damage values smashed into it in addition to the thorn damage from the beacon of thorny consecration. The eyes of all beings rose with shock at this astounding display from a relatively unknown being as before they could even fully react, they saw the cerulean flames that had bathed this being roar out with waves of haki as one could barely see Noah's figure within make a beckoning motion towards the figure of the Mikado of old that was just thrown away. And within the span of a few nanoseconds, space twisted as a shocking and undeniable gravitational pull erupted to wrap around the glorious four-pointed star form of the Mikado of old as her visage reappeared right before Noah, only to be engulfed by the flames of the quintessential singularity ignition once more. Bzzzt. The singular eye on this powerful existence trembled as it was shocked to find at this moment that its innate dimensional barrier had just shattered. Its vitality then began to be eaten up as shockingly golden blood of light leaked from it as it actually burned to become hot cerulean flames that further coiled around it. It was such a shocking development that the will of the Mikado of old explosively bellowed out thereafter and exploded with power, trying to put up a distance as fast as possible. Shuring. The means of truly powerful existences were many. Her figure of light instantly turned into countless shards that flashed and disappeared, reforming beside Charlemagne's visage as her single eye shone with disbelief and rage. Her will, and the wills of many locked onto the existence currently bathed in exceedingly stellar blue flames. The flames could seemingly warp the fabric of reality around him as the space-time continuum fluctuated as if a singularity was blooming. It was the reveal of a shocking personage of power that was unknown before this, but he now gazed upon the masses as his power meant too many things. From afar, Lilith's smile turned into a raucous laugh as her visage released even greater power, the three undead emperors beside her shooting out pillars of crimson light that connected to her. Undead Emperor Fong had an impassive gaze as his eyes stopped on Noah's ignited visage, the other two undead emperors being a glacial zombie emperor and an abyssal halcyon titan who burned brightly at this moment, their source of power all connecting and flowing into Lilith as her aura potency became maddeningly tyrannical while her figure released a bellow and surged towards Charlemagne. The choice of enemies in this battle, this was a crucial thing, as if one chose a certain powerful enemy, they would be left in a bitter battle for nearly the whole duration of the battle. so the wills of many observed to see which combatant this new entrant would choose. And the gaze of the quintessential Kainos emperor pressed down on the masses as he moved away from the protected Mikado, who now had one of Charlemagne's bodies and the Mikado of strength come near her. The big bosses could be targeted later when their resource reserves were more depleted, as the quintessential Kainos emperor would not bind his time to them entirely. His gaze went to those a level below them. His gaze went to the somewhat average in power rulers as well as the legions of nullity beasts surrounding the tribunal rulers. His eyes were already seeing the all-source enhancers as his figure that remained ignited flickered and disappeared. ZIP, the distance between space twisted and malformed as he seemingly squeezed and shorted it to jump from one location to another within a fraction of a nanosecond. His body burning with wild stellar cerulean flames as he reappeared in the midst of one of the 5 vast nullity beast legions. It was the legion under Aegon, as the eyes of this ruler instantly honed onto Noah, whose gaze remained placid as with his hands free, he moved them towards his chest as if he was pulling on the very fabric of space around him. This pulling motion caused the stellar cerulean flames surrounding him to rage as they gave off an obscene gravitational pull while spreading out like scorching blue waves, the bodies of hundreds of nearby nullity beasts being pulled towards him as they were smashed with an area of effect damage exceeding 60 quadrillion. Their gray scales cracked and shattered as the bodies of over half of these nullity beasts instantly became crushed by the oppressive absolute mana authority that made up most of these terrifying blue flames, and the moment their bodies shattered, boom, 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 their corpses exploded into massive scorching waves akin to miniature singularities that utterly decimated any other lifeforms nearby. Boom, it was akin to a glorious chain reaction that decimated the remaining half of the nullity beasts. This in turn left the attractive force of the singularity ignition to pull in even more nullity beasts as a domineering voice was heard once more. Third form. Quintessential singularity ignition had the undeniable ability of deploying a force of attraction against enemies to pull them close. The third form of the quintessential emperor's annihilation techniques was the magistracy of the apocalyptic blitzkrieg, which had a repulsive force that wouldn't even let enemies come close. After pulling more nullity beasts in as they only just began to burn, Noah's visage erupted with a magistracy of the apocalyptic blitzkrieg as a repulsive force smashed out with the deployment of a domain, the newly pulled hundreds of nullity beasts bellowing out as they were reduced to cinders after their bodies blown away as their corpses exploded into scorching singularities that burned hundreds more. Within a few nanoseconds, all encompassed in less than a microsecond, a chain reaction began where the feature of quintessential singularity ignition of exploding the corpses of destroyed enemies for 200% of the damage. It was too much of an obscene construct as seas of cerulean scorching singularities were spreading all around, each one exceeding 120 quadrillion damage values. Tyranny, the quintessential Kainos emperor spoke out in the face of exceedingly powerful existences within domineering grandeur as his words caused the minds of all rulers to be roused. And while his bare hands grasped the sharp-pointed star end of a royal quantum lightwalker, Noah uttered forth coldly, fifth form. Quintessential singularity ignition was called out. A stellar blue light then dazzling erupted from Noah as it bloomed into cataclysmic cerulean flames that instantly wrapped around his whole body, flames that pulsed with grandiosity as they seemed to be made up of countless miniaturized cerulean blitzkriegs of lights. These raging flames seemingly had a tyrannical will as they engulfed the resplendent form of the Mikado of old and caused a massive explosive force akin to the birth of a singularity. And it truly was the birth of a singularity as the visage of the Mikado of old was knocked backwards at an unprecedented speed as over 60 quadrillion's quintessential damage values smashed into it. In addition to the thorn damage from the beacon of thorny consecration, the eyes of all beings rose with shock at this astounding display from a relatively unknown being, as before they could even fully react, they saw the cerulean flames that had bathed this being roar out with waves of hockey as one could barely see Noah's figure within make a beckoning motion towards the figure of the Mikado of old that was just thrown away. And within the span of a few nanoseconds, space twisted as a shocking and undeniable gravitational pull erupted to wrap around the glorious four-pointed star form of the Mikado of old as her visage reappeared right before Noah, only to be engulfed by the flames of the quintessential singularity ignition once more. BZZZT. The singular eye on this powerful existence trembled as it was shocked to find at this moment that its innate dimensional barrier had just shattered. Its vitality then began to be eaten up as shockingly golden blood of light leaked from it as it actually burned to become hot cerulean flames that further coiled around it. It was such a shocking development that the will of the Mikado of old explosively bellowed out thereafter and exploded with power. Trying to put up a distance as fast as possible, shirring, the means of truly powerful existences were many. her figure of light instantly turned into countless shards that flashed and disappeared, reforming beside Charlemagne's visage as her single eye shone with disbelief and rage, her will and the wills of many locked onto the existence currently bathed in exceedingly stellar blue flames. The flames could seemingly warp the fabric of reality around him as the spacetime continuum fluctuated as if a singularity was blooming. It was the reveal of a shocking personage of power that was unknown before this, but he now gazed upon the masses as his power meant too many things. From afar, Lilith's smile turned into a raucous laugh as her visage released even greater power, the three undead emperors beside her shooting out pillars of crimson light that connected to her. Undead Emperor Foam had an impassive gaze as his eyes stopped on Noah's ignited visage, the other two undead emperors being a glacial zombie emperor and an abyssal halcyon titan who burned brightly at this moment, their source of power all connecting and flowing into Lilith as her aura potency became maddeningly tyrannical while her figure released a bellow and surged towards Charlemagne. The choice of enemies in this battle, this was a crucial thing, as if one chose a certain powerful enemy, they would be left in a bitter battle for nearly the whole duration of the battle, so the wills of many observed to see which combatant this new entrant would choose, and the gaze of the quintessential Kainos Emperor pressed down on the masses as he moved away from the protected Mikado, who now had one of Charlemagne's bodies and the Mikado of strength come near her. The big bosses could be targeted later when their resource reserves were more depleted, as the quintessential Kainos Emperor would not bind his time to them entirely. His gaze went to those a level below them. His gaze went to the somewhat average in power rulers as well as the legions of nullity beasts surrounding the tribunal rulers. His eyes were already seeing the all-source enhancers as his figure that remained ignited flickered and disappeared. Ziapi, the distance between space twisted and malformed as he seemingly squeezed and shorted it to jump from one location to another within a fraction of a nanosecond, his body burning with wild stellar cerulean flames as he reappeared in the midst of one of the 5 vast nullity beast legions. It was the legion under Aegon, as the eyes of this ruler instantly honed onto Noah. Noah, whose gaze remained placid as with his hands free, he moved them towards his chest as if he was pulling on the very fabric of space around him. This pulling motion caused the stellar cerulean flames surrounding him to rage as they gave off an obscene gravitational pull while spreading out like scorching blue waves, the bodies of hundreds of nearby nullity beasts being pulled towards him as they were smashed with an area of effect damage exceeding 60 quadrillion. Their gray scales cracked and shattered as the bodies of over half of these nullity beasts instantly became crushed by the oppressive absolute mana authority that made up most of these terrifying blue flames, and the moment their bodies shattered, boom, 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 their corpses exploded into massive scorching waves akin to miniature singularities that utterly decimated any other lifeforms nearby. Boom, it was akin to a glorious chain reaction that decimated the remaining half of the nullity beasts. This in turn left the attractive force of the singularity ignition to pull in even more nullity beasts as a domineering voice was heard once more. Third form. Quintessential singularity ignition had the undeniable ability of deploying a force of attraction against enemies to pull them close. The third form of the quintessential Emperor's annihilation techniques was the magistracy of the apocalyptic blitzkrieg, which had a repulsive force that wouldn't even let enemies come close. After pulling more nullity beasts in as they only just began to burn, Noah's visage erupted with a magistracy of the apocalyptic blitzkrieg as a repulsive force smashed out with the deployment of a domain, the newly pulled hundreds of nullity beasts bellowing out as they were reduced to cinders after their bodies blown away as their corpses exploded into scorching singularities that burned hundreds more. Within a few nanoseconds, all encompassed in less than a microsecond, a chain reaction began where the feature of quintessential singularity ignition of exploding the corpses of destroyed enemies for 200% of the damage. It was too much of an obscene construct as seas of cerulean scorching singularities were spreading all around, each one exceeding 120 quadrillion damage values. Chapter 2120 Singularity Ignition and Retribution. 3. From the quintessential singularity ignition, chains of scorching flames that tore apart the very fabric of reality exploded from every corpse that was made as a result of the cerulean flames. Because of this, a number of nullity beasts exceeding a few thousand fell and turned to dust under Noah's gaze as his visage looked like an incarnation of apocalyptic flames. He was truly putting on an apocalyptic display. He showed he was powerful, but he wasn't the only powerful being here. Radiance erupted in the midst of the nullity beast legions as Aegon's gaze had a trace of wrath, his hands waving a massive grey greatsword on the path of the bellowing blue explosions of singularities as a wave of nullity shot out to form a wall. In another direction of the nullity beast's legions, the cry of a bow rang out as the area above Noah soon became encompassed by simmering grey arrows of vibrant radiance. Althea had also made a move that came from a nullity relic. As a few tens of quadrillions of damage values rained down, two tribunal rulers made moves to contain Noah and his outburst, as he truly seemed like an unstoppable raging singularity. While the prompts of loot cascaded over his eyes and he faced the counterattack of two tribunal rulers, his head rose up as he bellowed madly, a bellow raging with hockey and power. As soon after, the flames of singularity around him received an infusion of absolute dream and Avalon authorities on top of billions of the essence of reality, the stellar cerulean flames turning into billowing waves of cataclysmic fire that stretched out with him at the center and threatened to down everything. But once more, he wasn't the only powerful being here, as his body released seas of scorching flames and he seemed ready to assert his dominance once more. Two more auras appeared to his left and right. The Invigilator, Ezekiel, could be seen with radiant silver-white hair as he carried a radiant gray flail in his hands that he pointed forth. The eminent mastermind, Noah, carried a dazzling gray spear that released an aurora of grandiosity. The both of them shockingly moved in conjunction as they spoke simultaneously. The fabric of reality flashed with darkness and a gray radiance for an instant. From four directions, dark gray walls appeared as they ignored the very fabric of reality to instantly close in on the raging incarnation of flames. His visage that had nearly turned the surroundings into a scorching sea was seemingly instantly snuffed out as it was enclosed into an unbreakable prison of nullity, a prison that looked like a casket as the radiant spear from the eminent mastermind shot out like a nuke that instantly pierced this casket at its very center. It entered from the front of the casket and pierced through the back in a shocking development. Turbid casket of interminable nullity, an ability that isolated the target from the very fabric of reality. Is what did this mean? The arrogant fool is done for, Aegon spoke out while extinguishing the remaining blue flames as he knew of the shocking attack that two tribunal rulers had thrown out in conjunction really well. An inescapable prison that cut one off from reality itself as only nullity surrounded them had meant that they would not even be able to pull upon the sources of nature as they were cut off from even the decreta and laws they were integrated with, so one could not even usher and call forth absolute authority within it, and while contained in the turbid casket of interminable nullity, a nullity relic had pierced through it while the walls themselves constantly attacked and decayed ones. Origin with the essence of nullity as they would face attacks on all sides while they couldn't even defend, the only fate for them being death. Yet, the eyes of the tribunal rulers sharpened as a droning sound was heard from within the turbid casket of interminable nullity. Dumb. Like drums of war, like a beast that couldn't be kept chained breaking out. But how was this possible? He should have been blocked off from even sources of nature as he wouldn't have been able to protect himself, but reality was different. What they had trapped was not a being that had merely integrated with nature. He had bound its source entirely as he could pull upon as much absolute authority as his soul could bear, and absolute pure mana output would change this to pure authority of mana dynamics. But this wasn't why the turbid casket of interminable nullity was vibrating while droning sounds bellowed out. It was because the four walls of this casket were releasing attacks on all sides and constantly at that. The already cast quintessential singularity ignition had multiple reality-altering affixes. Alone of them. Was quintessential retribution activating 50% of the time when he received attacks from any sources, and within the terrifying casket, Noah was receiving attacks constantly as he didn't even have to lift a linger. Terrifying waves and arcs of deeply blue flames began to explode and burn around him as they only increased in concentration and frequency. Crack, the pristine and clear crystalline gray surfaces of the turbid casket of interminable nullity began to crack. The moment they did, arcs of violent blue flames began to burn in the surroundings as they surged out like flaming tongues of lightning and began to fill the surrounding space. It was retribution, quintessential retribution. Crack, and the cracks extended as the turbid casket of interminable nullity soon had cerulean gaps freely seen all around it as it was shattered by a shocking force soon after. The dazzling silver gray spear gravitated onto the eminent mastermind as his eyes twisted coldly, his gaze and the gazes of many landing on the culprit who was surrounded by flaming arcs of singularities. Flaming arcs of retribution that spread out maddeningly and with rage to cause an eruption of a storm of blue flames, and at the center of it all, the culprit was nonchalant as he even had his hands behind his back. His tyrannical gaze passed over the eminent mastermind, the Invigilator, Aegon, and Althea as they were still surrounded by legions of abominations as he voiced out, pathetic, WAA, chapter 21:21. Who are you, pathetic, WAA? His words ushered out crystal clear as four tribunal rulers had surrounded him, and even they could not hold him down, so his tyranny rose ever higher as his voice continued while he tapped the air behind him. For you all. It seems that I do not even need to rise from my throne. Space fluctuated and vibrated, it felt Like another singularity was blooming, but it emanated within Noah's own body as he called an innate authority from his own lineage, multicolored with its structural makeup seemingly forged from stellar crystal and connate metals. A massive throne inscribed with dazzling blue lemniscate ecritures bloomed. It was the throne of quintessential tyranny, dazzling in grandeur and magisterial in majesty. It had been moved from the dimensional emperal domain of nature as Noah's true sanguine clone not sat upon it fearlessly, against terrifying enemies. He truly sat down, as if they were all beneath him, as if they couldn't compare. His figure and throne burned with blue flames as even the reality around him was melting. For tribunal rulers gazing towards him coldly as at this juncture, the Empress made a move, and this move began with a sonorous voice of utter majesty. "Who are you, Shirring?" ignited with flames of a singularity and situated on a blazing throne. Noah's gaze reacted to this voice as he turned towards the faraway Empress, the one who sat beside Oppenheimer, the one behind his success from what others believed. She had not truly made any moves in this battle as nobody fully grasped the extent of her power. Her dazzling dark hair pulsed with grandiosity as she floated forward calmly while voicing out towards Noah. Who was he? Who was this new combatant that was connected to the Avalon in dream dimensions that seemed to, now be allied with the will of reality? Who am I? Huum. His voice resonated out in the form of hockey as the surrounding space trembled. His identity, he had hidden it for the most part in order to not draw attention to himself when he couldn't fully protect himself and his interests. Even now, he wasn't the most powerful person out there, as even on this battlefield, there lay terrifying monsters, and this wasn't to even mention the hidden powerhouses within dimensions. Or the true emperors and any ancestors that would very soon choose to descend in order to fulfill their wishes. But this name and distinction stood for something unmatched in this age, the epitome of multiple aspects in this age. The most prime example of an emperor in this age. Could he truly achieve this if he remained cautious and continued hiding his title? If he were to freely let it be known, he would be targeted by all those who seriously sought the seat of the true emperor, and if he was targeted, terrifyingly powerful enemies would throw themselves at his feet, enemies that if he could overcome, his already insane and unrealistic pace of progression would become even more reality-breaking. So when the right hand of Oppenheimer asked him who he was, "I have been called many names in the past," mana and entropy surged as providence began to spill around wildly. Many eyes were focused here as even the battle-enders constricted their pupils as they did not expect what was to come. As he sat on his throne with beautifully scorching blue flames and arcs of light raging around him, he leaned back and tapped on the throne of quintessential tyranny as he spoke. "I have been called many names. The ninth infernal lord, the progenitor, the tyrannical emperor. And even the ethereal dimensional emperor, WAA. As he spoke, he tapped the handrest of his throne as a dazzling solidified crown appeared above him. The words, ethereal dimensional emperor, blooming with fantastical grandiosity as he wasn't done. "But you all can call me by another name." The ethereal portion next to his distinction fluctuated and changed as the arcs and tendrils of unquenchable flames of authority around him seemingly carved it out. Quintessential, billowing streams of providence surged out from cracks in space as they washed over his grand figure, shining brightly under the eyes of all. The distinction of the quintessential dimensional emperor was laid bare as it swirled around a solidified crown that floated backwards to stand atop the backbone of a throne that shone with utter brilliance, and the emperor seated upon the throne of quintessential tyranny gazed upon the swathes of truly powerful beings in this age as his will emanated out. "You all can crawl back from the caves you came out of and retire. This age is not for you to shine bright, Indiana. Gaze upon the embers of your past grandeur and rule. Remember of the ages past and the eras gone, because that is the last glimmer of brilliance you all can achieve. From here on out, there will be no fight for the seat of the true emperor. There will be no cycles of ages after mine. Rejoice in your past accomplishments and relish in them, as for you all, there is no future. No future. Unless you bend under my will." Stark silence. Utmost shock and incredulity led to utmost silence as briefly, the chaotic battlefield had no attacks being thrown out as only the sound of crackling cerulean flames surging around a singular figure could be heard. The single unveiling changed so many things as it took more than a microsecond until the results of all beings were displayed. From afar, Lilith's smiling and raucous expression froze as the crimson eye on her forehead turned extremely chilly. She realized she had made a grave mistake. The being she had chosen not to reveal in order to bring more chaos to the fight for the authority of the true emperor. He actually had the distinction as the quintessential dimensional emperor, in this age of quintessence, a seat of authority. That she had to grasp in order to attain her ideals. She had actually helped keep such a being hidden. AWO. A howl of rage bellowed out from her as the crimson eye on her forehead expanded ever more. her skin cracking and splitting in an obscene way as dense waves of authority swirled around her, the connections she shared with the three undead emperors around her only being strengthened as they turned into pillars of light, pillars that were so massive that they wrapped around the undead emperor Fong, the glacial zombie emperor, and the abyssal halcyon titan as all three terrifying beings became twisted in space and flowed to be absorbed into her expanding crimson eye. Her form began to change and gigantify as with horrendous waves of power, she shot out like an unchained beast towards the cold-faced quintessential dimensional emperor. As she wasn't the only one, out of the many blazing auras of power in this enclosed domain, the vast majority all surged towards Noah without so much as a word. The reveal was done as the intended consequence bloomed at this moment. The quintessential Kainos emperor, gazing at all of this with eyes and will that utterly bubbled forth tremendous levels of tyranny, is seated upon his throne, his palm open to clasp a newly appearing Ziston that he pointed towards all the surging enemies. Chapter 21-22 Quintessence. Across the spacetime continuum, within the folds of the boundary between realities of the desolate mausoleum, the visage of an existence was hidden within as he gave off an air of contained power, his eyes luminous as at times they seemed as small as stars while at other times they were larger than even cosmos. This existence was veiled in the layers of space as he was undisturbed since the end of the last age, his gaze far-reaching as at this moment, his luminous eyes opened wide to gaze forward. They peeled across the layers of space as providence surged around this being, a scene being refracted before him soon after that showed the image of a tyrannical emperor surrounded by blazing blue flames, showing his distinction clearly. The key has unveiled itself. The eyes of this being rose quizzically as he gazed with scrutiny, the identity of this existence being something it was waiting for a long, long time, and now that his identity was unveiled, it seems that time is coming ever closer. The time for the complete end of history, or the ushering of a new one. The fabric of reality trembled at his thoughts as this existence still didn't make a move. It wasn't his time yet, even though this time seemed to be infinitely near, across these very same folds of the boundary between realities. BZZZT. The primordial temples across realities were trembling and shaking chaotically as all primordial seers overseeing them felt an unprecedented change. A number of weeks ago, the enemy of primordials had risen as the statues of the primordial temples had bled crimson gold blood. At this moment, these statues shattered and overflowed with crimson blood as the identity of the enemy was made clear, painted in glorious crimson gold. The words quintessential dimensional emperor luminously showed above all primordial temples. The seers saw their future enemy clearly as they didn't find out who he was through their own efforts. It was only after he had revealed himself that his identity became clear, and this unveiling fundamentally changed many things as this being effectively pointed the sword of primordials and many others directly towards him. As for whether he would survive as the target of all powerful emperors of this age, well, this could only be proven if his distinction remained to be true, if he truly showed an exemplified quintessence, and the show of this would be felt by nobody else more than those currently in an enclosed domain with him in one of the many distant multicolored seas of the quantum dimension. There were a variety of beings who reacted in a unique manner as the distinction of the quintessential dimensional emperor being known, with the figure of Lilith howling out in rage and ignoring everyone else as she shot out towards Noah's visage. In her mind, his words continued to repeat over and over again as she felt like she had been played. Remember of the ages past and the eras gone, because that is the last glimmer of brilliance you all can achieve. Remember of the ages past. Her figure only increased in stature and speed while such words repeated in her mind, billowing entropy surging around her as she sought the incandescent emperor that remained seated this whole time. Another party that did something similar was the forces of the quantum dimension as finally Charlemagne made a move. He and multiple of his parallel selves surged even as enders of nature placed themselves on his path, with the Mikado and other rulers of the quantum dimension moving towards Noah with utmost coldness as this being stood opposite to their aims and ideals, with the throne of the true emperor needing to be taken by someone on their side in order to fully achieve what they sought. The tribunal rulers were already close as they blazed with nullity and prepared to release apocalyptic attacks, with even the empress adopting a sharp expression as her body began to glow with an even more radiant shade of nullity. Then, there were others who took different actions. There was Albus from the prana dimension who gazed at everything with his ancient gaze as he kept the prana dimensional rulers back. There were the Elysium dimensional rulers whose bodies were illuminated by providence as they stared towards Noah in shock while also not making a move, but the vast majority of rulers from other dimensions present were surging towards the quintessential dimensional emperor. How would he face the attacks of the strongest beings here? His tyrannical visage retained his grandeur as his will echoed out amidst enemies nearing his position. his face becoming increasingly radiant and magisterial. Let me show you just what quintessence is. His will focused on Lilith, Charlemagne, the Mikado, tribunal rulers, and any other rulers that were rushing in this direction. He only focused his will on them as in the next second, most of their figures came to a halt as their eyes turned insurmountably somber, becoming filled with incredulity and shock soon after. This was because at that instant, they felt a malicious and dominant will pervading the depths of their very souls through a pristine connection, as this will had carried something extremely nefarious. Through their own integration to Decreta, they felt a dominating will press upon their soul as unbelievably. This will began to burn with cerulean blue flames. The quintessential Kainos mana had the capability of pressing his will down through the lines of integration of the sources he bound, but he didn't choose the feature of neural encroachment that would be rebuffed by the truly powerful beings the moment that they realized it will try to dominate them. He instead wrapped his will with the flames of the quintessential singularity ignition as he bypassed any and all defenses that his enemies had. It was a move even he didn't fully know if it would work, but his will carried the absolute mana authority of the flames of quintessential singularity ignition as he achieved a feat that utterly broke the scales of power. If the ability of neural encroachment could pass through the lines of integration, why not the scorching flames of a singularity? And so over 60 quadrillion quintessential damage values coursed through the Dream and Avalon lines of integration of his enemies as they smashed directly onto their souls. An unprecedented result occurred next. Chapter 21-23 Quintessence 2. The truly powerful dimensional rulers more often than not had integrated a majority if not all of the Decreta of dimensions, with the enemies before Noah either having integrated Dream or Avalon, or some having even integrated both. They received damage that seemingly came from the very depths of their souls as even their innate dimensional barriers were not affected. Beings like Charlemagne and Lilith came to a halt as providence shone around them, their expressions turning extremely ugly as their aspects of existence acted by instinct. The tribunal rulers and Mikado were the same as the moment they felt their souls cry out and providence and destiny warned them of an utterly disastrous result. Their souls painfully took the actions of shattering the lines of integration to either Dream or Avalon or both of them right away, but some rulers from the Nibelheim, Fantasia, Mirror, Quantum. All of them that had begun to surge towards Noah just a step behind the truly powerful figures and had either Avalon or Dream integrated, all of them became points of dazzling cerulean singularities. Their defenseless souls could not withstand an initial outburst of tens of quadrillions of damage values before they reacted to even shatter their lines of integration as their souls were instantly overcome and began to burn to cinders. In the fantastical domain surrounded by multicolored quantum rings, over a dozen blue singularities burned and then exploded into an even grander expanse of blue flames soon after. The cries of flames was the only thing that could be heard as these actions were too shocking, and all of them came after the quintessential dimensional emperor had said a single sentence. Let me show you just what quintessence is. This was what he had uttered. Hung. In response to these shocking actions, the auras of the most powerful rulers blazed ever higher as they all had the same epiphany. This being before them was the real deal, because if he was working in conjunction with reality and they had done something to the Avalon and Dream dimensions, the sources of Dream and Avalon dimensions have been tainted and can be used to attack you. Desegregate with these Decreta. Lilith howled out with immense rage and pain as this was the loss of two sources of nature. The augmentations and capability to utilize their absolute authority were shockingly shattered as the capabilities of this existence sitting upon the throne were truly unfathomable. But the aura around Lilith, tribunal rulers, Charlemagne, and the two Mikados only raged higher as at this moment even the dormant aura of the most powerful being among the mirror dimensional rulers came forward to make a move, because they all had the same thought. They could not let this being before them survive as the capability to taint the very sources of nature it could not be allowed to exist. So they moved forward with even greater resolve and power as one being in particular performed a unique action. It was Charlemagne and his calculating gaze as his main body stayed behind. Instead, his parallel selves were the ones that surged forward as shockingly. They weren't affected by the unfathomable attack that the quintessential dimensional emperor had just released. They were not from this path. What they integrated with were not the Avalon and Dream dimensions of this main path as they were not affected. It meant this existence had not gained the capabilities to extend his will across the parallel paths. It was all the more reason to strike him down now, as the being wielding the most power here and not currently injured. He had his parallel selves ignore the attacks of enders and swarm towards the being seated upon the throne, the being that at this moment shook his head dominatingly while hoisting the dimensional reality Ziston in his hands. You all still do not get it, WAA. The eyes of the tripupiled Kainos Emperor were piercing as they currently dripped with grandiosity. A foreboding feeling rose in the hearts of all beings as the Empress in particular at this moment had her eyes release a stellar glimmer that nobody else saw as a radiant gray light erupted to cover her body and soul. Her eyes were sharp as her fair hands rose while controlling billowing waves of nullity while the quintessential dimensional emperor finished his words, "Quintessence. If showing it to you all is not enough, I will engrave it upon your souls as you perish." His will erupted out. He had latched upon the lines of integration for Dream and Avalon, but this wasn't the only source he had bound to himself. He had also integrated himself with an even stronger source of nature that all-powerful. Existences relied upon a source of nature that made up the very fabric of reality. His will latched onto mana dynamics, and his visage lit up with beautiful blue flames as he wrapped the lines of integration stemming from this source he had partially bound with blazing blue flames made up of countless miniaturized magistracy of the apocalyptic blitzkriegs, entropy seethed in turn at the shocking and wanton destruction about to unfold. The hearts of the truly powerful rulers shuddered as they felt the surging flames burn at the very depths of their souls, and from a sacred natural law that no single being should be able to alone greatly influence, the quintessentially blazing flames actually encroached to decimate their souls from this source. This was mana dynamics. A fundamental natural law that governed the very balance of reality. Lilith had bellowed for all rulers to leave behind Avalon and Dream and desegregate them as they alone were a tremendous loss, but the integration of a fundamental natural law, it granted them too great power as to release it from integration. It was an insurmountably hard choice. But the truly powerful made this choice right away as they knew what was at stake. The truly powerful felt the unfathomable incredulity and shock as their instincts instantly allowed them to shatter this connection they felt as they suffered yet another heavy injury, as well as their power receiving a great reduction. The truly powerful did this. Others took a bit longer to make this instant decision, and this length of time, it cost them a great deal. It cost them too much. A blaring horn rang out as in the next moment, only silence could be heard as something terrifying became a reality. A scintillating blue light as if a reality was burning emanated out as the Mikado of old and the Mikado of strength had their figures become bathed with cerulean blue flames that began by destroying their very souls. Quintessential treasure cache was activated silently for the two of them as in an unbelievable turn of events. The bright bodies of two of the four Mikado that guarded the pylon of ascension were being scorched black as their corpses exploded into massive singularities soon after. It was an unreal scene. It was something that should not at all be possible as this next unfolding event seemingly occurred in a void of silence as the stature of these two renowned and powerful rulers burned. But they weren't the only ones. Oh, they weren't the only ones. Among the tribunal rulers, one being was also just a nanosecond behind on making the choice of instantly shattering their integration to mana dynamics. Chapter 21-24. Unfathomable grandiosity. The Mikado, they guarded the pylon of ascension. They were extremely powerful existences that had lived through multiple ages as in this age of quintessence, their gazes were on a boundless future. This was because in this age, the status quo would change as they would not remain guarding the pylon of ascension any longer. The ancestors were bound to descend as a new path would be opened after the destruction of dimensions and reality, with the gazes of the Mikado being on grander frontiers than the barren lands. But even with those hopes and dreams backed by their terrifying strength, neither could have foreseen that it would all go up in flames on this day. Through the fundamental natural law of mana dynamics, many existences were hurt as the bodies of the Mikado of old and strength that had turned into blazing singularities were not the only ones. Amidst the primordial nullity legions, a scintillating point of cerulean light burned as the person within the surging blue flames had an expression of incredulity as if he did not believe what was happening, as if it was something that could not happen. His hand that held the massive radiant gray sword had its bronze skin crackled and scored beyond measure as from within, his soul had thoroughly been covered by the flames of a singularity as he was desegregated from all other bound decreta and natural laws a moment after, the light of vitality in his eyes being extinguished as his visage soon exploded into a terrifying singularity that drowned out thousands of nullity beasts. A tribunal ruler, a seeker of the end. Aegon had fallen. A piercing cry echoed out silently amidst the scorching flames as the nullity relic he held disappeared amidst the raging flames. This unbelievable development falling under the eyes of all as utter silence pervaded the surroundings. Disastrous. It was utterly and cataclysmically disastrous for all those involved as nobody knew the consequences that would arise from the death of a tribunal ruler. Albus gazed at everything from the designated thrones of the prana dimension, his ancient eyes dim as he and all the prana-dimensional rulers he had held behind had yet to suffer an ounce of damage. He had lived across many ages and come across multiple true emperors. He had seen the ascension of true emperors on their path before they took the throne, and he had seen a variety of them and their disposition. Some were tyrants who killed indiscriminately as all those in their opposition fell, and others only did enough to attain the authority and power they needed. In the age of slaughter, countless emperors had perished to the extent that the strongest beings were reduced by 80%. Currently, it is the age of quintessence, looking at the burning singularities that used to be dimensional rulers. Albus had yet to ascertain how many emperors would fall before everything drew to a close, but as he saw the gaze of the quintessential dimensional emperor focus on only those attacking him and direct his might only to them, Albus was given an inkling to the character of this existence, an existence that had somehow managed to grow capable of affecting the lines of integration of nature. A terrifying capability that would put any emperor of age a weapon that could cleave the path towards the seat of the true emperor. But even as he saw all of this unbelievable might that actually cost the life of 2 of the 4 Mikado that guarded the pylon of ascension and even a tribunal ruler, Albus still shook his head with tiredness and despondency, as this age was truly different from all others. Other ages did not have the complete destruction of everything on the line. Other ages did not have the interest of the ancestors, who would be descending to personally achieve the aims that they sought. So even with all this power that this exceptional being expressed, could it really fare against true emperors of the past ages and the progeny of ancestors outside these barren lands? It was a despondent thought from the strongest prana-dimensional ruler as his body began to light up with a radiant verdant light, his will also seeing the need to do his part. Austere waves of providence shone amidst raging waves of other essences. At the depths of the dimensional emperor domain of nature, the figure of Eowyn watched Noah's main body with an ever-changing gaze as she saw the many essences of different natural laws flowing into him. Every part of us seemed to be absorbing the essences of natural laws as he would gain an understanding of them sooner or later, while the understanding of his current laws only continued to elevate to greater levels. But apart from this, 3 dazzling quintessential treasure caches had appeared above him as they shone with utmost splendor, these caches belonging to the defeat of the Mikado of old, the Mikado of strength, and the tribunal ruler Aegon. Along with this, a massive radiant gray greatsword appeared beside the newly appearing treasure cache, as it was the nullity relic that Aegon used to carry. Towards this, Eowyn simply heard Noah's billowing will thundered out as this sword began to move, break it down and infuse everything about it into ruination and the primordial disk. This should allow them to complete their transformations. An ever-terrifying concentration of materials was veered towards the relic still burning brightly in the blacksmith's forge as the will of the gormandizing dimensional reality did what it was told, a will so powerful that while all of this occurred, he was binding another source of nature through the gormandizing dimensional reality. A partial binding that at this moment, SHING, completed as rays of utterly magisterial golden light emanated from all around. The rays of light formed into massive golden pillars that went from incorporeal until they materialized into shocking wonders, a myriad of golden pillars filled with providence manifesting as Eowyn was shocked to see them smash towards Noah's regal figure. The impact was immaculate and terrifying as thereafter everything froze. Chapter 21-25 Unfathomable Grandiosity. 2. Eowyn was still connected to Noah in a unique way as what she saw, so she sought his actions as he terrifyingly used the lines of integration of the sources he bound to attack those opposing him. It was a shocking means for him to attain as the worry of his enemies getting stronger the more dimensions he released was slowly destroyed with this. So long as he integrated sources of natural laws and fundamental natural laws, he could force his enemies to shatter their lines of integration as their boons would be cut off. He would first weaken them, and then he would decimate them. With such moves in his arsenal, how could the most powerful existences that relied on natural laws stand against him? Their only option was to stop him in the quickest time possible, and that was actually seconds ago, because now, he had also bound providence, the natural law that acted akin to the light that would illuminate the unknown. If he removed this from his enemies, how could they even foresee the wonders to become? Because destiny alone would not be enough. Thinking of this, Eowyn couldn't help but imagine the grand future. The future that was full of possibilities and yet at the same time a lot of uncertainties, and before she could think any further, the complete integration to providence occurred. The partial binding of the source of providence was also accomplished as multiple fantastical golden pillars of light smashed onto Noah. They released incandescent lights all around that encompassed everything to the point that even Eowyn felt her mind blank out, all thought stopped. At the center of it all, Noah was the only one who experienced exactly what shocking change was brought forth. It was a unique sensation he had only come across a few times before, where he felt as if his consciousness was entirely taken out of his physical form and placed elsewhere. This time he seemed to be looking at an expensive gold, and among all of this halcyon grandeur, innumerable white lines ran parallel amongst each other. One line in particular was much larger than countless of them combined, as it pulsed with a shocking amount of providence, the same providence that was also shared by the innumerable branches connected to it. It was the main path and the myriad of parallel paths. The partial binding of the source of providence had somehow allowed Noah to gaze upon the unique scenes of the innumerable parallel paths as his consciousness lit up brightly while delving fully into it, intent on understanding exactly what this concept entailed. While his main body did this, the events in the quantum rings that contained the dimensional conclave continued to unfold, unseen by many. The Elysium dimensional rulers had their figures tremble as a golden light pierced across their eyes that then gazed towards the quintessential dimensional emperor in sheer disbelief and wonder. But there was enough of disbelief and wonder to go around. Because the action of granting true death to a tribunal ruler was more than enough to stop everything in its tracks. The gaze of the eminent mastermind Noah was of utmost solemnity, while Ezekiel and Althea had looks of utter fury and disbelief in their eyes. Then there was the Empress. Then there was Charlemagne, who also gazed towards Noah with solemnity as he looked at the scorching seas of singularities where the two Mikado used to be. Off to the side, Lilith had an utterly ashen expression as she realized just the sheer gravity of opportunity she had let slip up and let loose this whole time. Many did not take action right away, but one being sighed with solemnity as her fair hand reached to tap her chest. "You should not have done that." Her voice was clear as it rang out amidst the blazing flames of quintessential singularity ignition. From her chest, her hand seemed to be pulling from her heart. She was the Empress, and she held a special position and power among primordials. She may not have taken the first ranking as the most powerful tribunal ruler, but this did not matter to her as she exceeded this ranking in another way. She was connected to Oppenheimer. Others had received many boons and treasures from Oppenheimer as they wielded great power, but what about the woman he always had by his side? What would she carry that stemmed out of these barren lands? What method of protection and power did Oppenheimer grant to the one he left behind? Shying from the hand placed over her heart, she made a pulling motion as a flower came out, a pure and simple flower that had 10 silver-gray petals and a bud that shone with an innumerable light of nullity. It moved left and right as if it was alive, its sheer existence causing the fabric of reality to tremble as it caused grand changes. Just by appearing outside of her body, the surroundings instantly changed as a sea of nullity exploded out and bathed everything around her, the nullity beasts trembling as their bodies rapidly increased in size and power, and this was just from its appearance. Thereafter, the Empress sighed again as she repeated her words while blowing onto the flower. "You truly should not have done that." A single petal fell as the Empress blew, and this petal disappeared an instant after, and within the shred of a nanosecond, a radiant silver-gray light spread out as everything became blanketed by nullity. The scorching flames burning all around were extinguished as any semblance of natural laws were denied, everything in the surroundings becoming painted utterly gray. With her hands cradling the point of incandescent gray light as if it was a rising sun, the Empress called out calmly, "The primitivus nullity originator," the gift from Oppenheimer to the Empress that exceeded all the nullity relics that tribunal rulers had received. The primitivus nullity originator, a treasure that would be much sought after even outside the barren lands, an inexhaustible construct that released endless essence of nullity of such pristine quality unlike anything shown so far. It was activated at this moment as all of reality turned a shade of gray. Chapter 21-26 Unfathomable Grandiosity. 3. All of reality turned gray. All laws and decreta were withdrawn into one's own body and origin, as any output outside of this was an impossibility. It was a reality-altering construct that far exceeded anything others knew, as even the grandeur of the quintessential dimensional emperor was shadowed as his scorching blue flames all but faded. The only one still burning being in his immediate surroundings around his throne of quintessential tyranny, and even these seemed to be getting threatened by the ever-increasing light of nullity that was more potent than anything felt before. A terrifying tool was pulled out as even the quintessential Kainos Emperor squinted his eyes while controlling his authority, prompts rising before his eyes as he focused on the flower that caused such great changes to reality. "You have fallen under the domain of the primitivus nullity originator. The output of all abilities outside of your body and immediate sphere of influence is nullified. The augmentations of natural laws and decreta are reduced by half. The augmentations of all constructs and concepts are reduced by half. All resource utilization has been reduced by half. Multiple unavoidable debuffs came down as everything changed the moment that the Empress made a move, and her move was not wasted in the slightest as the legions of the abominations roared out while moving with unprecedented power. their deadly eyes honing in on the enders of nature whose body had lost their luster. Meanwhile, Althea, Ezekiel, and the eminent mastermind all turned into gray streaks of light as they were stupendously faster than anything else here, their figures very quickly appearing near Noah's position as they released deadly attacks. Lilith's figure had transformed into an utterly demonic existence as massive butterfly-like wings erupted from her back, a humanoid demon form showing itself as her skin was tainted crimson red while two pairs of demonic horns pierced towards space. Her limbs turned into massive flaming hooves as her demonic face held three eyes, the one on her forehead spitting out pure hatred and anger as she voiced out to herself something only she could hear. Father. Stay with me one last time. Give me the power to rectify what they did to you long ago. Restore my path towards the true throne. A silent cry, her third eye bled tears of crimson gold light as she called upon her lineage, as she called upon hatred. BOM, and even more power surged into her as like an unfurled demon from the deepest pits of Apollyon. She surged towards the cerulean flaming emperor situated upon his throne, and while it took a few nanoseconds to adapt, Charlemagne also made a move as his own visage was wrapped with nullity, all of these powerful existences erupting out with all their power as they only wanted to achieve a singular goal right now. The extinction of this being before them before he became exceedingly powerful and tainted even more sources of nature, but there were others who didn't seek the same end. Shirring, in front of Charlemagne's main body, the visage of Albus appeared as the olden existence from the prana dimension finally made a move. In the world of utter grey where all sources of nature were repressed, his old figure was covered by a luminous verdant light as his hand swung like the branches of an ancient tree to knock onto Charlemagne and keep him in his place. My friend, that you have veered far from the path we used to walk on, his ancient voice echoed out as his body bubbled with life force. Standing before Charlemagne as the other prana dimensional rulers surged towards his parallel selves, they weren't the only ones, as in the utterly grey space, multiple golden points of light finally made a move to surround Charlemagne's parallel selves as well as Lilith's raging figure. It was the Elysium dimensional rulers that finally joined the fray at this juncture. They were the most attuned with Providence as it told them of something that was an impossibility before, but now seemed like normality when looking at the being involved, so they chose their side as among all the enemies rushing towards Noah, only the three tribunal rulers were able to get through as enders of nature were also still in the field standing against others. A spear, a bow, and a flail all pointed towards Noah as the eminent mastermind, Althea, and the invigilator surrounded the enthroned figure on the throne of quintessential tyranny, the figure that gazed at everything coldly even while such shocking restrictions were imposed upon him to the extent that half of his damage output was nullified. This prompted the need of understanding nullity and even a weapon that could withstand it. He needed a weapon capable of carving out nullity and fighting alongside it. He needed ruination, but in a domain like this, there was another weapon that caused him to be just as fearless, the weapon capable of dealing 25 quadrillion quintessential damage values with every swing. Was also just as valuable. Its output was not affected in any way. The weight of the gourmandizing dimensional reality did not change, so the dimensional reality Ziston rose as Noah moved with his throne and surged forward even with all these limitations. Shing, he swung the Ziston that became bathed with the flames of quintessential singularity ignition as he faced the first attack that arrived. It was a blazing silver-gray arrow that radiated death and nullity. Boom, bzzzt. The impact was reality-rending as Noah parried the massive arrow from Althea while still sitting on his throne, his hand twisting and directing the Ziston to this right side soon after as he smashed onto a spiked flail that released Sons of Nullity. Another resounding impact as if it was the cataclysm of realities echoed out as the thin flames of absolute mana authority stopped the scorching suns of the flail. In their tracks, Noah then gloriously threw the Ziston from his right hand and onto his left as without even looking, its stellar spearhead met another incandescent spear full of power. It was the nullity relic in the form of a spear from the eminent mastermind. From Noah, HUUUM, a low thrumming symphony echoed out with wonder as spear and spear met as they tore apart the fabric of reality. Arcs of nullity cried out while absolute mana authorities surged around the dimensional reality Ziston and fought for supremacy against the nullity spear. The quintessential Kainos Emperor then turned his head during this point of impact as he stared at the regal figure of the eminent mastermind, as Noah stared coldly and with unfathomable grandiosity towards another Noah, as he rebuffed the attacks against three tribunal rulers while still remaining seated on his throne. Chapter 21-27. The Pylon of Ascension illuminates. Blazing demonic flames of authority surged around Lilith as her devilish hand in the form of a hoof pierced through the chest of an Elysium dimensional ruler that stood in her way. Her three eyes were filled with madness as the rulers that stood beside her from Fantasia and Nibelheim very carefully approached to lend their support. but a sense of oppressiveness and fear existed whenever they drew close to the quintessential dimensional emperor on his throne, and they could see him now as he rebuffed 3 tribunal rulers even while falling under the great suppression of the terrifying primitivus nullity originator. They hesitated as they were followers, but the one who led them had a lot at stake. Her dreams and aspirations, what she set her heart to achieve after the end of the last age, the appearance of the quintessential dimensional emperor threatened all of this as for Lilith. This was now life and death, her hooked hands ripped apart the Elysium dimensional ruler whose eyes remained filled with the light of providence even as he perished, his body being burnt to ashes as he was desegregated and destroyed. Lilith moved forward once more as soon after, yet another Elysium dimensional ruler stood in her path as the gaze of this one was exactly the same as the one she had just killed. The seeker of knowledge had a gaze that said whatever would happen at this juncture was only an inevitability, only one of the many probabilities in the endless river of providence. Move, and the dimensional deceiver only bellowed out with rage at the delay as she spread forth destruction. In another direction, Charlemagne stood before Albus as the figure of this prana-dimensional ruler unfurled into a massive verdant tree, its branches shining with a metallic sheen and releasing innumerable authority while they counterattacked against the waves of nullity that Charlemagne released. Old friend, while ripping apart the very fabric of reality and destroying the many branches that surged towards him, Charlemagne's voice emanated out grandly, I do not fight for the destruction of the anchors and desolate mausoleum because I want to. I did not suddenly undergo a change to become someone you do not know. I only looked at the absolute facts and saw the path I must follow. Nothing can stand in the way of what is to come. Past true emperors cannot, nor can this age's true emperor who has not even been decided. The will of the ancestors is undeniable. Otherwise, how could they bind reality itself so long ago? His words still carried domineering authority, but they also tried to convey understanding for the sake of the past relationship these beings had. As Albus's archaic voice replied, maybe so. But across the ages, I have not seen an emperor that has been capable of influencing the very sources of nature. With him, there lie many possibilities to follow apart from utmost destruction. The most powerful dimensional ruler of the prana dimension saw Noah's power and thought of possibilities. But even then, Charlemagne still shook his head as 3 of his parallel selves appeared to reinforce him. Even then, it would not be enough. Something for you to ponder. Why is it that Constantine is not in attendance in this dimensional conclave? Why is the quantum emperor absent in such a crucial meeting? The quantum dimension held many mysteries and powerful existences. As even Charlemagne did not take the seat as the strongest, there was the quantum emperor that had been absent from the dimensional conclave. As what was the reason for his absence? The triangular pupils of Charlemagne shone with somber brilliance as he spoke out with majesty. He has been waiting at the pylon of ascension with the other 2 Mikados this whole time. The pylon began to illuminate as it indicated a descent would soon be happening if it hasn't already. Authority exceeding anything in the barren lands might have already arrived. The rest of us can only follow. Hunged, terrifying words emanated out as the verdant ancient tree that was Albus shook with never before seen anger that things truly proceeded in this direction. Anger that it seemed the ancestors were truly set on their aim if they worked this fast. I mean, what did you expect them to do when the desolate mausoleum began to lose its restrictions as one of the anchors disappeared? Albus. Join us. There is life to protect in these barren lands, yes. But there is life even more crucial to protect outside of it. And the barren lands stand in the way of that. You cannot win this. It would merely be suicide. The fabric of reality was torn as Albus stood his ground even against Charlemagne and multiple of his parallel selves. The reason for this was nothing other than the fact that Charlemagne, Lilith, and many others had just lost access to 3 sources of nature and now came under the effect of the primitivus nullity originator, while those who didn't target Noah did not face this heavy blow in their power, even though it was arduous. Albus held on as he hinged a possibility in the new being behind him that he did not fully know or understand. He took a leap of faith in the existence that threatened the hegemony of all other emperors of this age just by his sheer distinction alone. If the true emperor of the last age of the Olden Era was capable of doing what he did, would the true emperor of the first age of the Kainos Era be capable of something just as grand? Amidst these thoughts, the domain within the quantum rings became even more unstable as even these bright rings of light themselves became torn and broken. Nullity spread to the surroundings as the beautiful endless seas of multicolored essence outside also began to get affected, the primitivus nullity originator in the Empress's hands continuing to release its obscene authority. apart from the single opening created by the attacks of the enders of nature, countless rifts began to occur as some rulers looked at this with their eyes released a light of brilliance, seeing another path opening up for them. Chapter 21-28 The Pylon of Ascension illuminates. 2. In the midst of this all, multiple parties formed with their own ideals as all of them sought destiny and providence to see what path they could forge in this chaos. They went to providence for answers, as even while the three tribunal rulers clashed with the quintessential dimensional emperor, their minds constantly exploded with possibilities as they relied on providence to battle. The eminent mastermind pulled his spear from the clash as his hands turned into phantoms that threw out countless shadows of the nullity spear, and yet his enemy seemed to only be getting more powerful as his stellar Ziston countered all the attacks while knocking away arrows from Althea and an innumerable number of nullity suns from the flail of the Invigilator. Ezekiel, it was a surreal scene as a single man sat on the throne and weaved across the fractured fabric of reality to gloriously match three tribunal rulers, the empowered nullity beasts also joining the fray soon after as his Ziston covered by glorious blue flames began smashing into them and causing blooming singularities to occur that were snuffed out by the heavy waves of nullity soon after. Seated on his throne, his gaze was one of utmost power and glory as in this battlefield, nobody shone brighter than him. Your very eyes and soul are seeking the path forward, His voice began to emanate out in this gray reality as everyone's guards rose up to elevated levels. Let me show you the only path waiting for you all. His words brought great alarm to his enemies as before they even ended, they felt a warning from a concept for the last time. It would be the last time as either they perished thereafter, or they survived as they had to release it. It was an attack of dazzling blue flames that descended from the line of integration of providence that was most closely bound to their souls. OOH. From afar, Lilith bellowed out with immense sorrow and rage as she was among the first to break off the integration with providence. They had all felt the surging flames that singed their souls as the quickest had their lessons after mana dynamics. Putting their feelings aside as they did what they had to do in order to escape death, but it was still providence, a truly crucial and fundamental law that was like a beacon of light to see overwhelming darkness. It had still taken a fraction of a nanosecond for some to completely be free of it, as in multiple areas where enemy rulers from Apollyon, Fantasia, Nibelheim, mirror points of singularities bloomed. Near Noah's own throne, the eminent mastermind and the Invigilator spat out blue flames with solemn expressions as the visage of Althea. Half of it was currently burning with blue flames as she had received a heavy injury, an injury that was also a chance as the dimensional reality Ziston of the quintessential Kainos Emperor weaved out like a snake towards her wrathful and solemn visage. Whether the Ziston could actually reach her and cause the fall of another tribunal ruler was unknown. Providence, as Noah cut off access to it from multiple rulers, he himself was delving across its endless river that seemed to intricately wrap around the parallel paths, and he had learned to delve and gaze upon what he wanted with this unique boon of providence. As he gazed into multiple parallel paths, he wanted to confirm the words of reality, as the more he looked, the graver his expression became. When focusing on the major events of a path, nothing about Noah Osmond came up, unless he focused on himself and gazed at a mere reflection. He truly did not play a role in the unfolding of reality in parallel paths. So, what about the parallel paths that sprouted from the main reality due to the irreversible nexus events that he caused? The moment he thought of such a question, his vision was drawn away from the current path he viewed as in an abstruse corner where a myriad of golden lines depicted parallel paths. He came to see obsidian lines running alongside them, and when his consciousness was pulled into them, he saw the barren lands. He saw them in tatters, as in this path, the dream dimension did not exist while the other 8 dimensions and the desolate mausoleum were accelerating towards destruction. He didn't stay on this path long, as soon after, he was dragged away to observe another path as here. Both the Avalon and dream dimensions were gone as the very fabric of reality was constantly undergoing cataclysm as countless realities were dying along with the remaining dimensions, and one after another, Noah began to be drawn to countless paths that showed such scenes of destruction and despondency as their information soon rose in his mind. Apocalyptic parallel paths, WAA. Since he did not exist across the myriad paths, his actions had no way of being rectified by reality from the main path. The irreversible nexus events that he caused allowed for the birth of parallel paths, but since there was no way for his influencer self to cause these events, they violated reality itself as the actions could not be quantified. The parallel paths that sprouted did not have a true basis in reality, so what was birthed instead were unquantifiable probabilities that bore nothing but destruction. Apocalyptic parallel paths. And it did not stop there. Noah's consciousness was drawn out again as while he gazed at the massive golden line of the main path and the river of providence coiling around everything, he saw tendrils of mana dynamics, entropy, relativity. And the tendrils of something he had not yet come across. Something that enveloped all of the fundamental natural laws that showed among the many smaller golden lines of parallel paths some had begun to be tainted obsidian due to the actions of a certain being. The myriad of parallel paths, the myriad of probabilities of reality. Were going towards destruction and apocalypse. The obsidian color was beginning to spread from the apocalyptic parallel paths he sprouted and spread far as eventually, all lines would crumble, all other probabilities would crumble to join the main path as the results of what this confluence would bring. Were unimaginable. Chapter 21-29 The Pylon of Ascension illuminates. 3. This was the scene that the river of Providence showed him, branching versions of reality becoming apocalyptic ever so slowly as this time it was actually through his hands, through his own actions, shuring, he was drawn back into his body moments after this realization as his consciousness came back to full attention even though this whole time he was still technically in a slumber as infinite dream remained active. He was in a slumber, but his robust will could move and think freely as he felt the changes brought about by his constant advancements. His body was wrapped around by countless tendrils of light as between his very fingers, pristine waves of the very fundamental laws of nature flowed. Waves that his body had constantly been devouring this whole time as prompts also continued to flow. You have gained an initial understanding of the natural law of strong nuclear force. You have gained an initial understanding of the natural law of weak nuclear force. You have gained an initial understanding of the fundamental natural law of relativity. Glorious prompts like these continued to come, but they seemed to be occurring in passing as the will of the quintessential Kainos Emperor was gazing out into blankness while thinking of what he saw. The pillars of providence that had been the conduit to bring his consciousness to the unique concept of parallel paths began to fade as Eowyn came to once more, her figure stern as she looked around carefully before coming to float beside Noah's floating slumbering body. Even though she didn't fully know what had just occurred, she wanted to be able to protect him in case something else happened, so a man and a woman floated in the center of an expanding and elevating dimensional emperal domain of nature as each had their own thoughts. Noah's eyelids were closed in his slumber, but the tripupilled eyes beneath seemed to be staring out across the tendrils of natural laws and into the expanse of constantly assimilating realities above his gormandizing dimensional reality, his gaze constantly reflecting the scene of apocalyptic parallel paths and what his actions were causing until they finally came face to face with the visage of the draconian Chilan Phoenix outside the boundary of the gormandizing dimensional reality. This ender of nature intricately linked to three fundamental natural laws had its stared eyes gaze coldly at Noah as its voice rang out in his mind. Did you see it? Has Providence shown you a semblance of truth regarding your actions? That as you hypocritically preach about preventing cataclysm and apocalypse, your actions directly bore fruit to apocalyptic parallel paths that are spreading their destruction to the countless probable realities out there. The voice was cold and filled with the same apathy as Noah's gaze was cold and simmering with brilliance when gazing at the ender of nature, who continued, your standing as an anomaly non-existent in parallel paths is causing this. If you hand control of the gormandizing dimensional reality to me and I am the one to continue causing nexus events capable of causing branching paths, there would be no branching apocalyptic parallel paths. Reality exists on the main path and parallel paths as even the absence of the gormandizing dimensional reality would be rectified. You could achieve what you preach as your goals right now and stop apocalypse across the myriad parallel paths if you just grant me control of this construct. Huum. The voice of reality was cold and ruthless. Noah's slumbering visage listened silently, but at the same time his will was bubbling with an unknown force of tyranny. The path he followed, the goals he wanted to achieve. Would he truly leave all of them behind because of the appearance of apocalyptic parallel paths? His will formed into waves of hockey as he bellowed out at this juncture, his heart ever so clear as resplendent absolute authority coursed through his very vessels. It is merely the birth of probable realities that could have occurred through my own actions. But that is all, they are mere probabilities. As for their path towards apocalypse, I've come to learn that apocalypse and assimilation are not too different. Let the parallel paths be no more. I shall return all possible versions of realities onto a singular path. Onto the main path. His will rose ever higher in stature. Reality had to remain silent after his boisterous words as Noah had truly come to learn of the thin line between apocalypse and assimilation. After all, hundreds of thousands of realities were currently undergoing apocalypse and being assimilated into his gormandizing dimensional reality at this very moment, so he would not be swayed. This was his path, and he would see it to the end. There are greater things for me to worry about than this. Yes, among the many boons of providence, there came individualized boosts like all laws and decreta, In terms of providence, the protagonist trait has experienced quintessential elevation. The feature of, I am the main character, has been infused with a large amount of absolute providence authority. The possibilities of your path become even so clear in your eyes. Everyone relied on providence to see possible paths that could play out and how to prepare for the future. He was able to see many things after he bound the source of providence. The vision of the parallel paths was just one as now. He could also with even greater accuracy the most crucial paths right before him, as well as any dangers that could stand in his way. And even though his true sanguine clone was matching tribunal rulers at this moment and had reached a stellar level of power in the Barren Lands, it was not enough, because the Barren Lands would not remain with its current experts any longer. Charlemagne had said it, and now Noah had seen it. The most pertinent vision he was currently seeing after the parallel paths was of a massive configuration of light in the shape of an hourglass. From it, it would illuminate as multiple points of darkness that swallowed everything in their path arose as these points of darkness would make their way towards the location of the battle soon enough as a true sanguine clone has stepped on the point of death and rebirth. Chapter 21:30 The Pylon of Ascension illuminates. For, a true sanguine clone has stepped on the point of death and rebirth. The clone currently battling with tribunal rulers had such a prompt rise up. Noah's slumbering eyes were extremely cold and calculating as when seeing this prompt again, he actually did not begin planning to prevent it in the same manner as he had all the others. Yes, he had seen with providence the most opportune path in the very near future to come. Was the death of one of his true sanguine clones. He could prevent it by retreating in the seconds to come and disappearing before any new players entered the fold. But this would not lead to the most opportune path. Sometimes, death was also a path forward as Noah prepared for it. His work and elevation of power were still far from done as his gaze went to the quintessential treasure cache around him, as well as the ever-increasing all-source enhancers, Millennium, and other loot from the Nullity Beasts. He waited to see what was in store as immense radiance shone, the resplendent light of loot beginning to overpower even the swirling essences of natural laws as treasure caches began to open one after another. The quantum dimension, a vast plane of existence that stretched out endlessly, its atmosphere being one where very unique species survived and thrived in. It had no designated floor or ceiling as vibrant multicolored seas of quantum essence covered vast regions, and naturally formed crystalline multicolored lands formed other regions. Everything was akin to a stellar void of space surrounded by foreign and intricate structures, as there were even areas of warped space and time. And even points of ever-present singularities within the quantum dimension, near a vibrant singularity the size of thousands of realities, at a distance above the singularity in the region of the event horizon. A radiant empire stood strong for the past ages as it had never been breached before, an empire that was the center for many decisions across the 9 dimensions over the eons. This empire was truly enacted atop a singularity as just the logic of making it possible was warped, the existences within it that could withstand the force of a singularity being even more unfathomable. Countless multicolored towers rose with magnificence and grandeur as all their tips were pointed towards a central point within this empire. It was closer towards this massive singularity as suspended in a region with swirling waves of quantum essence, a construct that looked like massive coiling of energies to form an hourglass structure could be seen. Its sheer size could not be fully made out as the constant warping of space fooled one's senses, with its size at times seeming as small as a grain of sand in 1 second. The size of a star in the next second, or the size of a reality in another second. Swirling seas of multicolored essence of lesser concentration wrapped around it and gave the image of a massive rising pillar of light, an image of a pylon that was carved in space. This was the pylon of ascension. It was utterly radiant and incandescent as it was anchored in space, releasing a terrifying force that anyone below nature integration could not truly withstand, and yet there were 3 beings near this pristine location. All 3 were in pristine humanoid forms, with 2 following behind one stellar existence who was adorned in simple white robes as above his head, a pure white crown rotated above him. The 2 behind him looked eerily similar in structure and stature as even their faces were alike, wings of multicolored light erupting behind their backs as above their heads, solidified multicolored crowns with unrecognizable ecratures rotated with grandiosity. The 2 of them had been here many times and throughout their lives as everything here was familiar to them. They were 2 of the 4 Mikados that guarded the pylon of ascension, the one ahead of them adorned in white robes that even these nature integration existences looked at with respective and somewhat fearful eyes was someone known simply as the Quantum Emperor, a title a few others had held in the past, as all of those that had held it over the ages were no longer in the Barren Lands anymore. And this man had attained this title in the age of destiny as he now led the strongest anchor in the barren lands. His figure was pristine and clear as strands of multicolored hair reached his broad shoulders, his skin actually crystalline in texture as it shone with stellar radiance and grandeur, his eyes were uniquely shining with an austere blue as if one stared at an endless sea, his lips carving upwards at this moment in a calm smile as he gazed at the massive pylon of ascension below. Them that began to illuminate and hum with a magnificent light at this moment, hung, at its illumination, the identical Mikados trembled as they dropped to their knees, but the white-robed Quantum Emperor remained floating upright as the pylon of ascension only became brighter while its hourglass visage began to slowly spin. The swirls of essence formed this pylon began to light up as they lost their myriad of colors, the grandeur of white beginning to cover everything at this moment. It seemed like a white line had begun to shine across this space and spread out to the very center of the singularity. Light and everything else became distorted, but the white light remained shining with stellar glory as it released waves of incandescent brilliance and covered everything. Before receding an instant later into the pylon of ascension. But as it receded, a circular mass of light flashed out from the center of the spinning pylon and smashed onto the nearby space, the fabric of reality becoming torn in this region as the circular mass of light began to open up soon after. And as soon as it did, the utterly horrific auras of multiple entities could be felt as along with this, a stretched out yawn that contained no authority and yet it caused the very fabric of reality to tremble emanated out. To think I would really be back here again. Is that little Constantine? From the fading light, multiple figures were beginning to be revealed as at the very forefront, eyes full of wildness and regality blazed, a blinding light emanated from the adornments. These beings had armaments that shone with silver-gray radiance and seemingly to be made out of bone, covering them on all sides. When gazing at them, one could only feel the feeling of ancientness and archaic grandeur. A feeling of wildness and freedom not seen in any of the emperors across the barren lands. It was a feeling of grandiosity that emanated from those outside of it. Chapter 2131, An Emperor of Age. To think I would really be back here again. Is that little Constantine? The voice was authoritative and filled with grandeur as the circular fading light revealed those within more clearly as the air of ancientness screamed out. 12 distinguished auras blazed silently and with utmost contained power as their silver-gray archaic bone armaments caused the fabric of reality to splinter and fracture. Something unique about these figures was that around each of them, an intricate obsidian crystalline ball floated around their bodies. These obsidian crystalline structures seemed capable of devouring all light as wondrously. The pressure they gave off was akin to terrifyingly stable singularities. The words were spoken by a being at the very forefront that even the Quantum Emperor referred to as Little Constantine showed surprise at her appearance, with his eyes regaining their regality soon after as he still did not bow even with the terrifying pressure these beings released. Before he could even reply though, the light from the pylon of ascension entirely faded from the 12 figures as soon after, the space around them trembled. Massive waves of natural laws and fundamental natural laws seethed as from the fabric of reality. Tendrils that looked like chains erupted out to wrap around these beings as if they had broken some inviolable laws. The pace and speed they came down was utterly ferocious, and yet these beings merely gazed up and scoffed while doing nothing, a transparent barrier of light coming to life around them as gloriously. The tendrils and chains of fundamental natural laws and natural laws were pulled towards the obsidian crystalline balls rotating around their bodies, uniquely passing through these constructs before they came to descend on their bodies. This I truly did not miss. The vocal existence at the very forefront spoke out once more while her tan hands twirled with the essences of manadynamics, providence, relativity, entropy. She twirled with the essence of natural laws as they wrapped around her and all those that had just descended as if they were binding them. At this scene, Constantine's blue eyes shone with brilliance as he spoke out in a calm tone that was befitting of an emperor. I did not expect you to be among the first to descend, true Empress Katia. It seems you all are truly serious about this undertaking, true Empress, a distinction worthy of a pause and honor. It did not indicate someone that was the emperor of a dimension like Constantine, but a female that had truly and attained something only a single being in age could attain. A true emperor had shockingly descended. Well, it is a rather small matter that can turn into a serious matter depending on how things go. My legion is among the few that could leave their post momentarily, with others to follow if need be. A dazzling smile erupted from her face as she floated forward, radiant dark hair draped past her shoulders and into the archaic gaps of her silver-gray bone armament, her tanned face that of unrealistic beauty as her blessed proportions were hidden with the radiant bone armament. But for you to talk to me like this when I could remember you as just a little sprout from the royal quantum singularity lineage. How times have changed. Yes, even the Mikado at the nature integration realm kneeled down towards these beings as Constantine, he did not kneel. After all, why would one true emperor kneel to another? As an unwritten reality, it was already set in stone for him to be the true emperor of this age of quintessence. True Empress Katia smiled brilliantly as her figure gave off a unique authority that caused one's heart to times waver, an authority that stood above many concepts, as this was something that only true emperors could attain. Hers was veiled within her body as it pulsed with a verdant grandeur. It was the authority that defined the very age that she had reigned over, the true authority of karma. From the age of karma, this existence had reigned supreme before ascending, as there was a reason for her to be the one leading the first set of forces here to ensure that the goals of the ancestors were achieved. It is great to welcome you back to your first home, true Empress. It seems I need to be filled in on the gravity of the situation if you are the first to come here. The current Quantum Emperor, Constantine, spoke out with regality as true Empress Katia appeared before him, the sheer might she released being extremely oppressive and breathtaking, as the realm of power she was in was not in the stage of nature integration. It was far different from these, as existences like her that had exceeded the barren lands. Their focus was not at all integrating with nature. After all, the ancestors had sealed nature eons ago, and they now wanted to let the natural process of destruction follow its course and end the very place that birthed them. They really chose you to bear the next throne of authority. Authority of quintessence, is it? It seems to be a fairly powerful one amongst true authorities, as I can see why all of this would be occurring now. What information have you all attained on what is undoing what was done long ago? Would it have anything to do with the waves of battle all the way over there? Her eyes were piercing as they shockingly unveiled anything standing in her way to be in tune with faint fluctuations of battle that nobody else here could feel due to the distance, her eyes landing on the rupturing quantum rings as well as the allure nullity from afar. Here, she could feel many connections of karma, as this was the reason she was sent ahead of all others to sending in the barren lands, as the holder of the true authority of karma from this age. Very few others excelled when it came to tracking and seeking information. She had just arrived within seconds, as she knew which direction she had to go. It was the dazzling grandiosity of a true emperor, and even while facing the suppression of natural laws, she had yet to even show a fraction of her power. Chapter 2132, An Emperor of an Age. 2. The two identical Mikados could barely lift their heads at the pressure that the 12 beings before them released, as the most prominent one gazed at the obsidian crystalline structure floating around her at this juncture, seemingly communicating with it, while the Quantum Emperor replied, yes. Under the guise of the dimensional conclave, Charlemagne found clues making reality itself the dimensional animicus, though it seems reality is closely utilizing enders of nature and even rulers of anchors to achieve its aims. I see. I was sent here first because even though this issue has not become pervasive currently with a minority of anchors removed, this will change if the majority of anchors are not suppressing the desolate mausoleum. It's also unbearably difficult for those powerful old fogies to come down themselves, but my aim here is the swift eradication of whatever is removing the anchors and achieving the simultaneous destruction of both the desolate mausoleum and 9 anchors. If I fail to do so in the coming days, more will come down thereafter. Either way, the goal remains eradication. The figures behind true Empress Katia released a pulse of profound power as the obsidian crystalline structures floating around them released an oppressive radiance. Their cold eyes not releasing any trace of information while adorned in their bone armaments, as they truly seemed to fall under the rule of the true Empress that was adapting to the feelings of restrictions that had been wrapping around all of them this whole time. As Constantine nodded, yes. Although this time, the enemy is reality itself, which can make things somewhat complicated. Reality, the very space where they currently stood on, was a part of it, as reality already knew of their arrival. At his words, the true Empress Katia gazed at the fabric of reality around them with a sneer, as if she could feel its gaze, authoritative words emanating out that caused the surroundings to seethe. Not to worry. We were true emperors and rulers before, but outside of these barren lands, we are conquerors and defenders. This time, we came to defend the interests of all our people, as even reality itself will not be capable of standing in our way. Let's go. Entropy surged in waves before it was erased by the crackling waves of authority these 12 beings possessed, the whole party following the lead of a true empress, even though the level of power of the 11 other existences that gazed at everything with coldness. It wasn't too far off. Destiny and providence moved with purpose around Noah as they told him a crucial time was nearing. And he affirmed multiple times the correct path to take is this time. It truly was different from before, to allow a clone to undergo the point of death and rebirth. What possible reason could there be to allow for the path of death of a true sanguine clone? His enemies had an inkling that it was one of his bodies, as it wouldn't serve any deceptive purpose, and there were many other reasons alongside it, but Noah still trusted in Providence, as he had yet to be led wrong. Something else that calmed his tyrannical heart in all this was the fact that his clone would not face death to any beings within these barren lands who were bidding for the seat of the true emperor, but those from outside of this reality and age of quintessence, as he found his authority as an emperor of this age would not decrease. But he still would not make it easy for them. He would still fight with everything he had and see exactly what forces the ancestors could send down, and the best way to do this on his side was to begin devouring the loot he had just obtained from this fantastical battle. As the 3 quintessential treasure caches opened, Noah's slumbering eyes gazed at the overall gains from the thousands of nullity beasts he had taken down so far, with their legions still being abundant even now. 220,000 shards of concept modifiers have been obtained, 220,000 shards of nullity have been obtained, 220,000 ingots of nullinium have been obtained, 22,000 all-source enhancer has been attained. Pristine numbers were shown as a requirement was more than exceeded, a requirement of grasping nullity. Along with this, a large number of all-source enhancers that granted Noah the resources for nearly 80% of the 7th dimensional layer appeared, with the only thing left being Noah's choice on whether to utilize them all on this aspect or use them to elevate the infinite forge ever higher. Then, Noah stared at the dazzling metallic blocks of nullinium that would be more than enough for 2 nullity armaments, as his will also focused on the golden flaming blacksmith's forge from afar that showed a massive melting nullity greatsword that had its deconstructed materials flowing into ruination and the primordial disk. These 2 forged relics resonating with each other as they bathed in pristine materials and power, their final forms seeming to be interconnected and not separate. Noah was waiting for it eagerly, as part of the reason he hadn't begun devouring all the loot he was getting was due to ruination. Its feature of multiplying loot was too crucial, as with its recent elevation, even the multiplication of Noah's current high-tier loot should not be an impossibility, but its elevation was taking its time, and time was not currently present as Providence told him terrifying existences neared. From the description of the shards of nullity, 100,000 shards were required to theoretically understand this construct and have it move through one's origin without it negating and destroying everything. Due to the limitations of time, where microseconds and even nanoseconds could mean the difference between life and death, Noah's will commanded the sufficiently required shards of nullity to surge towards him. Whenever ruination finished its elevation, the multiplicative effects would be utilized on what remained and what was to come. As for now, Noah's slumbering body began to absorb the docile crystalline shards of nullity. The concept that stemmed outside of reality, the concept that Oppenheimer utilized to help him attain the seat of the true emperor. Chapter 2133, On the Cusp of Glory. Descent, an action rarely done across the bounds of history, and something that was insurmountably difficult for existences to do. And yet, it was done at this moment in time. It was done as the repercussions were grand. In the quantum rings surrounded by oppressive waves of nullity, the Empress rose her head towards a certain direction as her expression became stern, her figure currently weaving across space to appear in front of Althea as her fair palm snaked out to clash with a Ziston that wanted to reap her life. BOM. Her hand shockingly shone with a jade-like crystalline luster as it smashed onto the Ziston-like an unbreakable weapon, the primitivus nullity originator in her hands exploding out with even more waves of nullity. As Noah's visage upon the throne was pushed back, the Empress could feel his cold gaze even while his throne flew out further back as swaths of abominations clawed towards it. Her voice echoing out as she continued to look towards a certain direction. You have sown your own calamity. Her gaze was towards a faraway area where a flash of white light had illuminated everything. Her gaze was towards a direction where unimaginable existences were beginning to move. On the same battlefield, Charlemagne also changed his gaze while sighing, and Lilith felt a shocking sense of foreboding as she bellowed out behind her. Lucius, she called towards her brother, who had shiftily remained in the back as this being released all his reserved power at once in this juncture, forming a crimson gateway in the far back as their thoughts seemed to be linked. It was a pathway to escape in case something drastic happened, and things seemed to be going towards this direction. The rulers from other dimensions could also feel the tides of reality changing in an unknown manner, as even they knew something was coming, they just couldn't fully grasp what. Across the fabric of reality, at the boundary of the gourmandizing dimensional reality, the draconian Chilan phoenix ender of nature also gazed towards a certain direction as its eyes wondrously became bathed with anger, not even turning around as the archaic voice of reality moved through waves unto Noah, who was currently in the process of swallowing tens of thousands of shards of nullity. The more time that passes that you do not release your control, the more unpredictable things become. Now, the sealers from afar have come in as their power is something foreign. Something you cannot stand. Something outsides the bounds of nature. It matters not. Noah's voice cut off the cold wool of reality as his body began to be surrounded by an incandescent silver-gray light. Enemies will come as always, and they shall eventually fall under my feet to be turned into loot sooner or later. Whatever force has descended makes things harder. But not impossible. After all, my interests are not mine alone, are they? Reality itself does not wish to see the gourmandizing dimensional reality be destroyed, so it better make sure to mask it so that it can never be found. Or be ready to defend it with everything it's got if it is ever found. The eyes of the draconian Chilean phoenix shone with cold brilliance as it saw the tyrannical will of the quintessential Kainos emperor scheming, and yet it was a scheme that one could only follow as it truly was the case. Further away across the fabric of reality, hidden within the folds of the boundary between realities, the existence whose figure constantly changed in size opened its eyes once more as this time, there was another emotion apart from ancientness and the hint of vicissitude, the ancient eyes of this being curved up into a smile of enigmatic brutality as a single word left his mouth, finally. A single word. And yet he still remained in the folds of space, ingenuity shone resplendently within his unreadable eyes as his visage hid waves of incredible power. From even the very fabric of reality around him, from even reality itself, going even further away from this location in the mirror dimension. Crystalline pikes and structures stretched out all around as both the clear transparent sky and earth were reflecting on each other, a mystic air flowing silently across the fabric of space. A scene of carnage and battle could be seen in a domain of shattered mirrors as the body of the mirror of death, Calican, could be seen rising from the grey ashes of the essence of Nibelheim, legions of calm and unperturbed undead surrounding it entirely. Yet the eyes of the mirror of death burned with blue flames currently, as they were the eyes of a subjugated existence who had run away from the battle with Lilith in the Nibelheim dimension, as ultimately his demise had occurred in the mirror dimension. When rising, the will of the existence that dominated the mirror of death also felt inexplicable changes he couldn't fully explain as his eyes focused toward a crystalline mountain near this location and voiced out, "Thanks for the aid, Osmont." Atop the mountain, the exceedingly beautiful figures of Caitlin and Noah could be seen as they had long since made their appearance in the upper echelons of power in the mirror dimension, with Caitlin not being capable of coming across her mother yet. As she had joined the escort to the dimensional conclave, after a less than pleasant introduction from the mirror lineage in this time of chaos, the verdict of incursion into the mirror dimension lay with the dimensional rulers currently fighting for their lives in the conclave, as Noah had taken Caitlin out at this time to stop the retreat of the mirror of death. This massive dragon now lay under the will of Eckert as Noah directly influenced the increase of power of another ally, his eyes releasing a knowing light as he nodded while also gazing towards a certain direction. A mere dimensional Hellion ruler will not be enough to fight what has come. We shall all be fighting for our lives and homes to the point of suffocation, as the power required to stand tall above the coming enemies was insurmountable, so Noah continued with his preparations. He continued as the river of time continued to churn, and in the far reaches of the quantum dimension the heads of many rulers turned as they now felt the foreign auras of utter oppressive and majesty near this location. Chapter 2134 On the Cusp of Glory. 2. 2134 On the Cusp of Glory. 2. Noah's slumbering will was roused to its greatest possible state as he felt the changes in the quantum dimension. Tendrils of providence arched over his very skin as in the same mindset of preparations, the radiant treasure caches fully open to do their part as his expansive space began to light up with glorious lights while prompts cascaded within his mind. Prompts that told of the results of absolute loot authority that at its core granted Noah the type of loot that he needed the most. Mind you, there were only the loot from the quintessential treasure caches and not the individual loot that Noah had yet to sort through from the Nibelheim Fantasia, quantum. From all the rulers he had burned with quintessential singularity ignition in the dimensional conclave, it was only the treasure caches currently. Yes, the caches were randomized, but they had given him the lineage of the Nyavagoth true emperor. He was shown the failed modus operandi of reality integration that set him on the path of binding reality instead of being bound by it, and even the reality-altering construct of the golden forge that he altered to make his infinite forge, constructs, and concepts that he needed the most, and all of this came from a single cache. This was back then, which wasn't even all that long ago, but Noah had advanced past this. So now, what would 3 treasure caches bring when they came from even more powerful existences and Noah's own authority had just continued to grow? The answer was a simple one: 498,500 obsidian dimensional reality panaceas have been obtained. The reality-altering construct of the eyes of clarity of the first true emperor has been obtained. 500,000 ingots of mananium have been obtained, 5 natural decretum complete understanding crystals have been obtained, 100,000 nullity pearls have been obtained, 100,000 all source enhancer has been obtained, the opening of all 3 treasure caches that stemmed from a tribunal ruler and 2 mikados finished. It was a shorter list of loot than even the opening of a single quintessential treasure cache from the heliotrope Lion Emperor. So much shorter, but the sheer quantity and quality of loot involved. It was utterly ridiculous. Annihilating over 20,000 nullity beasts had granted Noah a similar number of all source enhancers. Yet from the collective opening of 3 treasure caches, he had attained 100,000 of such loot, layer, and even start on the 8th, 1620, 5 natural decretum complete understanding crystals, a ridiculous number of ingots of mananium as well as something from the first age from the first existence to attain the throne of the true emperor. Enough obsidian dimensional reality panaceas for Noah to complete the 7th dimensional layer and even start on the 8th, and a new loot termed nullity pearls. It was truly what he needed, no superfluous loot he may or may not use, no unknown loot that would have one seek how to utilize it, just a simple and straightforward overabundance of everything he needed, a burst of loot that could possibly change the result of the paths to play out in the future as in his slumber. Noah did not delay as his will boomed out, complete entropy, relativity, gravity, polarity. Begin the integration of each of them so long as your source can handle it, boem. Glorious and immaculately pristine waves of colors erupted as his stellar visage somehow became even more radiant, and he was not done. The 7th dimensional layer. Let it be quantum. Shuring, his origin shone with splendor as after lying dormant within the last day, it began advancing forward yet again as a crucial milestone was crossed. He chose it to be quantum as from the unsorted individual loot of dead dimensional rulers, quantum and Fantasia were among them as he had attained pristine bloodlines from them and could generate their essences, so he could have chosen either one. But extremely crucial events were currently happening in the quantum dimension. He didn't somehow sequence his layers to build quantum as the last and final one due to its position and power among the 9 dimensions, his tyrannical gaze wishing to disrupt everything about it as much as he could at this juncture. And something crucial to note in all this was that before Noah even began utilizing the gourmandizing dimensional reality to fully swallow the sources of dimensions and remove their functions as anchors, he could affect them somewhat through his origin alone that held dimensional layers. Now that he was on his 7th with all the resources needed to complete it, as only 2 more layers were left. What change could he manifest on the anchors when he had all 9 layers built with stanchions and reality passaged stably coursing through them? It was a fantastical thought for the future as to see whether it would come to pass. He would have to overcome extreme enemies that were now arriving at the position of his true sanguine clone in the quantum dimension as providence began to veer in an unknown direction. In the vibrantly multicolored region filled with seas of quantum essence, everything was still under the shocking effects of the primitivus nullity originator as the quantum rings in the surroundings were torn in decay of vitality. Yet at this moment, the raging battle seemingly entered a lull with the eyes of all powerful beings on high alert while they gazed towards a certain direction where the outlines of suffocating auras gradually became clear. A white robe adorned the quantum emperor that all of them knew as Constantine, this being leading the way forward as beside him. An existence whose very appearance caused the fabric of reality to vibrate took all of their eyes and attention. It was because this existence seemed to have an inexplicable authority and presence that stood above all others, something they just couldn't quite put their finger on. She and 11 others behind were adorned in fantastical silver-gray bone armaments, with dazzling obsidian crystalline circular structures rotating around each of them uniquely. This existence, besides Constantine with her unreasonable sense of beauty and awe, was the first to speak as an unknown force stepped into the broken quantum rings filled with dense waves of nullity. Ah, now this is familiar. Hung, true Empress Katia spoke as the essence of nullity surged around her, her blessed chest expanding as she took a deep breath in to breathe billowing waves of nullity with a content expression. Tomorrow's working chapter titles: On the Cusp of Glory. 3-4, Chapter 2135 On the Cusp of Glory. 3. Ah, now this is familiar. While breathing in billowing waves of nullity with a calm expression, true Empress Katia spoke out freely as she continued, "It's familiar and somewhat weak in concentration, but it shouldn't be here," and her words ended in a piercing tone as her gaze twinkled with a verdant authority, her eyes instantly honing in on the Empress who had rebuffed Noah at this time and had all the remaining tribunal rulers around her. Nullity beast legions forming rows around them as at this juncture the Empress stopped gazing towards the direction of the new entrance and actually closed her eyes while focusing on the primitivus nullity originator in her hands. True Empress Katia adopted a cold gaze at this as she continued, For you to have an epic relic here and mass-produced replicas of chaoticus beasts. You are the vestige left behind by that man. A shockingly oppressive force came along with her words as the Empress did not reply nor focus on her. Tribunal rulers appearing behind her as their bodies lit up with essence that surged into her, the light of power around them growing into an immense stage. Against this, true Empress Katia and the cold-gazed Quantum Emperor just arriving would have given the Empress their attention, but they found their eyes being drawn away, and it was something natural that truly couldn't be helped as on this battlefield. There were some particularly astonishing things that instantly drew one's attention. The primitivus nullity originator is one thing, but there was another that was utterly breathtaking as one couldn't easily miss it. It was the Emperor sitting on a floating throne while adorned with a floating solidified crown that vibrated with the ecritures of quintessential dimensional emperor. The eyes of all new arrivals were drawn here as Princess Katia looked at this with squinted eyes, turning towards the figure of Constantine beside her in a questioning gaze. I thought they had designated you to be the true emperor after that whole debacle with Oppenheimer, so what is this? How did you all allow someone else to already attain a distinction of rulership of this age? A shocking question arose as the Quantum Emperor gazed with utmost coldness towards Noah. He didn't reply to true Empress Katia as he instead addressed the existence wielding a dimensional reality Ziston while staring at them with utmost scrutiny. Are you the emperor who recently tried to forge a construct rivaling mine in this age and failed? How bold of you to have attained the distinction of quintessential when your actions are not. His voice was booming as the aura potency hidden within it far exceeded even Charlemagne and Lilith. His white robes seemed unblemished and full of grandeur as his blue eyes were as vast as the endless seas of Fantasia. His distinction special and above others innately as the only being he lost out to in terms of oppressiveness were the 12 bestial existences behind him. This was the being who believed this age was his. After all, he had achieved feats of quintessence in this age. He has built many things to great fruition as he was the Quantum Emperor Constantine. Being addressed by these terrifying beings in this gray space of nullity, Noah laid the Ziston in his hands on the armrests of his throne as he leaned back and spoke with majesty. Sealers and apostates, HUUM. His voice carried weight and grandiosity that spread far and wide, many eyes focusing on him. This is what reality calls you all. But I believe the term cowards is more befitting. His eyes carried immense coldness and confidence as they focused on true Empress Katia and continued. You think you can come here and admonish me for seeking the true throne? Speak of this authority as if it can be designated and given away freely? How did they allow someone else to already attain a distinction of rulership of this age, you ask? Do you truly think I needed permission from others to reign in this age of quintessence? Regality, glory, fantastical waves of elegance radiated from him as he stared coldly at beings of utmost power that far exceeded many here. Beings that were fearless as true Empress Katia had the verdant light of the true authority of karma blaze in her stern eyes as a trace of ridicule rose as her sonorous voice boomed out. Yes, you actually do need to be designated and allowed to attain the seat of the true emperor. I would know this best as I stood at the top of an age once to attain such a distinction. You have done exceptionally to parade yourself as a genuine candidate so far, but this is exactly as far as you go. Much greater things are at stake this time around as the authority of this age will not be given out freely. Boom, the atmosphere entirely changed the moment Katia affirmed everyone's fears. The truly old existences that had lived through many ages remembered her as Elba's side while Lilith looked distorted and livid, all other rulers present becoming despondent as truly a true emperor had descended to carry the will of the ancestors. Her words denied any other possible opinions as in terms of authority of a true emperor. Who could speak about it with greater confidence than the one who had already attained such distinction? It caused all others to be speechless. All others but Noah. He shook his head as his gaze moved between true Empress Katia and the Quantum Emperor, whose cerulean eyes shone with utmost confidence. The mere fact that you do not refute her words shows you shall never attain the true authority of quintessence. These utterly callous words were spoken while he gazed at the Quantum Emperor. And he then continued further as he came to refocus on true Empress Katia. And if your words hold even a semblance of truth for the ages that have come to pass, then it means there has not been a genuine true emperor in all the past ages. The tyranny and grandeur erupted around his throne as his gaze was filled with utter majesty at this moment. It means that only false emperors have been proclaimed over the past ages if they were truly handed this authority. And it means you all can rejoice. You can rejoice as in this great age of quintessence, you will finally be able to see a genuine true emperor. You will finally be able to understand what it truly means to stand atop an age. Rumble. Chapter 2136 On the Cusp of Glory. 4. You can rejoice as in this great age of quintessence, you will finally be able to see a genuine true emperor. You will finally be able to understand what it truly means to stand atop an age. Resonant words, words so resonant and profound that they seemingly caused the very fabric of reality to resonate, quintessential authority erupting out and surging around Noah and his throne of quintessential tyranny as his image drew in all eyes. Your authority as an emperor of this age quintessentially increases. Your authority as an emperor of this age quintessentially increases, and his resolve truly resonated with quintessence as his authority increased purely from this. Surging waves of authority wrapped around him gloriously as it seemed potent, as his crown and backbone of a throne shone with blinding radiance, as it seemed that the backbone of his throne was shockingly and precisely sculpted to the point that this being, he was on the cusp of attaining something utterly grand, on the cusp of glory that very few beings had attained across the ages. At such a scene, the gazes of the quantum emperor and true empress Katia became cold as the latter rose her hand, and then, reality itself shattered. The seat of the true emperor could only be attained if one was allowed to attain it. This statement that true Empress Katia said held a form of reality and falsehood at the same time, as she knew it very well as a past emperor. She was one of the most proficient seers in the age of karma, as she was so proficient to the extent that she knew all those she was connected to and all those she would be connected to in the barren lands, to the extent that she could even form lines of karma with those she had no relations to. In her age, it wasn't about strength, but simply about who was more proficient in karma, and she was not alone in this. There was another being that had such monstrous skill in karma that he put countless others in awe, the Elysium Emperor. During the age of karma, he was the closest to winning the race to the authority of the true emperor of karma, but at a certain point he just disappeared. With no knowledge of the how or why, with the rest of the quantum dimensional rulers left behind shocked and befuddled, this powerful being disappeared, and as the years went by, Katia found nobody reaching the same stage as her. As after attaining sufficient authority, she reached the true throne of karma. The mystery of the Elysium Emperor of that age was never solved, as she only found out the truth when she had ascended. She came to learn that the cycles of ages that began so long ago, and the true emperors that rose and fell, only did so after being scrutinized by ancestors, if they were among those who would continue to follow their will. The Elysium Emperor did not match the guidelines that the ancestors set, as this was part of the reason why the pylon of ascension existed in the quantum dimension. The descent today was not something unheard of, as silently and without others knowing, things were always kept in check over the ages, as if a leading emperor was found to potentially not be agreeable to the wills of the ancestors, they would disappear. There were even more terrifying seers outside of these barren lands among the ancestors that could gaze and find many things. In some ages, the pylon of ascension would illuminate. In other ages, it remained dormant as no move had to be made. This was done because the barren lands were crucial to all of them and the status quo had to be maintained. This led back to secrets connected to exactly how the ancestors had managed to seal the desolate mausoleum and escape the influence of natural laws long ago, and the power that a true emperor achieved, and how they utilized it. The only age where someone slipped through the cracks was the age of destiny, which had just come to pass, an existence who was not a chosen emperor or a destined emperor. And yet he had attained the most authority in the age of destiny. Is due to this. The consequences included his shocking actions that ended an era. Now another existence was slipping through the cracks, it seemed. The true seers hadn't seen him. This was an impossible task, as especially so in the barren lands. Hiding one's signature was hard, even if one was an irregularity. Their life signature would be seen even across the parallel paths of the barren lands. So how had this one slipped past the cracks? Katia's eyes blazed with ingenuity as she focused on the existence upon the throne, her true authority illuminating many things as she began to give out commands. Dracaris, take Aegis, and rose to the desolate mausoleum. Scour every reality and boundary between realities for this essence signature. Find this being's main body and the signatures of the dream and Avalon dimensions. They should be in the same place. At the same time, increase the desolate mausoleum's rate of progression towards cataclysm. A verdant light emanated from her and went in front of 3 being behind her, who nodded silently, taking the light and disappearing soon after. U6, delve into the Nibelheim, Fantasia, Elysium, Mirror, Apollyon, and Prana dimensions as you begin to spread nullity and increase its pace towards cataclysm at the same rate. The rest of you. With me. Close off all surrounding regions of space and give us some alone time. The true authority of karma surged around her eyes as she accounted and saw countless verdant strings. She saw how many things connected to each other as in the corner of her eyes. She also gazed at Lilith and the enders of nature. Constantine began to emanate a dazzling radiance beside her as his eyes were locked onto a singular being. True Empress Katia thought of many things as the tool rotating around her pulsed, feeling the tendrils of natural laws binding her again and a suppression she did not miss settling around her existence tightly. She felt all of this as she moved. She would do what others did when they were sent down. She would stop a being like this who stood on the cusp of glory. All for the greater good, for the survival of all beings. Chapter 2137 I shall burn it all for you. The buzz and grandeur of nullity emanated in her ears as she kept her eyes closed. The Empress, they called her. The one who stood by the emperor deceiver. The right hand of the true emperor of the age of destiny. These were all her accolades and titles, and yet when she faced the grandiosity of another true emperor, she couldn't help but become somber and enact a plan she did not wish to right away. This plan was fair and simple. It was a retreat in the face of absolute power. And she was not the only person thinking this, as on the other side, the figure of Lilith had already retreated towards the Supreme Pontiff as her gaze was entirely ashen and filled with rage. The reason for her rage was a simple one. It was because people like her and the Empress were realizing that they were completing their methods of escape for no other reason than the fact that the newly entering Quantum Emperor and even the true Empress Katia did not have their eyes on them. As reality shattered around them, these beings with terrifying stature and oppressive levels of power, the beings that were adorned in the bone armaments of unknown creatures, they all surrounded a single being and cut off all paths of escape for him. As such a thing for Lilith and the Empress meant the complete and utter disregard for their position. It was a great insult to their power, but at the same time, it greatly aided in what they wished to do here today. While true Empress Katia descended onto the battlefield fully, Lilith's body became wrapped by the crimson gateway that was opened by her brother, while the Empress clasped the primitivus nullity originator and became wrapped in a wondrous surge of nullity that extended onto the remaining tribunal rulers. The legions of abominations that were placed out began to turn into streaks of light that returned into their bodies, the powerful epic relic in the hands of the Empress letting out an incandescent light as their figures quickly disappeared. Retreat. This was the path that all emperors here saw, because the other side was death, so those who could leave began leaving. As among those staying behind, the visage of the quintessential dimensional emperor reigned supreme, his eyes not filled with an ounce of fear as his stellar spear already roared with radiant blue flames across the folds of spacetime. Crimson-black waves of Apollyon essence raged in the folds of space as the bodies of Lilith and a few others traversed great distances to instantly retreat into this dimension. The breathing of all the dimensional rulers that had joined in this escape was ragged, which was unique to see, as it was brought about by no one other than the aura potency and feeling of death from the oppressive power of those who had descended. The body of Lilith was trembling with rage as her brother floated beside her with a look of contemplation that did not remain for too long as Lilith's angry bellows echoed out. Fuck. WAA, disregard. They actually disregarded my entire existence, as if in the grand scheme of things, I do not matter. Her words held rage, yes, but at the same time, one could feel immense pain and suffocation from them, because she had her goals and ideals. She wanted to attain the seat of the true emperor in order to rectify what was done in the last age, what they did to her father. She wanted to pay back those that had gone against her and, of course, save her home along the way. But the level of disregard she had faced today caused her to want to destroy everything around her as the billowing waves of magma and flames in the skies of Apollyon that they had appeared in began to rise. The Supreme Pontiff Lucius was about to console his sister when his gaze and the gazes of all rulers here instantly changed, because from afar, they felt the aura of another existence near them. They knew this aura as well as the voice that resonated soon after. If you thought you were having a bad day, it's about to get even worse for you, my dear dimensional queen. The last set of words were said in an extremely mocking tone as the grand figure of the true sanguine clone of none other than Noah appeared before the retreating figures of Lilith, Lucius, and others. Yes. Noah's clone arrived exactly where Lilith and the others had retreated as the stage of the battle and the dimensional conclave was reaching unprecedented levels. The enemies that were coming were too domineering, as Noah had to be even more so. So he moved up his paths of conquest. Since he had attained sufficient power, he did not go through the path of overcoming regional powerhouses, as his clone came outright to face the rulers of the Apollyon dimension themselves. Just because terrifying beings had appeared in the quantum dimension, it did not mean he had to stop his search for loot and let all enemies go. This was among the many things Providence was showing him. As for how he had found them so fast, among the Apollyon, Fantasia, and Nibelheim dimensional rulers with them, there were two that were still integrated to a source that Noah had bound, since Noah did not attack them and force them to desegregate, at the appearance of his demon true sanguine clone. the devilish body of Lilith simmered with contained power as her three eyes became tinged with ever greater levels of crimson. She breathed out billowing flames from her mouth that scorched the near skies as she locked on Anoa while the rulers around her blazed with power and got ready for a fight. Your singular appearance has somehow thrown out millions and billions of years' worth of work and ideals. Do you know that? She spoke as she felt the vestiges of understanding of providence swirl within her. She had destroyed the line of integration for it, yes, but she still had its understanding. It couldn't allow her to see things as clearly and with great accuracy as before, but it could still tell her that an important point in her life had come, a point that if she overcame, there was a possibility of an illustrious path in the future. But if not, do you understand how your existence has changed the fates of so many things? How your actions called down the existences that are here today? The removal of anchors, his distinction as the quintessential dimensional emperor, when looking at the causes and effects of many things. This existence was at the exact center, and at her words. He merely nodded with an understanding expression as if he could empathize and truly grasp Lilith's perspective. I understand. You hold a lot of hatred and wrath in your heart. So let me help you silence it. Let me put to rest the great dimensional Hellion ruler Lilith. Chapter 21:38 I shall burn it all for you. 2. Let me put to rest the great dimensional Hellion ruler. These words resonated with the blazing skies of Apollyon as they caused Lilith's figure and those around her to become bathed in authority. Her body was still in a devilish form that had absorbed 3 undead emperors, her hooved hands rising at this moment and burning with flames as she nodded lightly while voicing out, "You heard the true Empress Katia when she said true emperors are designated? In the last age, there were 2 beings that had the greatest chance and destiny to become true emperors. One of those was my father, and the other was Feng, the great commander Feng, who ended up dying earlier than most emperors in this age in the hands of a being who had an abysmal destiny. Some even say that Feng's destiny was snatched on that day by Oppenheimer as he then went on to achieve what he did. But the crucial thing in all this is that while my father's body disappeared, I was able to attain the body of Feng. I was able to raise it and keep its aspects intact even though its soul was gone. I had grand plans for this as I believed it possible to even use the destined emperor of the past age to attain rulership in this age. I had all these plans. But then you appeared. Her crimson eyes turned clear as her rage and anger were entirely snuffed out. A dangerous amount of clarity descended as in her devilish form, she stared towards Noah and continued, "You appeared as all those plans I had for Feng and many others, I shall now throw them out the window. The crucial body of a destined emperor, I will now burn it and everything else I have just for you. I will burn it all to challenge that distinction you have and see that all I have done is not for naught. I shall put all of the quintessential authority that I have collected so far on the line for this. So let me see. Let me see this quintessence that you have been boasting about since we were in the quantum dimension. Let me see why a being like you rose out of nowhere to even attain such a distinction while the rest of us who have been burning blood and soul are disregarded as if we are nothing." A brooding symphony played. It was a unique sight. It was akin to the setting sun on a bright and radiant day as Lilith's body began to light up with tendrils of extremely crimson flames that wrapped around her and ground her form down as she was becoming something else entirely. She was staking all of her hard work that was already getting torn down to prove something. That against this unreasonable being that quite literally rose from nowhere. She could overcome him. That the distinction of quintessential dimensional emperor could be taken down for her to prove her candidacy to the true throne. Lucius seemed shocked and unwilling to see this unfolding result as his vibrant eyes locked onto the figure that was the cause of all this, the dimensional Animicus who was in multiple places at once. There were no words that could be said to rectify any past actions or change what was about to unfold. The rulers on their side got ready while tendrils of flames scorched Lilith as ashes fell. And her figure shrank into a fantastical form of a demoness with curves of excellent proportions. Apollyon essence surged as the being that was closest to its source burned all that she held dear, and this essence burned with this being as the very dimension seemed to be supporting her. Fair white jade-like skin wrapped on an armament of crimson-black flames, hair burning red and dripping past her shoulders while her opening eyes hung. They seemed to contain the mysteries of the vast dimensions and reality as they seemed infinitely dense, akin to a singularity. Gazing at them just once might be enough to swallow weak nature integration realm existences, desegregate them, and shatter their souls all at once. Yet against their target. They were only met with utmost majesty. Noah gazed at the tendrils of demonic flames around a refined figure of Lilith as he thought of many things while shaking his head and voicing out, "This was never meant to be a contest of strength or authority." As he spoke, his surroundings fluctuated as two more true sanguine clones appeared to his left and right, their lips moving in conjunction with his as they laid down an affirmation. This was simply meant to be. The end of your reign, 3 Noahs spoke as soon after. Each of them began to blaze with the scorching cerulean light of quintessential singularity ignition. Along with this, a radiant silver-gray light had begun to illuminate in his eyes as this was the terrifying light of nullity that had been fluidly filling up the origin of his main body. Even this concept about to enter the fray, as even with Providence, Noah did not know how drastically things would change, so his 3 clones moved out like the points of singularities that they were, intent on closing off a chapter of a particularly powerful enemy, while at the same time he had to devour the anchor that was the Apollyon dimension. When Lilith made her escape, she disappeared into the Apollyon dimension with her forces. But what about the Empress? Her return was uniquely not into the main reality, although it was still in the desolate mausoleum. WAP, arcs of nullity and waves of spatial light twisted as an injured Althea, Ezekiel, and the eminent mastermind appeared alongside the Empress in a region located within the boundary between realities. It was a region of utter emptiness, as there should be nothing here, but the Empress had a stern expression as she clasped the primitivus nullity originator in her hands and communicated with it, and moments later, she turned her gaze towards a certain direction as with clear eyes she spoke out into nothingness. He said you would be here to lend aid in the case any of them descended. She spoke out into nothingness with an astounding resolve, the very fabric of reality vibrating at her words and focusing as even it didn't know what existence was being addressed by the Empress. Chapter 2139, A Flash of Nullity. He said you would be here to lend aid in the case any of them descended. While clasping the primitivus nullity originator, the Empress spoke with confidence into nothingness as what followed her was only silence. Even reality fluctuated and paid attention to this moment in time as the Empress was not rebuffed, continuing to speak with utmost certainty as if what Oppenheimer had told her could never be wrong. The survival of the desolate mausoleum. The promise from the last age still remains and waits to be completed now. All conditions have been met, as the only thing left is for you to make a move. She spoke of daring secrets nobody knew as the folds of space remained empty. And she was about to speak again when, the void of space cracked and split. From it, a single eyeball could be seen as the splitting of the folds of reality was akin to the brows of an eye-rising OTS pupil locking onto the Empress as the tribunal rulers around her felt their blood run cold and nearly freeze while an archaic voice rang out, I have waited for countless years to make a move, and I shall do so when I wish to return. A voice dripping with age, a voice that felt like primordial eons talking to each other. Althea felt her already injured body be strained even further just from listening to this voice, as after hearing this reply, the Empress gave a light nod and clasped the primitivus nullity originator once more. A unique light beginning to wrap around their figures to take them away from here. The moment she affirmed what she came to affirm, she moved as there were too many things to account for, like the fact that she was returning to the main reality that had lost the emperor domain of nature, like the fact that among the rulers returning, they were one tribunal ruler off, in the gormandizing dimensional reality. Waves of glorious radiance danced all around as below the dimensional emperor domain of nature. Noah's dream and Avalon dimensional chassis had returned with the Avalon and dream dimensional rulers, the gazes of these beings ranging widely as they had many things to think about. But before they could even resolve prior surprises, new ones came, as in the halcyon skies of the dream dimension. A massive film of light showed the perspective of Noah's true sanguine clone in the quantum dimension as it showed all things happening here. Another massive film of light played events in the Apollyon dimension as Guinevere's will placed half of the attention towards this. The other half was on the quantum dimension as the events playing out had too much at stake. We should be out there putting our lives on the line as well. The voice of the dreamer of Providence echoed out as this age being burned with the light of glory, seeing beings he knew perishing under Noah's hands or the hands of Lilith and Charlemagne as he wished to also be making a difference. But at his words, Morgana sneered from the side while shaking her head with seriousness. If you want to die, you can go at it alone, old man. Do you think anything is going to survive against the will of a true empress? Hell, I truly have no idea what the rest of us are going to do when she reaches this place. Despondency. This was what many beings currently felt as they didn't see a clear path forward, a path to overcome the unreasonable enemies that had come. As at this moment, they realized they had an unreasonable over-reliance on the being who had hidden their dimensions here. So Guinevere turned towards Noah's clone as she asked with a gaze of radiance, "What can we do? WAA, how could they help in facing these unreasonable odds? How could they overcome them and not wait for death?" At this, Noah's Avalon dimensional chassis anchored the sword of Avalon in space as his will emanated out. If you have connections to the other 7 dimensions, reach out to them. Let those close to the sources of those dimensions know that salvation is here. That while even ancestors wish to end everything, there is another choice they can make if they wish to save their homes, Guinevere asked, and she received an answer. The others also had radiant eyes as Guinevere locked onto the verdant figure of Albus in the quantum dimension that gazed at everything with ancientness. She still had her connections as a leading figure of a dimension as she could still have an impact. The tides of destiny wavered as Providence took reins. While they began to do this, a few were able to notice something unique within the eyes of the Avalon and Dream dimensional chassis. They noticed a radiant light of gray and silver that they had abhorred and seen in their enemies beginning to shine in his eyes. The Origins also feeling a heavy weight as when they gazed above they could see an incandescent gray light beginning to fill the horizon. It was the light of nullity. What? Before any questions could be asked about this unfathomable wonder, all rulers in the gormandizing dimensional reality were nearly brought to their knees from a terrifying pressure release far above them in the dimensional emperor domain of nature they had yet to even see. Here, Noah's slumbering main body shone with a vibrant radiance. The color veered from gray to silver in radiance as it brought terror and death before, and yet now it seemed docile. At this moment, his origin was bathed with tendrils of this fantastical light of gray as unbelievably. All his dimensional layers shone ever brighter under the shade of this light. The light that brought death and destruction. Was actually causing his origin to erupt with even more life and splendor as anyone would be confused. But as Noah gained an understanding of what nullity truly was, everything was clear. Radiance overflowed as it wasn't just him that was undergoing this change. The moment he attained a semblance of understanding in nullity and had its essence vibrant in his origin, the dimensional emperor domain of nature trembled as at its very center, the light of nullity began to bloom. In the midst of natural laws and decreta, nullity truly bloomed as a fantastical new stage was reached on this day. Chapter 2140 A Flash of Nullity. 2. Nullity erupted at the center of the dimensional emperor domain of nature as uniquely, it was docile under the control of the gormandizing dimensional reality after its master gained an understanding in it. It didn't cause decay or death of everything similar to the mixing of the essence of laws and decreted. It simply proliferated in the surroundings simply as no negative reactions bloomed. Ioan felt the expanding light of nullity with Noah at the center as when it reached her. She instinctively tried to retreat, but when the waves washed over her, she didn't feel the coldness and death that she had felt so closely before. It felt warm and comfortable as even other essences around her body were revitalized and increased in activity. Why was this? It wasn't due to some unfathomable chain reaction or some unknown mysteries of the gormandizing dimensional reality, but simply due to this construct itself, to the idea of nullity, amidst the surging waves of silver gray light. Noah's mind was bathed densely with nullity as droves of information bloomed in his mind. Information about nullity, a state of verisimilitude depicting nothingness and beginning. It is capable of reverting constructs and other states of verisimilitudes to nothingness when manipulating it at the lowest level, and it can take constructs and other states of verisimilitudes to their very beginning or initial states at the highest levels. The applications and scope of nullity are innumerable as one can only truly grasp all of its variations after achieving the highest possible stage. Understanding this state of existence is extremely hard as it is broken down into primitivus, prophesir, and terminus. Elevation into each level of understanding grants unknown state-altering possibilities that require more data before they can be fully quantified. This state of existence is versatile in nature as it can be infused into various other constructs or used as a pure output to achieve intended results. The current state that the user has achieved is at the initial level of primitivus, being capable of altering concepts and things towards nothingness at the extreme elementary level. The level of usage has currently been expanded to 100 units of nullity with a rate of regeneration of 1 unit per microsecond. Current understanding at the primitivus stage, 0.1%. Boosts granted, 1000% augmentation to all true parameter values, a state of verisimilitude, a state of existence. This was nullity, and from the 100,000 shards of nullity Noah had absorbed, he gained a 0.1% understanding at the first stage of primitivus that gave stupendous augmentations comparative to laws and decreta, and the augmentations of nullity were applicable to all true parameter values. This included true damage values, true defense values, true vitality values. And onward. If the numbers were to be believed, it meant that at 10% understanding, that was 100,000% augmentation to all true parameters. And this was only at the primitivus stage. There were also the prophesir and terminus stages. Noah's mind buzzed as he felt like he had stepped on a grand achievement. and at the same time this occurred, your understanding of the fundamental natural law of entropy has reached 100%, your understanding of the fundamental natural law of relativity has reached 100%. Your understanding of the natural law of gravitation has reached 100%, your understanding of the natural law of polarity has reached 100%. Your understanding of the natural law of weak nuclear force has reached 100%, your understanding of the natural law of strong nuclear force has reached 100%, boom, the laws finished their elevation right after nullity. The dense concentrations of natural law essence in the dimensional emperal domain of nature turned utterly wild as Noah first utilized pure quintessential natural decretum seeds before the utilization of the 6 natural decretum complete understanding crystals to achieve complete understanding in 2 fundamental natural laws and 4 natural laws. It erased his reserves of pure quintessential natural decretum seeds and left him with only 2 natural decretum complete understanding crystals, as there were still resources for him to do more. The radiance of laws was dazzling around him as, keeping to his commands, the gourmandizing dimensional reality began with the process of integrating entropy right away, even as its unique understanding was still settling in Noah's mind. This was about to occur when Noah's already alert mind felt the dense and unique aura of the will of reality yet again, as his will surged out sharply to see if reality was truly trying something again. But all that came was a voice from the draconian Chilean phoenix, as it was grave in nature. An existence capable of hiding from even reality itself has been hidden in the boundary between realities for the past 2 ages. Its power is unknown and not from these lands. A voice of somberness. It caused Noah, who simply wanted to enjoy the feeling of power and elevation, to nearly groan as his slumbering will probed for more information. It seems opposed to the sealers that have descended, and shares a connection with the apostates and the emperor of the age of destiny. Shocking information came out as Noah's mind buzzed with countless possibilities. An unknown existence that could even hide from reality itself while hiding in its boundaries for the past 2 ages, with its origin not being from these barren lands, barring the connection this existence somehow shared with primordials. It was opposed to true Empress Katia and other ancestral descendants that just came down as when all the dots connected. A terrifying conclusion arose, a conclusion that caused Noah to knit his brows even in his infinite dream. Fucking hell, why can't things ever be simple? Things were never so easy as they had been in motion for many ages. There were too many beings involved in too many wonders to even imagine, as somehow Noah had to navigate them all and come out on top. This new issue was brought forward to him as shockingly, even reality itself felt it pertinent to let him know of information ahead of time out of its own volition. It meant that even reality was cautious towards this unknown piece that had always been here, but was now appearing. They'll just be added to the long list of enemies. I'll be clearing some of these enemies first and just proceed forward. His vibrant tyranny rose gloriously as his will emanated out. He could only move forward steadily while planning ahead. He would scheme and plan as he would quickly raise his level of power to match all enemies, and he would then exceed himself even more until the point that when he faced his enemies it wouldn't be a life and death battle, but a simple beatdown instead. And with the path he walked on of his dimensional realities and even his gourmandizing dimensional realities, all of this was very, very possible. Chapter 2141 Mana and Nullity. The light of nullity was an unfathomable one to grasp. When it had initially appeared, all that Noah had known about it was destruction and death, with mana being the only thing that could remotely match and oppose it. But as he felt the light of nullity coursing through him, he understood that mana was just denying the aspect of nothingness that the primitive stage of nullity had. Mana kept the order and balance as it cycled energies from one form to another, while the capabilities of nullity to reduce things to nothingness violated this, so the absolute mana authority could reject nullity with more power than any other laws. But now that he had both mana and nullity swirling within him, he felt no semblance of a clash. No rejection between the 2 essences, as their opposing relationship did not exist. This was all due to how one utilized the 2 essences. Noah felt like he had stepped on a grand path of truth as he tried to connect many dots, knowing that the path of nullity was a crucial one that granted obscene power. Oppenheimer had utilized it to win the seat of the true emperor in the last age, and the ancestral descendants that had just come were utilizing it as one could see with clarity. Most if not all of their power was drawn from it. After all, a mere 0.1% in nullity granted one the equivalent boosts of fully understanding a natural law, and it was much more than that, as the augmentations was to all true parameter values. So just like Oppenheimer and true Empress Katia, who now emanated waves of nullity, Noah would also place his focus on it, ensuring Eowyn's golden strands of hair fluttered as she was knocked back from the close proximity she was near his body as her fair hands reached out, feeling the waves of nullity around Noah getting ever stronger as his dimensional layers radiated grandiosity and light. He was currently in a trance as after seeing the robust usages and immeasurable boosts of nullity. His will sought much more of it as the first thing he did was focus on its generation, especially so in his radiant reality passages as the moment particles of silver gray essence began to bloom. Noah's will commanded out. Focus all the generated understanding of the reality passages on nullity, his multicolored mountainous passages that looked like mountains rising from one dimensional layer and into another began to blaze with a silver gray light as for good or for worse. Noah placed a vast majority of his focus on the understanding and elevation of nullity right away. Apart from this, the description of another lute he had rose up before him as a mountain of silver gray shards and pearls that shone like cosmos in his expansive space was blanketed by his will, shard of nullity, shards of the condensed essence of nullity. More details have risen after your understanding of nullity, showing that 100,000 of these shards were enough to allow one to add this essence to your source and grant you an initial understanding of 0.1%. But further progression in the primitivist stage of nullity is quantifiably hard as a single shard is capable of increasing your understanding by 0.0000001%. For the best progression in nullity, it is recommended for you to seek the plane of existence that it is most pervasive in. The description of the shards of nullity had changed as it showed that Noah would need 100,000 shards of nullity to just progress 0.01%. It was a ridiculously slow pace of progression, but it was understandable due to how ridiculous nullity was. Then there were the pearls. Nullity pearls, exceeding the ranking of shards of nullity. Nullity pearls can be obtained from existences that have at least achieved the primitivist stage of nullity. A single pearl is capable of increasing your understanding by 0.00003%. A slightly better number came for the nullity pearls as the 100,000 pearls that Noah obtained from the quintessential treasure caches. They would be able to increase his understanding in the primitivist stage fourfold and grant 0.3%. That was equivalent to 3,000% augmentations to all true parameter values, yet Noah did not recklessly forge forward and begin to consume them. His will once more gazed at the faraway ruination and the primordial disk bathing in multicolored flames that now drew in tendrils of silver gray nullity as Noah ushered them to quickly complete their elevation and become usable to him. He was waiting to multiply the number of loot he had for even greater results as for now he would continue exploring other avenues. His will once more return to the profound changes in his body as his reality passages began to gush out silver gray grandeur while the seed of the quantum dimensional layer bloomed for his seventh dimension. He wanted to closely and desperately study this essence that so many beings used as the core of their strength and then overcome them in their understanding, and whether it was hidden existences that even reality couldn't see or true empresses and emperors descending down. They would all be forced to kneel at his grand majesty of quintessence. The river of time churns as ages come and go, true emperors come and go. Over time, grand epics and legends of renowned existences stay as memories in the hearts of those who lived in that age. They pass these stories down as these legends are carried on across the ages. The legends of many true emperors were known and passed down through memory, but there were others who knew nothing of them. There were those in the gormandizing dimensional reality who only knew of a single legend, a living legend that continued to enact his epic every single day, and they were always there to experience it. This moment in time was just like all others when they once more felt and saw the results of the journey he continued to forge. But even they knew that this time was different. They could feel it across the corners of the gormandizing dimensional reality, near an icy cosmos close to the dimensional emperal domain of nature. Many eyes and hearts rose as they saw rivers of a silver gray essence begin to permeate outwards and even surge towards them. Chapter 2142 Mana and Nullity. 2. Strands of dark and blue hair streaked past her shoulders as she floated in the void of space. A dark shawl covered her as she still wanted to retain her position even though she did not need to over the many months, but she still wanted to be known as the shadow guard of the Frozen Queen. Night. She had changed over the past months as the diaries she wrote on had been found by Barbados at some point. The devilish woman, seeing the intricate details noted about Noah and his actions and relationships across the past months as Barbados had mass copied them and began distributing them to as many beings as she could. The diaries contained history dating back to the beast world as they became extremely popular and important to the new allies that continued to appear, all of them having the chance to read the legends this being had enacted the past few months as Barbados threatened Night to continue writing everything she saw and to especially focus on how Noah interacted with those around him. She was in charge of letting the character of the quintessential Kainos emperor known. She was now the scribe of the gormandizing dimensional reality. She wasn't alone as she stood in the void of space outside the icy cosmos near the dimensional emperor domain of nature. With Queen Adelaide she served floating not too far ahead with Halcyon, Athena, Barbados, and many others. They all gazed at the silver-gray waves of essence that came to wash over their bodies in shock as they instinctively knew it was something far out of their reach, far too grand for them to even comprehend. When it reached night, she felt this essence wash over her skin as her calm energies began to bounce around with even more activity. It was unlike anything she had come across before from the achievements of their living legend, so a relic in the form of a pen floated beside her as it began to write on clear white pages of a radiant gold-covered book. As the scribe, she would note down this event and the many events to come. After this, she had plans to push the Frozen Queen to enact a banquet for the new entrants of the gormandizing dimensional reality, the existences from the Dream and Avalon dimensions light years away from them currently. This was because in the lands they lived in, there were no threats or signs of dangers. They knew that the Master continued to fight for their safety and happiness outside of the gormandizing dimensional reality as they trusted in his ability to do so. She wanted all the new beings coming to feel this level of safety and relaxation as well. She wanted to continue noting down the many different beings that the Master had brought under his banner and how he treated them. She also wanted to see if the number of women around him had increased even more. She would continue to write down his epic, but for now she would enjoy this newly spreading silver-gray essence that seemed to have profound and unfathomable effects that pointed to a new chapter rising for the gormandizing dimensional reality. The Shadow Guard had no knowledge of this, but what was occurring was the proliferation of an essence that was not pervasive in the barren lands. It was an action with unfathomable and unknown consequences, a sea of blue. This was the only thing Lilith could use to describe the scene before her as crackling cerulean flames descended like an endless sea. They originated from a single being, with another two of his clones facing a transformed Supreme Pontiff Lucius and all of the dimensional rulers of various dimensions she had brought under her that remained, a single being facing her power and multiple other rulers at once, as it would normally be an impossibility, but this being seemed to thrive on impossibilities. Roar. The blue flames were filled with absolute mana authority that she couldn't tear apart even in her elevated form, where even as she felt the authority and destiny of a destined true emperor burn inside of her and provide her with obscene power, she could only keep the flames at bay when she measured the output that was actively being released every time they surged forward. Over 120 quadrillion, even greater than moments ago in the quantum dimension. What did it mean that he was dishing out a damage value that was half what he displayed now in the quantum dimension? Did it mean that he could always erupt with 120 quadrillion damage values and just chose to release half just minutes ago? Or did it mean he could only release 60 quadrillion then as minutes later he had grown capable of releasing more than 120 quadrillion? One of these theories seemed much more implausible, and yet the hearts of karma and fortune that were also burning beside her royal demon heart told her the implausible theory was more correct, that the amount of damage this being could deal had more than doubled than just minutes ago. Just what are you, a WAA? Amidst the raging blue flames, her extremely beautiful form released pillars of demonic light while the butterfly wings behind her released multiple mirror images just like her that weaved in different directions, each of them releasing their own attacks that battled with the cerulean flames. She had to ask what this being was as her three eyes carried great melancholy and hatred. She had barely tipped past the point of 100 quadrillion defense and damage values herself after burning everything she had. She thought in this form, she could match and overcome this being with the distinction of the quintessential dimensional emperor, as she could prove that she was worthy to seek her revenge. That her hatred towards those that had allowed her father to perish and now wanted to end all things. That her hatred would at least have a chance of burning these beings, but this being with much of his history and identity being unknown was stopping all of this. She at least wanted to understand. An answer came, and her eyes trembled as it was not the one she sought. She saw silver-gray flames of singularity blooming from one half of his body as they surged out with terrifying speed to negate all the essences of natural laws and decreta she was throwing out. It was the essence of nullity, and unlike the domain that the Empress released which forcefully contained one's essences immediately to their bodies. The burning essence of nullity did this as on top of it still carried over 120 quadrillion damage values that she could only defend against at this moment, and alongside it, the flames carrying the absolute mana authority surged as alongside nullity. They seemed even wilder. A great resentment and unwillingness rose in her heart as she understood the messages from the different hearts inside of her clearly. So while gritting her crystal and white teeth so much that crimson blood leaked from her mouth. She sought the reason and meaning behind this all. Are you like them? Coming from outside of these barren lands? With nullity being freely wielded by him and his non-affiliation with primordials? Lilith wondered if this was it. At least this could serve as an explanation as to why billions of years of hard work and planning fell apart. But no such thing. With half of her vision covered by silver-gray flames of singularity and the other half covered by a gorgeous blue, she traced these flames back to their origin as the handsome face of an emperor became locked onto her gaze. His skin glittered with multicolored radiance as the tripupilled eyes released astonishing brilliance. Eyes that, when she focused on them with all the authority she had left, she saw that in the very hidden depths, he seemed so young. She blinked as she felt like this was the only true thing she had ascertained for herself about this being since she met him. And then, crack, her innate dimensional barrier shattered and was overwhelmed as soon after. Her fair skin began to peel and splinter, her body and soul vibrating as she felt her vessels crying out madly as if molten acid was coursing through them. It was the pain and terror of an encroachment as flames with a potent pathogenic will tore into the aspects of one of the most powerful dimensional rulers. Chapter 2143 Mana and Nullity. 3. A searing pain as if molten acid coursed through her vessels. It was within the span of a nanosecond, and yet to her, it felt stretched out into countless years. The burning pillars of molten flames shooting out of the cracking crimson earth of this dimension seemed cooler in her eyes than what currently coursed through her body is in an instant. The flames reached her origin and wrapped around it domineeringly. YAAH, her red lips couldn't help but tremble and release a cry that she believed to be her last, her true vitality dwindling down towards nothingness as next she expected the forcefully and instant desegregation of all laws and decreta that she knew before she faced annihilation. Lilith. The Supreme Pontiff Lucius bellowed out from afar as even he didn't have any moment to spare, the clone that faced him also erupting. With nullity as the dominance that the quintessential dimensional emperor displayed on this battlefield was astonishing, and right as Lilith expected desegregation and annihilation, it didn't come. The encroachment of terrifying flames had wrapped all around her as they even reached out to burn the very vessels around her hearts, but they didn't fully destroy as when her true vitality values shrank down to drastic levels. Shuring, she felt the will carried by the flames clamp down on her in an unbreakable fashion as it pervaded in all aspects of existence, sinking into everything about her. It was a pathogenic will. It was a neural encroachment that seeped into her very soul and bound her. Her soul cried out with shocking rage as her will bellowed out amidst all this, "Do not taint me like this. At this stage, I at least deserve a worthy death and not a life of torment." Her cry should have been resonant and loud, but it barely rang out as her body was currently bathed in crackling flames. The dimensional rulers and the Supreme Pontiff that backed her gazed at this scene with disbelief as a titan of a being like Lilith. Seeing her defeated just seemed surreal. But her defeat spelled doom for them as damage values they could not withstand had already sent a large portion of them into exploding singularities, and even more would soon follow as they came across a deadly enemy, an enemy that had his flames wrapped around the dimensional queen as his clone floated towards her visage, his voice ringing out from the very depths of her soul, "You can die when I am done with you. O dimensional queen." WAA, the billowing will of the quintessential Kainos Emperor rose ever higher as the soul of a terrifying being was grasped, Lilith's vision blacking out and utterly changing at this moment as she found herself locked out of everything about her and brought into a unique space. A manifestation of her soul awoke to find her lower body half submerged in a sea of flames, a cerulean throne floating not too far from her as a devilishly handsome young man sat atop it. Her face was one full of the regality and rage of a ruler as even in defeat, she stared hatefully towards this being whose voice emanated out as if it was the only thing that mattered, the dimensional Hellion ruler that looked at me like an ant over just about a week ago. Now stands before me with her soul shackled. The events in the Kuanpeng's cataclysm nest played before Lilith's eyes as she grit her teeth with solemnity. Why do all this? Whatever your origin is, whether it be outside of the barren lands or inside it, do you make a childish habit of torturing your enemies? What an emperor! Truly worthy of this age. Her words were drenched in wrath and sarcasm as the stellar visage of Noah upon the throne smiled while shaking his head. He rose from the manifested throne to stare deeply at Lilith as he reflected on how rapidly things could change. You question my origins as if you will die easier knowing I am some mysterious being from outside these barren lands who has plotted for eons. I'll shed some light to you now. I first touched upon mana within the last 2 years, with a bit over 27 years to my name. In that period of time, I went from an existence that could not even grasp mana to now freely wielding as much absolute mana authority as I wish. And now that I have the renowned dimensional queen burning in my grandeur is the reason I have you here, is so that you can swiftly give me the source of the dimension you are closest to, WAA. The eyes of this locked away portion of her soul were blank from this information as she couldn't even retort, and she soon felt her locked away portion of soul returning to her body as all of her laws and decreta were intact, but her aspects of existence were wrapped tightly with a foreign will that submerged any thought of control. The flames around her body stopped burning. Her three eyes blinked as Lilith could see through them, but she didn't feel like it was her gazing through them. P Alpha D Alpha knew, as if she was locked in her own body, and her soul IT now moved under the command of another as even without controlling it, she felt her very core reach out to the source of Apollyon that she knew very well. She reached out to this source that she protected all these years as thereafter, she shared with it the knowledge of the coming destruction they had affirmed in the quantum dimension and of the ancestral descendants that had already arrived to guarantee cataclysm. She then felt another bundle of information flowing through her from the soul that currently bound her information about a way to escape this destruction as it was. The answer to what happened to the dream and Avalon dimensions. Lilith had no words, she could only feel herself moving blankly under the control of another as she delivered the Apollyon dimension into his hands. Fret not, Dimensional Queen. You might just live long enough to see your wish of saving your dimension achieved. If you prove to be useful enough, you may even get to release your hatred on those you loathe so much. His voice was resonant as it filled her mind. As she watched everything with utter disbelief, a pocket-dimensional reality appeared in the skies of the Apollyon dimension as the source of this plane followed the only path of survival after seeing the coming destruction, just like the Dream and Avalon dimensions. It was a shocking feat as Noah both defeated one of the more powerful dimensional Hellion rulers and also began the process of swiftly devouring the Apollyon dimension. Chapter 2144 Mana and Nullity. 4. The dazzling allure of the pocket-dimensional reality shone incandescently as it released a horrific devouring force that made it seem like a massive singularity. The crimson earth below scorching with heat and the pillars of magma rising to the skies all trembled and surged towards this singularity as Lilith watched it all blankly. Her devilish visage was wrapped with a crimson battle dress as her butterfly-like wings retreat into her back, her third eye fading as her demonic horns glistened in the skies. She watched the unfolding events with disbelief as in the corner of her eyes, she could see the other two clones of the being that had bound her floating next to burning singularities. These burning singularities were none other than the rulers Lilith had come with as beside her, not a single one had been spared. Even now, silver-gray flames wrapped around the Supreme Pontiff Lucius as his body was scorched black, his gaze still blank as he also exploded into a singularity as if he was some common ruler. Their deaths will serve a greater purpose. The voice of the being responsible for all this echoed out as truly, their deaths would be put to great use. This was because the light of the quintessential treasure cache was activated for the dimensional Hellion ruler Lucius, while the 14 rulers from a myriad of other dimensions that followed Lilith here, they were all turned into the pathway of randomized loot crates. For the sake of resources that he needed in overabundance, Noah would do all that he could. A madman. As she watched everything burn and become devoured into a singularity, Lilith echoed out listlessly as she termed the being doing all this a monster. Her a dimensional Hellion ruler that had plotted and done a great deal over the ages. Termed Noah a madman as she recalled the memories that had passed through her and into the source of Apollyon. Yet the quintessential Kainos Emperor was not paying attention to her words. His tripupilled eyes were gazing at the silver-gray flames that still burned in the crimson skies along with the flames of absolute mana authority. Both were made up of infinite amounts of apocalyptic blitzkriegs, with Noah finding out moments ago when he first utilized nullity. That absolute pure mana output did not thoroughly change nullity and retain its effects in the form of mana. The essence of nullity was too pristine as theoretically, in looking at all the data on hand, it seemed to be standing above laws and decreta, a state of existence. And it couldn't be thoroughly changed even through mana output. Thoroughly, this was a crucial part. Noah was still able to affect it somewhat, as even though the silver-gray essence still remained as nullity, it seemed more refined and malleable than the essence of nullity he saw the tribunal rulers or even Charlemagne use. The essence was too pristine and elevated to transform it into pure mana. But what if, bzzzt, the surging flames of singularity around Noah pulsed and began vibrating intensely. His bright eyes lost their luster briefly as in a shocking turn of events, Noah fell into an epiphany. His will focused on half of his body that released the refined silver-gray flames of nullity and the other half of his body that shone with the cerulean flames of pure mana. He saw the countless magistracy of the apocalyptic blitzkrieg domains that formed both of these flames as his incandescent hands made a pulling motion. He couldn't transform nullity into mana, but his quintessential will was asking, what if he still brought them together? What if the blitzkrieg domains of flames under his control still tried to forcefully combine into something else as he placed the qualities of both of these concepts together as they should have been if absolute pure mana output worked? What if, Shuring, nature vibrated and resonated with grandeur, you are attempting an unprecedented action? Prompts began to rise as he barely saw them in his mind. Your authority as an emperor of this age quintessentially increases. Your authority as an emperor of this age quintessentially increases. You are reaching a profound precipice of quintessential authority, under the pull of his radiant hands. Silver gray and blue flames slowly moved towards each other as Noah was proceeding by an unknown feeling alone, or even he wasn't sure exactly what he was reaching for, and at such a juncture, he was forcefully repulsed out of his stupor. He was shaken out of his epiphany as his origin innately reacted and was wrapped up in a spatial light as the laws of gravitation and relativity twisted space in such a way to instantly shift both he and Lilith to another location, and in the position they were just at, a massive gray fissure of nullity stretched out as it went towards the crimson horizon, with this fissure being merely one of many as far away from here. An origination of it could be seen with multiple other fissures stretching out in all directions. And at the center of it all, the glorious visage of an existence adorned in silver gray bone armament and pulsing with heart-rending power could be seen. The ancestral descendant that arrived with the true Empress Katia made his arrival in the Apollyon dimension as her commands dictated, the first thing he did being the acceleration of cataclysm as he heavily attacked the dimension and its source with nullity. His hair was stained ashen gray as his eyes were utterly wild, eyes that stretched across space to instantly hone in around the figures of Noah and Lilith, as well as the point of singularity that was swallowing the Apollyon dimension. Noah's eyes constricted as all three of his clones appeared side by side. Lilith stood in front of them as her butterfly-like wings erupted again, Noah's pathogenic while allowing her more control of herself as he danced with destiny and providence, as he looked at a terrifying being drenched in nullity and wondered just what stage had he achieved? Was he still in the primitivist stage where even the hallway point at 50% granted 500,000% augmentations to all true parameter values? Was it a being he could currently face with his constantly elevating strength? The answers to all these questions were unknown, but he did affirm one thing: the feeling he felt with mana and nullity to it was worth pursuing, as from afar, the ecstatic visage of a bone-armored existence began to surge towards their direction. And the flames of quintessential singularity ignition blazed ever higher as Noah's clones once more made a pulling motion towards the crackling silver gray and blue flames, directing all of it towards an insurmountable coming enemy as the eyes of the tripupiled Kainos Emperor wanted to see a scene of utmost glory. Chapter 2145 Dominant. Spectacular. This was all that could be said about the events unfolding in the Apollyon dimension. Back in the gormandizing dimensional reality, Guinevere was focused on the illusory screen showing these events as her eyes were placidly focused on the visage of Lilith standing before Noah and erupting with waves of essence, where one could visibly see her strength elevating even more as she was actively reintegrating with the natural laws she had just broken the lines of integration of. In the quantum dimension, it meant that she was truly brought under the control of the quintessential Kainos Emperor as Guinevere thought back to the promise that this being had made not too long ago, a promise that was further brought up as Morgana's will sent forth a mental communication only to her. He said she wouldn't be an ally, and yet this shut up. Guinevere's reply was sharp as her exceedingly beautiful face shone with a light of power and age. A purple-white battle dress adorned her as among all female rulers here. She held a grandeur very few could even come close to. She turned to Morgana, who shrank back in frustration as the voice of this connate sacred beast emanated in her mind. Enough trying to sow any conflict between us and him. We are inextricably linked in an unfathomable way. I remember the promise, but I can also see what is necessary to be done. Through his actions, he is now saving a third anchor while fighting with his authority on the line. Yet, what are we doing? Hiding and coddling here as we only watch. Regal work filled with wisdom emanated from her as a trace of anger could be seen in her eyes when she looked at Morgana, who entirely shrunk back while biting her lips. Not too far away, the will of Noah's Avalon dimensional chassis came down as it discerned the exchange that just occurred and only focused on Guinevere with a hint of understanding, choosing not to say anything as the main focus remained getting back to the state of epiphany on the subject of nullity and mana. And also seeing how his three clones could survive until all of Apollyon was devoured. This would be something utterly critical in the next few seconds, an existence he had very little information about aimed for him just like his compatriots in the quantum dimension, and in his search to better understand and pierce across the veils of secrecy. The reality-altering construct of the eyes of clarity of the first true emperor are resonating with the eyes of the tripupiled Kainos Emperor. His sharp eyes that were calculating and unveiling everything to their absolute limit actually resonated with the pristine loot he had obtained from the recent opening of the quintessential treasure caches. A construct, it unveiled itself at this moment as intricate runic epitaphs descended onto Noah's eyes, beginning to carve themselves until his very pupils as his vision began to change. But the coming attack and battle waited for nobody, as his clones had to first survive this. The coming enemy was a ferocious one, as wrapped in the silver-gray bone armament. His visage was surrounded by a swirling obsidian crystalline ball that released a fearful aura of authority as every part of his pores swelled with nullity. His face was exceptionally valiant and filled with majesty as his booming voice reached before his figure could. "You seem to love flames. So let me teach you a little about them." His voice was magnetic. Please visit. His eyes were filled with ingenuity as they focused on Noah's and Lilith's figure and the pocket-dimensional reality that Noah had moved behind them protectively. He seemed to know he had found something crucial among what they were looking for, and Noah could already see the level of danger, as even while devouring the Apollyon dimension he would still eliminate the connection as soon as he gauged just how terrifying and unstoppable this being would be. And this existence seemed determined, as his voice was followed by action. Before the flaming seas of nullity and mana could even meet, the visage of this being illuminated like a burning sun as a concept that immolated reality itself bloomed out, and it was utterly ridiculous to see as from the body of the ancestral descendant and then stretching out behind and up endlessly in the crimson skies of Apollyon. A single white flame came to fruition, a white flame that shockingly seemed so massive and titanic that it occupied half the visible skies of the entire dimension one could see in this location, SAA. It scorched even the reality it didn't occupy directly, as behind Noah even the skies were melting, and his defensive barriers all lit up as before the flame even descended. He could already feel tens of quadrillions of damage values just from its waves of heat alone. It was a suffocating attack, as apart from this single flame released a gravitational force that pulled others towards it in a cataclysmic manner, as it was meant to burn everything. Uniquely, one couldn't feel the aura of natural laws on this massive single flame. More accurately, its composition wasn't that of natural laws, even though around it tendrils of mana dynamics and other laws were wrapping around it almost in a suppressive format, as if it was exceeding what they allowed. The ancestral descendant had a cold gaze as he beckoned down after he called out such a flame, unbound by natural laws. There are countless things one can achieve as they are not confined to the boundary of any concept. Why had the ancestors sealed the desolate mausoleum all those years ago? This being before Noah's eyes partly showed one of the answers, as his single attack covered half the visible skies in this region. Mana dynamics does not dictate my reserves or usage of mana, nor does entropy limit the level of destruction I can achieve. Like a mountain smashing down and scorching everything, the single white flame barreled down at insane speeds as the stellar eyes of this being glinted with grandiosity. The only boundaries are those that I, Carciel, have made. Boem. Chapter 2146 Dominant 2. The only boundaries are those that I, Carciel, have made, unbound by natural laws. So when they descended and became tainted with these laws again, they faced a suppression to the true power they could display. There were many larger and more intricate mysteries lying behind this all, as for now, this was all that was revealed. The ancestral descendant had beckoned as the massive flame rushed down, and Noah's robes began to flutter as all three of his clones came extremely close to each other, while his eyes released astonishing brilliance. Lilith's butterfly-like wings fluttered as emotionlessly. Her figure also appeared in the close circle within Noah's clones as defensive and offensive skills bloomed out from her, the color of crimson black barely shining amidst the surging white flame descending. In the past, Noah had used multiple clones to attack all at once in order to dish out tremendous damage onto his enemies, and now that he wanted to try something similar with his defenses, he wanted to overlap his many barriers in order to survive against an unbeatable enemy. Lilith's was another piece that just added to this. He had the Lich's armament of devotion, the beacon of thorny consecration, and an innate dimensional barrier on each clone. Collectively, they allowed his defense value to far exceed his damage value that was on the upper boundary of 125 quadrillion, with all three defensive concepts stacking each clone with approximately 380 quadrillion defense values each. And towards the massive single flame descending, Noah would have the flames of his quintessential singularity ignition rush out, along with keeping all of his clones extremely close, even making two smaller in size to make sure the defensive barriers around his bodies would overlap after he extended them as much as possible, and then all of this defense would be put to the test. Well, this was only the theory. In reality, BZZZZT, the single white flame arrived too quickly, as it carried a malevolent essence unbound by any laws, negating reality wherever it crossed as uniquely traces of nullity were the only things Noah could recognize with it. It reached him in a fraction of a nanosecond. The palms of all of his clones reached out along with the body of Lilith as in synchrony, all hands, and the barriers that protected them overlapped to withstand the hundreds of quadrillions of damage value coming down, values that far exceeded even 1,000 quadrillion. With such damage, any of Noah's clones would be wiped out with all their defenses and true vitality before he could even heal himself. But at this juncture, they weren't alone. 9 different defensive layers from 3 clones glimmered with gorgeous incandescence as one by one, crack, they began to fall under the pressure of the unreasonable flame. As everything a barrier broke, Noah allowed a gravitational force to build up around him. Crack, a dense gravitational force that when barely 2 barriers were left as Lilith's hands were also scorched black, Noah allowed the pressure and might of the single titanic white flame to descend as when the last innate dimensional barrier cracked, all of their figures used the accumulated gravitational force as they were smashed backwards, smashed with the force of what seemed like a single blazing sun, and yet it would encompass even quadrillions of suns. Say, please visit, it smashed their figures back with such force and ferocity as they tore across the skies of the Apollyon dimension as they were thrown from the position they were at until the unstable boundary of this expanding dimension could be seen. The pocket dimensional reality moved with Noah as fantastically. His clones and Lilith were hit with such a massive force that they came to smash onto the ends of the dimension in the span of a mere nanosecond. Stellar blood erupted and overflowed as from an extremely far distance. Carciel's voice still resounded out all around. For an existence still in the barren lands to withstand something exceeding 1 aeon value. You're truly worthy of the mess you've caused in this age. 1 aeon value. A new term that when Noah took everything into account and the benchmark of 1,000 quadrillion damage values he had achieved, it seemed that this being equated all of this to a single value termed aeon that was utilized as a measurement outside the barren lands. Aeon was a term that meant an extremely long period of time, or an even closer definition, a lifetime. A single damage value was enough to wipe away a lifetime. A single aeon value equated to 1,000 quadrillion true damage values. This new information swirled in Noah's mind as while this drastic situation bloomed. Something profound was also achieved by Noah's main body as it would propel his strength further to stand against these unreasonable enemies. Within the gourmandizing dimensional reality, seas of essence raged as his body was at the exact center, bathing in it all with utmost glory. Within his origin, the formation of the quantum dimensional layer finally crossed a threshold and rapidly surged towards completion. It placed a multicolored light of majesty as Noah's 7th layer, dazzling cylindrical stanchions already rising from the dimensional layer below as mountains of reality passages gushed out to form. Incandescent waves of multicolored light proliferated from him seamlessly as prompts rained down. You have successfully completed the 7th dimensional reality. Your authority as an emperor of this age quintessentially increases. A version of pure undefined authority has been isolated for your future use above the quantum dimensional reality, through your reign over the quantum dimensional reality. A level of influence can be exerted in the quantum dimension. A level of influence could be exerted towards the quantum dimension. This was a prompt Noah was looking for as something crucial in this dimension. Was the pylon of ascension, the pathway for existences to descend onto the barren lands. He had no idea if other pathways existed, but if he broke the one they utilized now. His thoughts were vibrant as the boons of the 7th dimensional layer continued. Chapter 2147, Sacrifice and Survival. A scorched fabric of reality. This was the only sentence that could accurately describe the skies of the Apollyon dimension, and at its far reaches where its boundary was, Noah's 3 clones rose amidst the restructuring reality with Lilith's figure that breathed haggardly. Her fair fingers healing as her eyes shone with her old hatred. From the bodies of the true sanguine clones, stellar skin closed up and healed as incandescent blood returned into their bodies, their true vitality values taking a hit even amidst all of this as the enemy truly was too unreasonable. An enemy that accurately judged the scene from afar as he stared at the pocket dimensional reality that moved with Noah's body, a point of devouring light that in his eyes was a massive singularity that continued to rapidly and with great progress swallow the Apollyon dimension. It was to the extent that the boundaries that Noah's clones had arrived in could visibly be seen shrinking as the surface area of the dimension being absorbed per nanosecond was vast. This was because apart from the absorptive force of the gourmandizing dimensional reality itself, the source of the Apollyon dimension was also moving in earnest and urgency to rush as much of the dimension into this singularity as fast as possible. Carciel gazed at this while his eyes turned to the crystalline circle structure rotating around him, his will flowing into it as he sent forth a message even though he held tremendous advantage. I've located multiple more clones of the Quintessential dimensional emperor. He seems to be actively devouring the anchor of Apollyon and displacing its position. I'm informing and requesting backup in the case of any unforeseen circumstances. Or if his current actions are how the anchors have been getting removed, his body was filled with hybrid, power, and confidence. And yet, he did not delay to look at things from all perspectives as he reported everything right away and even requested backup due to the nature of this event and its many unknowns. After all, who could have expected an existence in the barren lands to be capable of withstanding one aeon value? Carciel did not want new surprises to come while he watched all of the Apollyon dimension be swallowed up. And even while he took such an action, his body was already barreling across space towards the ends of the Apollyon dimension as he ushered his hands in the air as he did so. And then, SHING 1.2.4, the massive flame that he released once before. Multiple of them began to bloom as they blotted out the skies of the whole dimension. No mercy, no delay, this being moved with expert precision as he truly deserved his position, and Noah had to somehow face all of this alone, but was he truly alone? Multicolored radiance shone. Waves of relativity and gravitation erupted as multiple rifts bloomed around Noah's clones at this moment. Please visit, from them, the visage of a draconian Chilean phoenix stepped with tens of enders of nature, the potency of natural laws elevating in this area as in the blotted skies of the Apollyon dimension. Seas of natural laws and fundamental natural laws waved down like tendrils of chains that went on towards Carciel. His body rebuffed them momentarily as they passed through the obsidian crystalline structure floating around him, but they descended unto him nonetheless as his gaze changed. The natural laws imposed more of their effects as at this moment, reality itself acted in its best interests. The freeing of another anchor was a great boon for it as sitting back and seeing it fail was not an option. So dozens of enders of nature came to stand before Noah akin to an impenetrable wall as behind all this. His clones glimmered with unbound radiance and glory as he looked like a chosen emperor that exceeded any other emperors across the ages. Even Lilith's gaze of hatred couldn't help but turn utterly ashen and defeated at this as with such a development. Carciel became even more determined as his body began to vibrate, a fearsome bellow booming from him. In the midst of all this, Noah's main body continued to observe the wonders of the quantum dimensional layer that he had just achieved. The undefined authority under you has increased. Your understanding of the decretum of quantum has been forcefully raised to 50%. Your reserves of the essence of reality have been elevated to the maximum of 32 billion, your maximum true vitality values have risen to 64 trillion, your rate of progression in the decretum of quantum has increased by 1,000,000%, the saturated paramount kainos quantum dimensional reality grants a base addition of 400,000 dimensional quantum damage and defense values, bringing your overall origin base value to 13,480,000. 16x pure quintessential kainos natural decretum seeds has been obtained. His base values more than doubled, his resources and vitality more than doubled. His power rose in such a profound fashion as he felt the tendrils of providence that told him many things, and he found himself questioning. With his means and constantly rising strength, would he truly not be able to survive the tyranny of the ancestral descendants with any of his clones? There was the battle in the quantum dimension to consider as it involved a true empress. Then there was the fight in the Apollyon dimension as swatches of enders appeared to fight alongside him in this unique instance. If he took all of this into account along with optimizing his own strength. New pathways may just be possible, he had to see, so his will move to continue his ceaseless elevation of power. His slumbering will watch the continued assimilation of new realities onto his gourmandizing dimensional reality while it moved with robust purpose, one of the first ones being the utilization of the 16 newly gained pure quintessential kainos natural decretum seeds to max out the understanding of all of his currently understood decreta among many other passive actions underway. Chapter 2148 Survival and Sacrifice. 2. His will gazed at the still descending prompts while the decretum of quantum began to edge past 50% the moment that a pure quintessential natural decretum seed began to burn. Your affinity to the natural laws of reality has risen greatly, your affinity to the decreta of all dimensions has risen greatly, your maximum number of ascendancy stanchions is now 2,000, your maximum number of infinite reality passages is now 3,780. The quintessential natural-born infinite mana physique is devouring the quantum essence and refining its authority. Your dimensional body and soul continue to experience a profound strengthening and elevation. The Insurmountable milestone of the seventh dimensional layer has been conquered as your realm reaches an unfathomably profound level. Even greater levels of grandiosity unfolded as apart from his decretas surging upwards in understanding. Noah's now ridiculous reserves of the essence of reality began to burn with utilization as tens of stellar mountainous reality passages erupted in his origin, mesmerizing stanchions also shooting up like celestial pillars from the Nibelheim dimensional layer and onto the quantum dimensional layer. His foundation was becoming ever so pristine as in this age and in the ages past. Who could match such a realm of progression? The ancestors did not have this. The past true emperors did not have this. Out of the multitude of parallel paths and possibilities, only he had attained the path of forging 9 dimensions for his origin, and even during this moment of grandiosity, even more wonders were blooming around him as the moment the quantum dimensional reality was completed. He wanted to pull upon its essence and authority to see just how greatly he could affect the genuine quantum dimension and the pylon of ascension within it. He wanted to. But everything around him came to a halt a moment later. Even the blazing radiance illuminating everything in the surroundings was stopped as at this moment, Noah's pupils began spinning as the runic ecritures fusing with them began to burn. The construct of the eyes of clarity began to burn and overcome all other sources of light as even time and space were ground to a halt, the burning in Noah's eyes becoming truly immense and encompassing until, everything turned white. Noah's consciousness momentarily blacked out as he didn't know how much time had passed before his will was roused and he began to see light form a wondrous scene. A scene that showed the broad back of a single man gazing at everything before him, his gaze pointed towards a lush verdant earth that sprouted countless massive multicolored pillars of light that stretched out endlessly to the skies and space. These radiant pillars were condensed essences of fundamental natural laws as surrounding them were seas of laws that shone with beauty. Such a scene repeating itself for countless light years as it showed a mere portion of reality, a reality that was far back in time. Please visit. When we did all this, I wondered if it was a great mistake. From the man with his back turned to Noah, a glorious voice of hearts having majesty emanated as Noah instinctively knew it was directed towards him. Just like how he instinctively knew exactly what he was staring at right now in the glorious expanse before him, reality before it was split up, reality many, many ages ago, is from how this all began with the reaction from the reality-altering construct of the eyes of clarity. Noah was actually viewing a scene of the fight age, of a portion of the desolate mausoleum after it had been suppressed. Majesty emanated all around as Noah's face was stern, his will coagulating into the form of a devilish regal being that walked forward in the dazzling skies to stand beside the man with his back turned, his own voice echoing out as he lamented at being pulled into something so intricate and unique while so many other things were going on around him. So why did you all do it? Noah spoke bluntly to this being's words, who was speaking with melancholy on whether what they did was a mistake, this being that the eyes of clarity belonged to the true emperor of the first age, the age of Genesis. His visage cleared up as Noah saw the black and white robe draping over this being's wide back, his dark hair flowing gently in the wind as his fair face held a hint of a mocking smile, while his eyes, they were mere points of golden light that shone like blazing singularities, out of weakness. We stepped outside these barren lands and found unfathomable things. We found unbeatable enemies exploring lands filled with boundless treasure. We saw methods of power and authority that we could not even imagine. And so, for the sake of survival, we sacrificed something deeply connected to us. But even as I sit atop this newly enacted construct, even while reigning as the true emperor of this age, I can't help but ponder whether there was another way. Fantastical words left this being's mouth as he wasn't just the emperor of the age of Genesis, he was also an ancestor. These were the words of an ancestor, yet what Noah was talking to now was merely a vestige lost in the river of space and time. Yet he still replied sharply as he wondered about the meaning of all this. Maybe. But you all did what you did. You locked down and suppressed the desolate mausoleum for countless ages. So what is all this now? Why did you pull me in here? A straight question, and an even straighter answer came back in turn. Even back then, I understood that everything had a cycle. What we began would eventually run its course and come to an end. And so I left the signature of my eye in the expanse of space and time to find anyone who would be seeking for a different path. To be able to shed the light on whatever they seek, as they can at least accomplish what I failed to do here. To find another path that is far different from what we chose. Chapter 2149, Survival and Sacrifice. 3. Even back then, I understood that everything had a cycle. What we began would eventually run its course and come to an end. And so I left the signature of my eye in the expanse of space and time to find anyone who would be seeking for a different path. To be able to shed the light on whatever they seek as they can at least accomplish what I failed to do here. To find another path that is far different from what we chose. The first true emperor of the age of Genesis had an ethereal expression when he spoke of this, his eyes that were as bright and as forceful as a singularity continuing to gaze out at the stellar plans before them, yet towards his question, Noah floated right in front of this being and stared at him straight on, his gaze feeling like he was staring at an unfathomable black hole as he replied grandly. How cowardly, WAA, you aid in the suppression of the desolate mausoleum in a path you do not agree with, and you preside over the true throne of the first age without undertaking any changes. Only to leave behind your signature so that someone else down the line would fix your mistakes for you? Whatever the construct I am talking to now about, what about its main body? Where are you now in the midst of all this? Noah's grandiosity didn't hold back even while standing before the construct of a true emperor in existence with such majesty and pressure that the souls of lesser nature integration existences would have shattered from just gazing at his eyes, at Noah's words. The gaze of this being stopped staring in the expanse and focused on Noah's figure. Bzzzt, the weight of the world seemed to fall on his shoulders as his will trembled, but he gazed on at the ancestor that had presided over the true throne of the first age as this being's will emanated out again. I am but a mere construct from the eyes of clarity that eventually showed me the wrongness of the path we took, and I do not share a current connection with the main body. I know not whether he is alive or dead in all this, but if things have evolved to the state I have seen while fusing with your eyes and I have yet to appear, then I do hope it is because I am dead. Because if I do not act when the path we chose moved from suppression to destruction, I truly do not deserve to live. The will of the ancestors, were there truly none who wanted to preserve the desolate mausoleum and the 9 dimensions? Were all of them so cohesive in their decision to allow the destruction of everything in order to escape the binding of natural laws? As he spoke, the visage of the first true emperor waved its hands beside it as in the incandescent skies above, a blinding point of light that formed into the structure of a massive throne of light. It blazed with authority and grandiosity that it felt blinding to even look at from afar. As for fixing these mistakes, I was among the few that came up with a chance to do that during the suppression of the desolate. As what we did entirely went against nature. Accomplishing it was a nearly impossible task as after sacrificing a great deal of things. The last piece of the puzzle was the true throne and its cycling of authority across the ages. Please visit the different eras. The cycles of ages that went by, the true throne of an age. Was a way to rectify nature and leave a sense of balance, giving reality a way to overcome its suppression, as if the true emperors of at least 9 ages utilized their authority for a single purpose. The suppression of the desolate mausoleum would be lifted. The choosing of a true emperor would be overseen passively by reality itself, as when a certain existence exemplified the extreme of an age and accumulated sufficient authority in the bounds of reality, they would attain the true throne. It was an idea, and it was also a chance for salvation for the desolate mausoleum. As the first true emperor, I was too bound and weak by newly rising ideals as I did not take any action to undo what was just done, convincing myself of leaving it for the emperors of future ages. But it seems every future emperor took the same path I did as countless ages came, and countless ages passed. The tone was somber, ancientness could be felt from this being as the blinding throne of light floating afar seemed to be coming ever closer. Every emperor took the same path that is until the last age. Until the age focusing on the extreme of destiny, a true emperor rose who conducted an action even my old self couldn't have imagined with his accumulated authority. The blinding white throne suddenly changed and became painted grandiose gold. From the pure white throne of Genesis, the throne of destiny released blinding luster as even Noah's eyes reflected its rays of light while digesting all of this information. Oppenheimer. This was actually the first true emperor to go against the cycle of the countless ages past, a being who actually split apart the desolate mausoleum into countless shards as he brought about great instability. But through this instability, a new path arose with his actions, as after such a core part of the desolate mausoleum was changed due to his actions, the anchors began to unwind. Reality gained more control as it would have eventually escaped its shackles and possibly regain enough of its power to overcome any possibility of destruction. But even this path did not pan out as thought. As now, a new age comes. An age that will be the decider on how things unfold. Came the age of quintessence. I actually quite like that name. It seems fitting for the countless possibilities to come. Towards the end of his words, the first true emperor turned towards Noah again. It seems fitting for someone like you to make a choice, just like many of the true emperors past. Chapter 2150, Survival and Sacrifice. For, it seems fitting for someone like you to make a choice, just like many of the true emperors past. the first true emperor spiked towards Noah as if he was already gazing at the being to take on the true authority in this age. Noah turned his head at this as he replied calmly, "I have yet to attain the throne of quintessence, yet. But you are the only one fighting for reality at this moment, as it should be an inevitability. But even with that, I will still tell you that it will not be enough." The pupils that were quite literally singularities on this being shown as he became stern, "Just like how we sacrificed everything for the sake of survival all those years ago, we will do whatever it takes to maintain the status quo. In your quest to liberate reality, you will come face to face with a power that is impossible to overcome, a power that has been festering for generations. You have found the construct of my eye. So use it to see through nature and aid you in surviving what is to come. It may not be enough and only supplement you a little, but I can also offer you something else." A warning, WAA, the first true emperor paused as everything in the surroundings faded, blank whiteness covering everything as Noah could barely discern the glimpse of Genesis. The true emperor of the age of destiny attained great power, yes, but I see now that he had aid in doing so. His choice to do what he did may have been his own, or it may have been influenced by another source. You have come to learn about his utilization of nullity that no others in the barren lands should have, and you have also come to learn about a hidden existence in the desolate mausoleum that does not originate from the barren lands. More likely than not, this was the influence that granted the last true emperor the power he had, as if his actions were also a plot concocted by this unknown existence. Then things are dire than you can ever imagine. WAA, even though those actions aided in freeing reality somewhat, even though this being may seem like an ally if they ever decide to make a move against ancestral descendants, they are not your ally. They will never be your ally. They are part of the existences that drove us to the path of sacrifice in order to survive all those years ago, and they are our undeniable enemies. If one of them has made it into the barren lands, and much of what is occurring now is due to their machinations. Things are truly, truly dire. It means that somehow, they have managed to enter the one place we never thought they would locate, as all this would be a scheme to greatly hurt those you consider ancestors. A grand scheme ages in the making. The white space trembled as the visage of the first true emperor began to fracture. His words carried shocking intent and purpose as Noah became stern while listening to them, watching the solemnity in this being's face as everything about him cracked and fractured away until only his eyes were left, 2 points of singularities that emanated out this will once more. Believe me when I tell you this, they are your most inherent enemies. Use my eyes. Gain clarity. See if you can forge a different path than the one we found. And if you ever see me in the future, try and remind me of where I came from. Shuring. With that, the pupils of singularities exploded into points of light that surged into Noah's own eyes, everything breaking down as time began to move again. Noah found his will returning to the gourmandizing dimensional reality as everything began to flow once more. A part of his body undergoing a metamorphosis as his eyes of the tripupiled Kainos Emperor released tendrils of light across the dimensional Emperor domain of nature. The construct of the eyes of clarity is fusing with the eyes of the tripupiled Kainos Emperor with profound resonance. Magnificence overflowed as Noah felt like his eyes carried infinite density, as if they could devour everything and scrutinize it all under his grandeur. He felt as if his very eyes were becoming points of singularities. WAA, please visit. A symphony played out with grandiosity as epical clarity has been fused into the eyes of the tripupiled Kainos Emperor. The epical tripupiled eyes of clarity have been born. The feature of interminable clarity has been obtained. The feature of absolute epical fulmination has been obtained. The feature of epical radiation emission has been obtained. Unquantifiable features of the epical tripupiled eyes of clarity are in the process of forming. Stupendous waves of information cascaded down as Noah delved into some to fully understand and left some behind. There were truly too many things he was concurrently doing and dipping his hands on that it seemed like an overload of information was coming at him constantly, but at this moment he hoped this newest addition would add some clarity. The tendrils of light his eyes released changed color as they turned into terrifying beams of destructive light that tore apart the fabric of reality itself. Gazing far into the folds of space as his vision very quickly reflected the events unfolding in the quantum dimension, there were also drastic events unfolding in the Apollyon dimension with Carciel. But Noah's current focus was on the quantum dimension after completing its dimensional layer as his true sanguine clone here. Was currently within reach of the true Empress Katia. Her purpose at this moment did not seem to be destruction, instead being a goal of capturing as her fair hands reached out with an unknown exuberant authority. Well, it wasn't unknown any longer as Noah's eyes shone with brilliance. He gazed at the authority as he saw words appear in front of it, other words. appearing above Katya and many more things, but he didn't have the time to gaze upon them and learn as the clone was nearly placed under their control had to first be extricated, and in rejection to possibilities shown by Providence. Absolute epical fulmination, Noah's will bellowed out with majesty and determination as he utilized the power assimilated from the first true emperor to release an ability that far exceeded anything in the barren lands. Boom, with him at the center, an undeniable force emanated from his eyes as a white blast of light bloomed with Noah at the center. A light that pushed away the nearing true empress and the quantum emperor among others in a shocking turn of events.